Good morning. My name is Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today is Monday, April 8th, 2024, and we're convening this hearing in the hearing room 500 and virtually via Zoom at the John A. Wilson Building. The time is 9:35 a.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. The mayor released her fiscal year 2025 budget just last Wednesday. And the council has started its work in reviewing what that proposed budget means for the agencies and programs that serve our residents. This hearing is the committee's first budget oversight hearing for the fiscal year 2025. Today, we start by hearing from the public. Admittedly, we're still reviewing and processing the mayor's proposal, given the time frame in which we received it. But we know that there are significant cuts to some critical programs within the committee's jurisdiction, including our transformational Equitable Wealth Building Baby Bonds program, Main Streets enhancements for our non-downtown commercial corridors, and important public safety programs for our licensed establishments. As I stated at the briefing last week, while shared sacrifices may be necessary, shared sacrifices cannot be disproportionately shouldered by our most vulnerable. Low-income residents in the District of Columbia cannot be disproportionately shouldered by our Black and Brown residents in the District of Columbia. It is important that as council works to revisit and revise this proposed budget in the coming weeks, our work is guided by the priorities and input from residents and constituents throughout the city. That's why I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses today about their priorities as we start work on the fiscal year 2025 budget. Over the coming weeks, we will also hear from key agencies in the economic clusters that this committee oversees. On Wednesday, April 10th, we will hear from the Public Service Commission, the Office of Lottery and Gaming, and the Department of Small and Local Business Development. On Wednesday, April 30th, the committee will host the Department of Insurance, Securities and Banking, the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, and on May 1st, the committee will hear from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer and the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. There are other agencies under the committee's jurisdiction, and we will work with those agencies during the coming weeks as well. But the agencies I referenced above are ones where we will likely focus our budget adjustments. As a reminder, this hearing is reserved for public witnesses only, and every public witness will have 3 minutes to testify. I ask that all participants please mute their microphones when they are not speaking if you are testifying virtually. And I appreciate and want to thank all the witnesses who have taken time out of their schedules to come downtown to testify in person. First, we're going to hear from testimony about Events DC, which is the District Official Convention and Sports Authority. Events DC owns and manages some of the district's most visited venues, including the Walter E. Washington Convention Center and Nationals Park. The agency is a key partner with the district's renowned hospitality and tourism industry. And I'm going to call up our first panel. Laura Haygood is the executive director of DC History Center. She had joined us virtually. I'm not sure we see her at the moment.
I'm here.
Perfect. I see you. Thanks for joining us virtually. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and staff for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 2025 budget. My name is Laura Haygood, and I am the Executive Director of the DC History Center. The DC History Center is anchored in the Carnegie Library in downtown, across from the Convention Center, which you just referenced, and part of a vibrant cultural community committed to a vibrant post-COVID downtown, attracting workers back to the office and welcoming new residents and visitors. In my testimony today, I want to update and inform the committee on how we are serving Washingtonians in all 8 wards to preserve our past, uplift our diverse stories, and build our community. Over the last few years, the DC History Center has reinvented itself with the result that our programs and services are timely, necessary, and urgent. The district's investment in the DC History Center has made this important work possible. Today, we ask you to include support for the DC History Center in the fiscal year 25 budget in the amount of $300,000, as the council has done in previous years, so we can sustain this building momentum in serving the district and its history. The DC History Center makes local history accessible to Washingtonians through research and scholarship, youth education, adult programs, community engagement, and exhibitions. And we reach into all 8 wards to preserve and elevate the stories of Washington's diverse people, neighborhoods, and institutions. We were founded in 1894, making us one of the oldest civic organizations in the city and an important institution to ensure our history is preserved and taught to the next generation. Just last year, we touched 100,000 people in all 8 wards, including 3,700 youth and 37 schools, representing 45% growth since the DC government started investing in the DC history in fiscal year 22. Audiences for our programs have grown exponentially. Just this weekend, we presented the annual DC History Conference at MLK Library, which attracted over 1,100 registrants, triple our 2019 attendance figures. Sorry, I should have said 140,000 above. All right. We have leveraged the council's yearly grant to increase private funding with impressive results, doubling our budget size from 1 million to 2 million, illustrating that the district's investment has a significant impact on the work the DC History Center is able to accomplish. Some of the initiatives this funding would support include sustained activation of the Carnegie Library and Mount Vernon Square in downtown, including through a major new exhibition, Class Action, the Fight for Black Education in the Nation's Capital. K-12 education services, providing DC teachers with the resources they need to fulfill the brand new social studies guidelines passed last year. And thirdly, community outreach focused on celebrating hyperlocal neighborhood and community history and uplifting our seniors. A major new exhibition, Class Action, will focus on the long struggle for equal education in Washington, from the very first private schools for Black children in the early 19th century to the establishment of charter schools in the 1990s. With your support, it will open next summer. Additionally, these funds will allow the DC History Center to assist public schools in the implementation of the new social studies curriculum by providing resources, professional development programs, and field trips. Finally, the DC History Center plans to expand on its work with Latino, Latina, Latinx communities in DC and provide new models for hyperlocal community engagement in Hillcrest and Woodridge, located in Wards 7 and 5, respectively. We are so grateful to the council for including a grant through Events DC in previous. Yes?
Your time has expired.
Okay.
Summarize, I appreciate it.
Thank you for flagging that for me. We're just very excited about the promising opportunities that are available in front of us to engage with Events DC, sharing our local history with conventioneers who come to town. Thank you for considering us an investment for $300,000 for fiscal year 25. We really appreciate it.
And thank you for all the work that you all are doing at the DC History Center. I appreciate your testimony. I also appreciate you providing that testimony to the committee in advance in writing so that we can incorporate that into our hearing record. If you don't receive that $300,000 that you're requesting, give the committee a sense of how that's going to impact your programs and services that you've outlined in your testimony.
Yeah. So about the grant that we received from the DC government for $300,000 represents a third of our staff costs. So it would mean an existential threat to our programs and our abilities to continue to serve in the way that we have. We've been able to bring in new staff on collections, education, community engagement. And we would need to make some significant cuts there, which is terrifying for us in terms of our ability to serve the district. And mostly I'd be worried about our impact to K through 12. We passed new social studies standards last year. Teachers are eager to teach DC history. Students are not getting it otherwise. And we want to meet the need of the teachers and help them tell these stories and connect youth to their communities and their history, and help them understand why our community is the way it is today.
Thank you for that. I've got to ask a tough question now. As you heard me mention in my opening statement, The mayor's budget makes a number of significant cuts to programs in every cluster, including in the economic development cluster of agencies that this committee oversees. One of those things is the baby bonds program, which is cut by 70%. I only use that as an example, obviously not an exhaustive list of how many things have been cut, given the tough choices that the executive had to make, and that now the budget is with the council. The council is going to have to make. And so if there are areas within the economic development cluster in which you think that $300,000 should come from, I would love to hear your recommendation. I don't have a response immediately, or if you'd like to follow up with the committee, but I want to put that out there because to the extent this committee is able to make any adjustments to existing budget proposals, those are going to mean cuts unless there's some additional revenue enhancement. So I don't know if you have immediate response. Otherwise, I'd love to.
Well, we fully understand the current environment. There's no doubt about that. Our funds come through Events DC, or they have. We're not asking for a lot, and we're certainly not asking for more. So we just want to stay level and continue doing what we're doing. We're using the funds to raise more money, so we're able to leverage that from a fundraising standpoint. We just want to hold level, continue to grow, and provide the demand for DC history. We had record crowds at the DC History Conference this weekend. It was absolutely incredible. Washingtonians are proud of their history. They want to tell their history. So, understand the cuts, but I just want to make our case.
No, I appreciate you making your case. I appreciate, again, as I said earlier, all the great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
At the DC History Center.
Yeah.
Thanks for your testimony. I'm going to move next to witnesses who signed up to testify for the Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking. We have Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz with the Capital Area Asset Builders. And thanks for joining us in person. It's good to see you. Whenever you are seated and settled, take your time. We'd love to hear your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My first name is Joseph. My last name is Lightman Santa Cruz, and I have the pleasure and honor of being the CEO and Executive Director of the DC-based nonprofit Capital Area Asset Builders, better known as CAB. Today, it's my honor to provide testimony before this committee regarding our partnerships with the DC Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, and specifically on provide a request regarding the FY25 budget. We have two great partnerships with DSB that result in low to moderate income Washingtonians having access to a real financial shot to achieve their God-given potential. First, the DC Opportunity Accounts Program, which I know that Councilmember McDuffie, thanks to you, you have been a great supporter of this innovative approach. Since its creation 5 years ago, the DC Opportunity Accounts Program has been providing low-income Washingtonians with the opportunity to save, receive a match, and begin the journey to achieve long-term prosperity. Each eligible Washingtonian is incentivized to save up to $1,500, and then they can receive a match of up to $6,000. The combined $7,500 can then be used to launch a small business in the district, buy a home in the district, pay for post-secondary education, and other allowable expenses. This has resulted in more than 600 DC residents saving more than $1 million and earning a match greater than $4 million. This is a co-investment. Everybody has skin in the game. 100% of the monies are put to work in the local DC economy. Businesses have been created, homes have been bought, college educations have been paid for. Through the DC Opportunity Accounts Program, we believe that Washingtonians are given a real shot at economic prosperity. On our second partnership with DSB regarding the DC Earned Income Tax Credit campaign, today, Councilmember McDuffie, we are 1 week away from filing federal and DC taxes on time. Through the DC EITC campaign, CAB is raising awareness of both the federal and the DC EITC, which for the last 45 years has been the most effective anti-poverty alleviation program in the nation. Thank you to your leadership and others on the council, Councilmember McDuffie. The DC EITC has to be still the most robust tax credit in the nation. And we urge the council to ensure that the DC earned income tax credit continues to be the most robust tax credit in the nation. Lastly, Councilmember McDuffie, we would like to be highlighting that we fully understand that FY25 is a challenging financial situation. Now more than ever, we have the opportunity to invest in programs that are impactful and have a track record. We are extremely proud, Councilmember McDuffie, that both the DC Opportunity Accounts Program and the DC EHC campaign, thanks to the partnership with DSB, have demonstrated that track record and have brought significant wealth creation opportunities to Washingtonians. Thank you for the opportunity. And lastly, we recognize your leadership as well as the leadership of DSB's Commissioner Woods. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lightman Santa Cruz. I don't necessarily have any questions. You testify frequently. Your organization does fantastic work. We've had the opportunity to hear from you and learn about ways that CAB is really engaging with residents and partnering with DSB and even other agencies, I think, to do wonderful work. But you also noted, the challenges that the city's facing with the budget as proposed by the mayor. And I want to present, first of all, I want to ask if you haven't already, I don't think we have a copy of your testimony, so we'd love to have that for the record.
We will submit it. Thank you.
Okay. And then are there any particular enhancements that you're asking for specifically? I am familiar with the programs that you cited that you're working with the agency with, but are there specific funding enhancements that you're requesting from this committee?
Two specific requests, Councilmember McDuffie. First, we know that by investing more money into the DC Opportunity Accounts Program, we're able to bring more external money. So this is, again, a co-investment between society and low-income Washingtonians. So the more money that is in that program, the more money that CAB is able to attract from external sources and from participating Washingtonians. My understanding is that there might have been a reduction in the request for FY25. So again, we fully trust DSB's partnership, but we fully understand how this money gets translated into more money having access to Washingtonians. Secondly,
before you leave though, so how much what's your understanding of how much is in that program?
My understanding, if I saw it correctly, it's $900,000 for this year, and that's down from ARPA available funding from previous years.
Sure. And we expect that a number of these programs that were receiving federal aid are going to be down unless the mayor is able to find local money to replace it, but she was able to do some things and not all. So is there a specific number that you are requesting? Here's the thing. I don't know that, well, I'm pretty certain that there's not going to be any agency director who comes before this committee and says, we want more money than the mayor put in their budget. And you probably agree with that. So I'm asking for people to be specific about what their requests are, understanding full well that we won't be able to accommodate all requests, but we at least like to know, what organizations would like to be able to work with given some of the constraints in this existing budget. So is there a specific number?
Yes, 1.5 million is what we would be really not requesting, but proposing, given that how we are able to immediately translate that into all of that money, 100% of that money being invested in the local economy.
So is that 600,000 above the 900 already there, or you're saying 1.5 million in addition to the 900,000?
1.5 total.
Okay. All right. And you were about to make a transition to your next, I think, program that you were.
The DC Earned Income Tax Credit, the council took a proactive, bold leadership 2 years ago. We were on a track to be providing 100% match at the federal level. We want to urge that there is no change to that because, again, that's 100% money that directly goes into low to moderate income Washingtonians, folks who worked. So this is not a free money, right? This is their money that temporarily is being held on.
And I think, from everything I've read about the program here in the district and in places that have done it across the country, it has been beneficial to the residents who have received it. Have you been able to look at this agency, not this agency, have you looked at the committee's cluster of agencies and have any idea where we should find some of the funding that you're requesting? Anything you think we should cut
I am not as smart as you are, sir, so I cannot be answering that question.
Not as lucky as I am either to have to make those decisions. I appreciate it. But I'm gonna make the ask. And so this first couple witnesses portends what this hearing is gonna be like for witnesses who are viewing this in person or virtually, just know I'm gonna be asking if you have suggestions, and it's not because I want to put people on the spot. It's just it's the current reality within which we have to work within the committee and along with the rest of my colleagues who chair committees. So I will be asking that question. So if you can give us some thought, we would appreciate any insights that witnesses would like to provide in that regard. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next couple witnesses are going to be joining us virtually for their 3-minute testimony. They're going to be testifying about the Office of People's Counsel. I'm going to call Gregory Booker and Renee Booker. And just for planning purposes, if witnesses are in person for a particular committee, we're going to call them first, followed by those witnesses who are virtual. If we make a call for a virtual witness who is not available at the time that we call them, we will put them at the end of the list, but we want to be mindful of how people plan and the way that people have to practice their patience to be able to testify at the council. So we want to recognize the folks who have made the trek downtown to testify, but also recognize that there are a number of folks who are waiting patiently virtually to testify. So we do see Renee Booker on the virtual panel, and so we're going to turn to you for your 3 minutes. Good morning, and thanks for joining the council this morning. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning. I just wanted to make sure that you could hear me. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can't see you unless if you want to turn on your video so we can see you. Otherwise, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. I just wanted to say good morning, everyone. My name is Renee Booker, and I'm a native Washington here in the District of Columbia, and I have currently property on Rhode Island Avenue. My testimony is in reference to the Office of the People's Counsel for the District of Columbia, and I just wanted to thank Mrs. Nadavon, I guess her name, Fry's group, in particular, Adam Kolesko and Jason Starks. I just wanted to say that, you know, because of their unwavering commitment to DC residents, my husband and I had a issue with WASA pertaining to, you know, an invoice that we received. And because of their diligent effort in pursuing and assisting us with this matter, we were able to get a settlement totaling $7,584.98 with the WASA, in particular for the metering fee, water bill that was grossly overestimated, late fees and penalties. And I would like to speak on behalf of the People's Council, asking that they are allowed to continue their vital role in helping and assisting DC governments, DC residents. I was very impressed with the results of what we experienced with them. And I just wanted to say that DC residents desperately need OPC to assist in matters pertaining to, you know, gas, electric, and water issues. They have no recourse, and it's imperative that their budget is approved. And I just want to thank the committee and also OPC for allowing me to testify. And I'm grateful for their diligent efforts, and deeply, as I said, we deeply need their budget approved in assisting DC residents. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Renee Booker. I don't have any questions, but I will note that you provided your written testimony to the committee. And just to be clear, it sounds like there was a total adjusted amount of more than $7,600 that you were able to have as a result of the work that you were able to do with the Office of the People's Counsel. Is that correct?
Well, it was a total of 7584.98. That was the credit amount that was on my WASA bill.
Oh, okay. Well, the testimony says $7,623.56 that you provided.
Oh, 7,584.98. I was just looking at, let's see.
Okay, we'll note that for the record.
Yes.
I guess the point is your ability to work with the Office of People's Counsel sounds like it was beneficial.
Extremely.
Okay, well, I appreciate that you had an outcome that was able to get you that adjusted amount, but also that you found the agency's work with you beneficial. So, and for you taking the time to actually put that on the record, we do appreciate constituents who provide those types of insights.
Yes, sir. And I wanted to support them as they have done my husband and I.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Will not be able to speak today, so I just wanted to let you know that I'm actually speaking for Gregory Booker and Renee Booker.
Okay, well, thanks for letting us know. We appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next agency is the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. We have Moshe Pasternak, Sonia Oranges, who are in person. Okay, well, we're making a call for him, and we're going to keep going down the lane. We're going to switch to the next agency. So if he's able to testify, maybe you can let him know that we're on his agency. There are a number of witnesses for this agency, though, so maybe we'll be able to circle back if he comes back inside. These are folks who I'm calling now are the ones who had signed up to testify in person. Rosa Peleas, Joanna Blotner is here. Sandra Williams. Brianna Moreno. What's your name? If you could just make sure when you mention your testimony, you state your name for the record too, so we have that. Brianna Moreno is not here. Elizabeth Falcon. Okay. All right. Michael Johnson. Here. Try to get one more. I'll make another call for Moshe Pasternak. I think that's all the witnesses that we have for this agency in person. Is there anybody else who? What's your name? Richard Benjamin. These are folks who signed up to testify virtually. And I don't see Tazra or Erica here, but they may be somewhere in the building in another agency. Wow, I should have made the distinction between the italics. So they had signed up to testify virtually. So we'll call them after we get through with the next panel of in-person witnesses. So good morning to each of you. Thanks for taking the time to join us. We'll begin on my left and your right.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie. My name is Joanna Blotner, and I am the Director of Government Affairs at DC Action. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today on fiscal year 2025 matters pertaining to the OCFO. Specifically, my testimony focuses on the BSA revisions to the Child Wealth Building Act, also known as baby bonds, the local match of the EITC, as well as opportunities to raise revenue this fiscal year to undo the many cuts in the mayor's budget that disproportionately harm lower income children and families. DC Action strongly opposes the BSA revisions that limit eligibility for baby bonds to just 100% of the federal poverty level, reduce the annual per child contributions, and eliminates indexing for inflation. Eligibility set at just 100% FPL is equivalent to earning only $31,200 annually for a family of four. Yet in the DC area, where a four-person family needs to earn an estimated $100,563 to cover just their basic necessities, the federal poverty level equivalent is a poor measure of well-being in the district. In 2022, median family income for Black Washingtonians was just $62,300, well below an ability to afford basic necessities, meaning the mayor's revised targeting of baby bonds is far too narrow to achieve the legislative goal of closing the district's staggering racial wealth and opportunities gap. The original legislation was right to set the eligibility to 300% FPL. The legislation was also right to propose a substantial but progressively structured annual contribution model. Under the original legislation, a child born in 2024 who continues receiving the annual maximum amount could expect to access $31,635 for college or entrepreneurial pursuits when they turn 18. Yet if the council adopts the mayor's subtitle, that child will receive just $13,609. Hardly enough for even a single year of in-state tuition at many universities. This committee should strike the BSA subtitle that seeks to shrink the universe of children we can support and to do everything possible to keep the progressive model of $1,000 in annual contributions indexing for inflation in law. My written testimony will include some other suggestions of how to improve the baby bonds law. Similarly, the BSA capping the EITC to 70% of match in fiscal year 2025 limits the district's ability to advance financial stability and equity for low-income and middle-class working families in DC. This committee should also strike the BSA subtitle that restricts that match. There are too many cuts in this budget to programs that can help children, youth, and families thrive in the district. And the reality is that the only solution to restoring them is through new revenue. That is not to discount the need to spend smartly and reduce waste where it can be identified, but this is going to be a both and budget year. We urge the committee to support the revenue proposals of the Just Recovery Coalition that my other colleagues will get into further. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'm going to move next in line. I know you're testifying on behalf of Sandra Williams. Is that also representing Spaces in Action? If you can turn your mic on.
Yes, my name is Carissa Warren. I'm also registered to testify for
Oh, okay.
Spaces. So good morning, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Carissa. I'm a resident of Maryland and a team member at Spaces in Action. But I'm here this morning to read a testimony on behalf of Sandra Williams. So good morning. I am Sandra Williams. I am a mental health counselor, Delta Sigma Theta community leader, and member of Spaces in Action. Today's testimony will focus on raising revenue in DC can make the residential property tax structure more equitable by splitting district properties into progressive value brackets and raising rates on homes with taxable value above 1.5 million. It would impact only 5% of homeowners and exclude homes receiving deductions or credits for seniors, veterans, and those living with disabilities or on low income. Supporting the DC child tax credit for families raising children in DC would also be beneficial. My values are doing God's will, compassion for vulnerable families, and community service. These values align with who I am because I have always understood the importance of being a blessing to others and being a powerful example of servitude. Having served as DCPS school counselor for 3 generations, I have seen the consistent struggles of low-income families. I have provided groceries, transportation, and basic necessities many times over for my consumers, and I'm not alone in this regard. Many providers cover the shortfalls for their families because our system has overlooked their needs. It's time for person-centered politics. It's time for a permanent child tax credit in DC. Child poverty was at its lowest in 2021 when families received the child tax credit during the pandemic. Why does help only come in when tragedy and crisis? Why can't we implement preventative measures to help end child poverty in DC? Having the child tax credit is the solution because families shouldn't have to choose between rent, medication, and food. They can't cover them all, nor can they provide for their children in case of emergencies. I'm standing in solidarity with families who are desperate, destitute, and deserving of relief. Will you fight for our families to receive the child tax credit? I'm counting on you and this committee to do God's will and provide the relief our families need and deserve. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie and Business and Economic Development Committees for listening to my story.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Next.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Michael Johnson. I'm a policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. And today my testimony focuses on concerns regarding the district's growing revenue from non-tax sources like traffic fines. As the district looks to fund critically needed services, policymakers can and should raise revenue in equitable ways. Yet the mayor's fiscal year 25 budget proposes harmful cuts to programs serving communities most in need, while also asking these same communities to increasingly foot the district's bills. Over the prior decade, the district has substantially increased revenues raised through non-tax sources like traffic fines. And although the CFO projects traffic fine revenues to double in fiscal year 25, the mayor's budget proposes to redirect millions in traffic fine revenues away from their primary purpose, traffic safety. The committee and the council should be intentional in ensuring that the district's budget is not overly reliant on these revenue sources, and to reject the mayor's proposed repeal of the ATE System Revenue Designation Amendment Act of 2022, and to improve fine and fee data transparency. Between 2010 and 2019, the district increasingly generated revenues through traffic fines, but these revenue sources can be extremely volatile. In the year following COVID-19, for example, traffic fine revenues decreased by 26% compared to 2019. And now, over 4 years since the start of the pandemic, traffic fine revenues has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. The pandemic was also not the first instance where lower than anticipated ATE revenues placed the district in a precarious financial situation. In 2015, DC needed to fill a $40 million budget gap to make up for reduced revenues caused by malfunctioning cameras. In fiscal year 25 and throughout the remainder of the financial plan, the district projects traffic fine revenues to generate $342.5 million annually, nearly double the fiscal year 24 estimate. This increase in traffic fine revenues will be disproportionately borne by Black and low-income communities in DC who are more likely to receive a traffic fine and have greater difficulty affording them. Despite the projected increases in traffic fine revenues, the mayor's proposal redirects excess ATE revenues from traffic and pedestrian safety improvements to the district's unrestricted general fund. If approved, this will result in ATE revenues from fiscal year 23 and 24 over $7.3 million in total diverted from needed investments in traffic safety. And because Black DC residents accounted for at least 58% of all traffic-related fatalities between 2014 and 2021, the mayor's proposed funding redirection will likely disproportionately harm Black communities. These disparities underscore the dual harm of the mayor's proposed redirection of ATE revenues from traffic safety and pedestrian safety measures. Although Black and low-income communities bear the brunt of these increased traffic enforcement, they're unable to fully receive the promised benefit of additional traffic safety investments under the mayor's proposal. For these reasons, DCFPI encourages the committee and members of the council to reject the BSA subtitles redirecting traffic fine revenues from traffic safety investments toward the local fund. And I've also provided additional comments and recommendations about ways to improve data transparency related to fines and fees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. I may have a question or two after our final witness for this panel, Richard Benjamin. Good morning to you. You can your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie. My name is Richard Ben-Humea, and I'm an economic dignity organizer with Spaces in Action. We're a nonprofit grassroots organization that advocates and supports increasing early childhood learning, health equity, and economic justice for Black and brown communities in the DC metro region. We're also part of All In for DC, a tax system for justice, a campaign aimed at raising revenues for their district, tax revenues so the district can invest in racial equity. I, like many others here, as well as I hope many of the council members themselves, have been left aghast at the skewed priorities of the mayor and her budget. It's been referenced many times since last Wednesday, but the sheer gall to subtitle this budget "Shared Sacrifices" is an insult to the lower income Black and brown residents of the city, who are the only ones being asked to sacrifice anything. The demographic not sharing in the sacrifice is the billionaires of the city, like Ted Leonsis and Monumental Sports that just got $500+ million for renovations to an arena. And predictably, the powerful and the wealthy don't just escape sacrifices in the mayor's budget, but are showered with millions of dollars taken from the programs that keep working families on their feet. Our problem is a loss of revenue, and the solution is not to cut programs, but to have the wealthy pay their fair share. We need to tax capital gains separately from ordinary income and at a higher rate, a flat rate of 13%. Approximately 77% of the tax increase would be paid by those in the top 5% of DC earners. Those are incomes above $428,000. Revenue prospect would be $163 million. Another revenue raiser would be to enact the business activity tax, because all corporations that operate in and benefit from the district's robust economy and public services shouldn't pay their fair share in taxes, should pay their fair share in taxes. Right now, some of them don't because their owners reside outside of DC or because they can hide their profits. This shifts more of the district tax burden onto business owners by DC residents who don't just live and work downtown, but in every neighborhood and in every ward. These are just two of several proposals for addressing a revenue problem explored by the Tax Revision Commission. Or you may have heard or read about them all on the All for DC People's Tax Agenda. I'm a community organizer speaking on behalf of our base and on behalf of residents in DC who is tired of living in a city that professes to be a progressive, solidly blue city, but continues to favor corporate profit over the people that truly make the city run. It's time you listen to the people that put you in power, and it's time that you be brave and take bold steps for our future, because our community's futures are grim if we stay on the path that Mayor Bowser is proposing. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. I want to make sure I have written testimony from you all too. And beginning with Joanna Blotner, I know you said there would be a couple of specific things you mentioned in your written testimony. If you want to put some of that stuff on the record right now, I'd love to hear. Sure.
Thank you. And I did just upload my written testimony.
Oh, great.
So yeah, specifically, we recommend if you're making adjustments to the Child Wealth Building Act to remove the requirement that you have to be consistently enrolled in Medicaid and consistently below the 300% federal poverty level. So if you are born meeting those qualifications, you should be able to be consistently enrolled in the program until you're 18, presuming you live in the district. Similarly, we don't include children whose parents are enrolled in the Alliance, but who are born in DC, making them then eligible for Medicaid. So creating that equity for immigrant families would be really important. And the third one was, allowing children to be able to join the program if at a certain point their family does fall below the 300% federal poverty level, to begin paying in contributions, because we know that wealth is not exactly stagnant, and we don't want to create perverse incentives for people to stay in poverty, to not be able to take jobs that have employer-sponsored health benefits, or take a job that pays them more and then they're just over that line. We don't want to create more benefit cliffs. So there's a number of ways that we can create more access to the program and stability throughout. And granted that we know that will cost money.
And speaking of it costing money, were there specific revenue raisers that you mentioned in your testimony? I think I heard.
Yes, and my written testimony does include the copy of the Just Recovery All-In for DC tax platform. The one ask I would like to put on the record for this committee is particularly to talk about the business activity that Richard brought up. There's an opportunity, I think, for us to require the OCFO to issue tax forms to businesses to get a sense of what their gross receipts are, so that we can start to understand exactly how much revenue could be brought in through a business activity tax, and then what we can readjust for our current corporate and unincorporated business tax rates to create a more equitable, more broad and stable business tax base for the district. But we think that should be a subtitle in the BSA to create that those forms and start to lay that groundwork for the BAT.
So to be clear, you speak, as you said, to lay the groundwork, not necessarily to implement a business activity tax, but to one of the challenges that we heard was how long it might take to really understand what the universe is and what that might generate. But what you're suggesting in your testimony, and I'm not sure, I think maybe maybe Richard Benjamin also mentioned, I heard you mention the tax, but the idea is to have the CFO start laying the groundwork to understand what that might generate. You want to elaborate on that?
I will defer to the policy people on that.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Let me ask Michael Johnson, if you could also provide your testimony in writing. I mean, part of the challenge we're going to confront, and I tried to lay it out a bit in my opening statement, was, baby bonds, EITC, child tax credit, pay equity fund. I mean, all these things that are important. And I think we can agree that they're important, particularly to our most vulnerable. It's a staggering amount in terms of the costs associated with trying to fund them. And so I'm asking people about their thoughts on how to do that. And so I appreciate the folks who've mentioned it in their testimony, especially those who provide it in writing so we can reference it and incorporate it into the committee's record. But thank you each for your testimony this morning. I really do appreciate it. We're going to transition to our next panel for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. Again, focusing on I got it covered. Yeah. We're going to begin with making a call for Moshi Pasternak, who I believe had stepped out. Wanted to see if that person had returned. All right. Sonia Oranges is another person who we called who was not available at the time. Rosa Velez, Brianna Moreno. We know that Elizabeth Falcon is here. We'll call. And then we'll make a call. Are there any witnesses who signed up to testify for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer who are here in person? What's your name? Okay, well, you can come on up and take a seat. Thanks for joining us in person. And that will complete the in-person panel for the Office of the Chief Financial Officer. And just, we had you signed up to testify virtually, but I'm glad you could join us in person. So we will begin with Elizabeth Falcon. Good morning, thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Elizabeth Falcon. I'm the Executive Director of DC Jobs with Justice. DC Jobs with Justice is dedicated to protecting and advancing the rights of working people and supporting community struggles to build a more just society. I will focus first on the paid family leave tax. At DC Jobs with Justice, we are very invested in the success of the paid leave program. At the same time, we agree with the actions of the mayor to increase the tax up to the previous rate of 0.6% to help balance the FY25 budget. The tax raises revenue from DC's employers, many of whom don't pay their fair share of taxes, like large nonprofits, and whose remote work policies contribute to the growing need for increased revenue. We also recognize that the paid leave program should grow in the coming years as more and more people understand the benefit, how to access it, and as the council addresses unnecessary rulemaking that currently restricts access. In order to protect the program, the council should amend the Budget Support Act and create an FY29 sunset for the diversion of the excess funding that is generated from the proposed universal paid leave tax increase and transfer to the general fund for other purposes. Beginning in FY29, all taxes generated should remain in the paid leave fund to support benefits and administration of the program. This timeline would give lawmakers enough time to identify a more appropriate revenue mechanism to balance the overall budget if natural growth does not. Unfortunately, there are other areas of the budget where I find myself in strong opposition. Many of the revenues raised and the cuts proposed are regressive, including cutting the earned income tax credit and shrinking public support for low-income residents and low-wage workers. I am also here to strongly oppose the elimination of the pay equity fund. Childcare workers are the backbone of our economy. I'll start from my own experience. I have a 2-year-old daughter and would not be here today if it were not for her childcare provider. Nearly all of us who have children have that experience. When families cannot afford childcare, it is women who stay home, and data show their wages suffer greatly even when they return to the workforce. Other parents, such as those on TANF, are federally required to go back to work. Our workforce needs childcare providers, and childcare providers need decent pay. DC made a commitment to this educational workforce that we recognize the value of their work. There's an economic imperative to maintain all of these wages, both the childcare providers and the parents who need them. Wage loss leads to lower tax revenues. In particular, our lowest wage workers circulate their income at a disproportionately high rate in our local economy. This is a cut to our vibrancy as a district, as well as harmful to Black and Brown immigrant families who care for our children. We must restore the pay equity fund to all our families. I'd like to end by sharing the concerns raised by the council and the mayor that reserve requirements raised by the CFO. There's no reason that DC should be forced into more conservative budgeting than our laws require. And I encourage the council to continue to build a budget that works best for DC residents. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Next.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Deja Williams. I am Health Equity Organizer at Spaces in Action. I am also a DC and Ward 4 native. My testimony today will focus on raising revenue taxes on high income earners to fund programs that will help DC families. My values are community, sustainability, and as a native Washingtonian, I have a vested interest in the long-term success of my community. The proposed budget cuts that the mayor has is failing those communities now and in the future. Last week, I testified at the Committee of the Whole about the importance of maintaining programs such as the Pay Equity Fund and Healthcare for Childcare that will only benefit our babies and toddlers in DC. Ultimately, they will have a bright start for a healthy future. After testifying, Councilmember Allen from Ward 6 commented on the disappointing fact that these budget cuts and raised an important point I want to bring to this committee. In FY21, we fought to raise revenue for high income earners and won. Those funds were used to fund programs like the Pay Equity Fund. CM Allen stated that many of his high income earners in his ward supported these tax raises as long as it supported low income families. So it is unfortunate that I sit here in 2024 asking for the same thing. We all deserve a budget that benefits those who work hard to provide for our families and serve our communities, rather than throwing money at billionaires and corporations that don't care about our community. Currently, DC's high income earners are being undertaxed. And for example, an executive with an income of over 1.1 million pays on average a smaller share of their income in taxes than a middle-class family with 2 teachers earning 60 grand. As a 4th-generation native Washingtonian, I find this angering. My great-grandmother has been a homeowner in this city for 50 plus years, and the generations after her have remained here, living and working in this city. When is the budget going to work for us? The mayor and this committee need to consider my family and the thousands of others who are the backbone of DC's economy. Instead of slashing programs that DC families depend on to make ends meet, tell Mayor Bowser and the city council to pass a budget that helps to end child poverty in the district by providing a child tax credit for families. We need to fight gentrification by expanding the property tax credit for families, for low income and moderate income house owners and renters so they can afford to live in DC. Overall, taxing revenue on high income earners, folks that make it over 500K and above, will begin to ensure that we have a budget that supports DC low income families and results in the longevity of our community. Thank you.
And thank you both for your testimony this morning. I want to ask, and I could start with Deja Williams, specific revenue raisers or programs within this committee that you think should be cut? And I'll ask the same question to you, Elizabeth Falcon. I know we have your testimony in writing, so thanks for providing it, but are there specific things within this committee's cluster of agencies and programs that you all think should be on the table in terms of trying to fund some of these priorities that you all have laid out that the committee agrees with?
As of right now, I don't have an answer to that question, but I will be adding in the All In for DC, a tax system for justice, those recommendations from the last panel inside of my written testimony for you all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that I wanted to bring to this committee is this question about long-term, how we're using the paid leave tax and that increase. Like I said, I think it's a good way to deal with the shortfall that we're dealing with right now to raise that. It's bringing in significant revenue that we need. We know that the up to the previous rate didn't have an adverse effect on our businesses. But in the long term, the paid family leave program should be growing and we'll need more of that money. So really would like this committee to think about how that solution isn't a forever solution. Maybe, we know we're dealing with this 4-year plan that this CFO, has a lot of feelings about. And so my biggest recommendation would be BSA language that is for beyond this 4-year period that would protect the access to the funding that's needed for the paid family leave program in the long term.
Sure.
Yeah.
So sunsetting it to the end of this financial plan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And
Thank
thank you
you.
both for your testimony in person this morning.
Appreciate it.
Next, we're going to shift to our witnesses who are testifying virtually, beginning with Tazra Mitchell, Erica Williams, Kunta Bedney, Liz DeBarros, Travis Bali, Angelica Martinez. I think I skipped because of the mess I've made on my witness list, Catherine Landfield. That was unintentional, but we'd love to hear your testimony as well.
Chairman, I'm Travis Bally. I'm in person now.
I'm going to make the call for the rest of the virtual witnesses. And if anybody is, if anybody's in person who originally signed up to testify virtually, if you can let the staff know before you come up, because I want to make sure I call you, and I'd love to be able to call you all before we go to the virtual folks. But Travis Bali is in person. Angelica Martinez, Robert Harvey, Maria Aguilar, David Schwartzman, Charlotte Simpson, Shelley Walker, and Katie Schnoor are the virtual witnesses. And we're going to begin actually with Travis Bali as he's in person. Good morning. Thanks for joining us in person. You can your testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My name is, good morning, and the Chairman and council members and staff of the Committee of Business and Economic Development. My name is Travis Bali. I am the organizing director at DC Action. I'm here today on behalf of the Early Education Coalition Under 3 DC to make the case that we can prevent cuts to critical programs like baby bonds and the Pay Equity Fund for early educators. One main driver of these hurtful cuts is the chief financial officer's incorrect interpretation of the requirement to replenish locally mandated reserves with other than the end of year surplus. Simply put, CFO Lee's interpretation is wrong, and he is overstepping his power, usurping the roles of our elected council members and undermining the institution of the council. His overreach puts at risk higher pay and life-saving healthcare for over 4,000 early educators in DC and childcare subsidies for hundreds of families. The council allocated funding for pay increases, and now teachers are going to see their pay cut. The district is at risk of breaking a major promise that many early educators have made life-altering decisions based on their pay increases. An early educator I spoke with last week is on the cusp of backing out of signing an offer for their first house as a first-time home buyer because of this mess the mayor has created. Another early educator I spoke with, Miss Jackie, is sitting down with her family this week to figure out if she's going to have to work until she's 85 years old. We need to raise revenue to reverse these cuts, and that can be accomplished by adopting a tax system for justice, one that asks the wealthiest of our neighbors to pay their fair share so that basic human needs can be met in the district. This is why we are proud to be a part of All In for DC, a just recovery campaign. The first 3 years of a child's life shapes every year after, yet every family needs help to ensure their baby gets their best start and has the opportunity for a limitless future. Our coalition believes that taxes are the collective price we pay for investments in essential public goods, such as our commitment under the Birth to Three law to create a world-class, well-coordinated systems of early care and education so all DC families can flourish. What do I want to wrap up with? Tax policy can help us reduce racial inequalities and exacerbate them. We urge the council to consider progressive revenue raisers, and I will submit the rest of my testimony in writing. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. And since you're in person, I think I'm going to ask my question now before we go to the virtual panel. But you skipped over some of your testimony. Are there specific recommendations you'd like to make on the record around those revenue raisers? And if so, if you could let us know if you have an estimate of how much revenue that would raise.
I will answer the first part. There are many. I will focus in my limited remarks to raising property taxes for those with McMansions. I hesitate to offer a specific number. I will say right now over 1.5 million of value with appropriate circuit breakers to protect those where the value of their neighborhood has raised while they have lived there for decades, and it wasn't like that when they bought it. I've been a property owner in Maryland. I'm a proud property owner in DC. I own a humble townhome in Ward 7. I should not be paying the same tax property in the tax property bracket, the same one as someone who owns a multi-million-dollar home in another part of the district. That's patently unfair. So I will end my comment there. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. And obviously, we'd love to have your written testimony as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, we're going to turn to our virtual witnesses, and we're going to begin with Tadra Mitchell.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Tadra Mitchell, and I'm the Chief Policy and Strategy Officer at DCFPI. Mayor Bowser's budget demands the biggest sacrifices from DC's lowest income residents, which would set back the progress that DC has made on poverty reduction and inclusion. Given this committee is tasked with matters related to taxation, DCFPI urges you to choose equitably raising revenue over balancing the budget on the backs of DC's Black and Brown residents. My testimony focuses on the harmful cut to the DC earned income tax credit, the harm of the CFO's overreach on reserves, and taxing all realized capital gains at a higher rate. The mayor's budget eliminates planned increases to the DC EITC, reducing the income boost for workers with low wages by nearly $70 million. This credit makes a big difference in workers' lives, helping them meet basic needs like rent and food. While the mayor's budget raises over $1 billion in revenue, one of the major proposals is increasing the sales tax. Combined with the EITC backtrack, these proposals would on net raise the effective tax rate on DC's residents with the lowest incomes. DC Council should restore the EITC improvements and ensure that the budget doesn't raise taxes on residents already struggling to get by. The council should also allow EITC filers to opt out of monthly payments, given it can put receipt of federal benefits at risk. The CFO overstepped his authority by forcing the mayor to replenish reserves more quickly than what the law requires, blowing a huge hole in her budget and resulting in the proposed elimination of critical programs like the Pay Equity Fund. The CFO expressed fear that creditors would downgrade DC's bond rating if lawmakers didn't quickly rebuild its reserves in 60 days, but that's an overly cautious take. Building up rainy day reserves and using them during hard times is smart financial management. And with reserves funded at 85% of full capacity, DC's current reserves management should not be viewed as anything but fiscally sound. The council should continue to fight to replenish reserves using future budget surpluses. The council could also ask the AG for an official opinion on this matter. Lastly, I participated in Councilmember McDuffie's roundtable on taxing wealth in 2021, a very important conversation about the role of taxes in closing the racial gap, which is a goal that we both share. DCFPI has done new research on this topic, highlighting that one equitable way to raise revenue to keep critical programs and services whole and close the racial wealth gap is by taxing DC's outsized concentration of wealth, a sizable share of which is held in unrealized capital gains. We tax income from wealth more favorably than income from work, benefiting very wealthy white households the most. This is partly why DC's tax code still favors the top 5%. Our tax code allows the wealthy to defer paying taxes on appreciating assets for years and sometimes decades until they're sold, and exempts a lifetime of untaxed capital gains upon death, costing tens of millions of dollars. Racial justice requires unrigging the system. DC should consider taxing capital gains separately from ordinary income and at a higher rate for taxpayers in the top 20%. DC FPI is still running some models on how to protect the bottom 80% as part of our proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Erica Williams. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee, and thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Executive Director of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, a nonprofit that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. And I want to talk to you today about the ways that the DC Council can equitably raise revenue to stave off budget cuts and program eliminations, while also advancing its goals of reducing the racial wealth gap and making our tax system more resilient for the longer term. Despite calling for shared sacrifice in the time of budget constraints, Mayor Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan demands the biggest sacrifices from DC's lowest income residents, who, because of historic and structural racism, are disproportionately Black and Brown folks. We are particularly floored at DCFPI by the acts that's been taken to first of their kind programs like baby bonds and the Pay Equity Fund, and to really innovative expansions of programs like the Earned Income Tax Credit. In addition to what my colleague Tazra Mitchell has presented, we hope the committee and council will consider the overlapping revenue proposals being put forward by DCFPI, the Tax Revision Commission, the Just Recovery DC Coalition's All In for DC campaign, and the Fair Budget Coalition. So the first idea I want to put forward is raising property taxes on high value homes. We can target a property tax increase on the top 5% of home values, introducing a progressive marginal rate system to residential properties. DCFPI and JRDC's proposal would exclude multifamily properties and any single family properties receiving an exemption based on age, ability, or veteran status, or low income. We also propose raising taxes on households with the highest incomes through closing loopholes or rate increases. DC can limit itemized deductions as proposed by the Tax Revision Commission and JRDC, dialing back a tax break that primarily goes to DC's highest income households, itemized deductions. It also could raise or impose surcharges on income above the $500,000 or $1 million thresholds with the income tax. Third is to implement a business activity tax sometime within the financial plan. The Tax Revision Commission has devised a proposal for a New Hampshire-style business activity tax for the district that would expand our tax base to businesses currently not paying into our system, thereby making our tax base broader and our revenue system more resilient and fair. And we'd also like to see the council develop and implement a split rate tax on commercial and residential property as a more sustainable and productive way to tax both land and property for our revenue system. DC can encourage the highest value use of land and better target land and property taxes to meet specific needs like funding of public transportation over the long haul. In addition, DC Council should reject the sales tax increase, especially if it's not paired with new ways of reducing taxes and boosting incomes for households at the bottom of the income distribution. That means full restoration of the EITC expansion that was intended and that was already supported by district residents in 2021, but it also could mean establishment of a local child tax credit, expansion of Schedule H, DC's property tax credit that keeps low and moderate income owners and renters in their homes. So we have lots of tools at our disposal, and we hope that council will be ready to work with us and with others across the DC ecosystem to figure out a way forward that
Erica Williams.
promises and doesn't require the lowest income to sacrifice. I'll stop there. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I may give you a little bit of time during my round just to expound on some of the specifics around what you're recommending in terms of cuts and revenue raisers. But for now, I'm going to turn next to Catherine Landfield, who has joined us virtually. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. You begin your testimony. Catherine Landfield.
Oh, I apologize. I did not think that I was next. I am ready. Sorry for that.
Nope,
Good
no
morning,
worries.
Councilmember McDuffie and committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Catherine Landfield, and I have been a resident of DC for 32 years. At Fair Budget, we represent over 40 organizational members and as many individual members, and together we advocate for policies to improve the systemic racial and economic inequalities in DC. We are also leading in the All In for DC, a tax system for justice movement. We urge you to raise revenue by taxing wealth to address the immediate and longer-term needs of the district so that our city can be a place where all residents thrive, not merely survive. This year, we recommend that council adopt 5 tax policies that can address these inequities and reverse the mayor's deep cuts. First, increase taxes on millionaires' wealth. It is totally wrong that an executive with income over $1 million should pay on average a smaller share of their income in taxes than a middle-class family of teachers earning $60,000 a year. This tax increase can be achieved by deepening progressivity on tax rates on incomes over $1 million or by a surtax on millionaires. I want to point out that research shows that tax flight is a myth, at least for the wealthy. But for those with lower incomes, however, they are forced to leave because of unaffordability. Secondly, tax capital gains more highly than income earned through labor. We support taxing capital gains income separately from work-related income using a 13% flat tax rate. This would raise approximately $174 million, enough to cover a robust DC child tax credit. Third, increase the property tax rate on homes in the top 5% of assessed values. We should be taxing residential property more progressively and investing the revenue in supporting Black homeownership and housing security, including an expansion of the Schedule H property tax relief program. By raising the taxes on the top 5% of homeowners, we could raise about $57 million. The new tax should be pegged to only tax the top 5% so that raising home values don't cause increases across the board as housing prices rise. Fourth, improve and expand Schedule H property tax relief to homeowners and renters with lower incomes. This is one of the best tax benefits that most people have never heard of. However, it's long overdue for an update, both to strengthen and expand its ability to protect residents from paying too large a share of their income in property taxes. This expansion can be managed in part with the revenue from the progressive increase in property taxes on the highest value homes. Lastly, implement a robust DC child tax credit of $1,500 per child for families up to 300% of the federal poverty line. The cost of $115 million can be covered through the millionaire's tax increase. This is best viewed as a long-term investment in an expanded tax base of the future as we decrease child poverty and improve future outcomes. Fair Budget also opposes the mayor's use of regressive sales tax increases, which will hit those with lower incomes most heavily. And we also reject the rollback of DC's earned income tax credit. The cuts to this program remove almost $70 million from the incomes of workers with low and moderate wages through the end of FY28. Taking away this foundation harms these workers and again illustrates that this is not a budget of shared sacrifices. We do not have to accept a budget that is balanced on the backs of DC's Black and brown working class and poor residents. We do not have to accept a tax system that continues to privilege white male wealth. We have the opportunity and the urgent need to tax wealth to reverse the mayor's cuts and to set DC on a path to a stronger, more equitable future. Along the way, we will have shown what shared sacrifice truly means. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to answering any question about how we can make these 5 policy shifts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Catherine Lanfield. Our next virtual witness is Liz DeBarros. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. And you begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Duffy, members of the committee and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros, and I'm the CEO of DCBIA, the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. I am a longtime resident of Ward 7. On behalf of DCBIA, thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the mayor's FY25 budget. DCBIA is the lead organization solely focused on real estate development in the district and all neighborhoods that make up our great city, and we deal daily with the economic and physical realities of building sustainable projects and communities. I will focus on 3 points. One of the main focuses of the mayor's budget is downtown. Downtown recovery and revitalization are the utmost importance to not only DCBI members, but the district as a whole. We want to see downtown thriving and bustling. And while we support and applaud the Capital One Arena deal, we need more than that to get there. That is why the funding in the proposed budget includes over $100 million for attracting and retaining businesses, assisting retail to open in our vacant spaces, fully implement the BEST Act so it is easier to start a business in DC, major downtown streetscapes projects, including in the Golden Triangle and the DuPont Circle areas, so residents and workers have more enticing areas to come to, adding tourism and marketing dollars and festivals to attract visitors. 2, another way to ensure we have a new vision for our downtown is to ensure how we change our buildings, how they're used. We support the mayor's proposed $13 million program that would place a freeze on property taxes for conversions of office buildings to new uses downtown. Entertainment complexes, hotels, educational and cultural hubs would transform our vacant property downtown into a more sustainable ecosystem in the post-COVID world. The freeze will help increase development and bring more residents and visitors to the downtown area. Lastly, the Real Property Tax Appeal Commission is a vital part of the real estate development, and it is used when disputes arise in real property tax appeals assessments. However, the commission needs oversight, increased timeliness, and further competency. To help resolve these issues, we suggest adding a part-time commissioners to help review cases faster, hire more commissioners who have commercial property experience, and increase requirements to become a commissioner to ensure that they know how to deal with the job and do it well. This has become a major issue over the past few years for the development community, and it is coming to a head with the latest proposed property assessments and continued high vacancy rates in property. So I'll end with just saying that we thank the mayor for not including property taxes in her budget, implore you and your colleagues to follow her lead in not raising or imposing new property taxes or associated taxes, deed and recordation, as we are in serious trouble that will continue to be felt in the FY26 budget. I appreciate the time to testify. That's my time.
Thank you for your testimony this morning, Liz DeBarros. Our next witness is Angelica Martinez.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Do you want to turn on your video? We can hear you, your audio.
Yes, my testimony is en Spanish. Hola, mi nombre es Angélica Martínez. Gracias por la oportunidad. Soy maestra de niños de la primera infancia. Actualmente Estoy inscrita en el programa de DC Future. Me inscribí en la Universidad del Distrito de Colombia desde otoño 2022 actualmente. Tengo 2 años de estudio y espero graduarme en el 2025. He escrito esta carta para implorar que voten por continuar con el programa de DC Future y también por el Fondo de Equidad Salarial de los futuros que DC Future nos brinda a todos los maestros del distrito un gran apoyo. Brinda a todas las maestras del distrito. Esto nos ayuda a seguirle brindando toda nuestra experiencia como maestra de la primera infancia, facilitando a todas las familias que no tienen un apoyo para el cuidado de sus hijos. Esto nos brinda a seguir cumpliendo nuestro deber como maestra y velar por la seguridad y bienestar y salud emocional de todos los niños y las familias. Somos un grupo de maestras y maestros que nos preocupamos por la educación de los niños. Estoy muy agradecida por la oportunidad que me han brindado de seguir brillando como profesional y mis metas es seguir estudiando hasta que Dios me lo permita. Y usted también para seguir brindándole apoyo a las familias. Les pido de favor que no nos quiten la ayuda y que necesitamos para continuar nuestros estudios y también pedirle que continuemos con la financiación de las becas. Pensemos que todo este esfuerzo es para ayudar a muchas familias que lo necesitan. Sinceramente, una madre, estudiante y maestra de educación de la primera infancia. Gracias. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness who signed up to testify virtually is Robert Harvey. You can turn on your.
Good morning,
Oh,
Councilman McDuffie.
morning.
Good morning, Councilman McDuffie. My name is Robert Harvey. I'm a community advocate at large. I work with a lot of organizations in the city. I have submitted my testimony, and I will start reading from the most important part because you're asking for suggestions. So here are my suggestions. We could create a marginal property tax structure that scales property taxes by value. We can enact a business activity tax. We should tax capital gains at a higher rate than income tax. Pair this with a tax credit for families in the bottom 80% of income. 77% of these new taxes would be paid by the top 5% of residents. Incomes north of $428,000 a year would bear the shared sacrifice. The prospective revenue raised would be $163 million. If we implement a business activity grant of 2%, is projected to net a tax rather, it was projected to net $300 million. This tax would be linked to economic activity rather than profit. So you'd not be harmed if business is slow. As of now, some of the most profitable businesses and services don't pay their fair share because their owners reside outside of the district and sometimes they shift their profits to other places. The aim of the BAT would only affect those businesses that aren't already paying their fair share. Not all prosperous DC businesses are subject to our primary business tax. Unincorporated professional services like firms, lobbyists, and consultants are generally exempt. Given their large presence in DC, this is a significant sum of revenue. A BAT isn't a new idea. The Tax Commission has proposed such measures before. Please work with us. We are the people we are being trifled with. This crime omnibus bill just passed. There's no way that it can be held as the cause affecting this downward trend in crime this year. Fund early childhood educator pay equity fully. Fund ERAP fully. Fear-mongering and double-speak has no place in cities. Seeking catalytic investment. Catalytic investment by definition incorporates equity. The mayor referenced catalytic investment. I'm saying all of this to say that government is always about governing the people. Government was never meant to be an in-profit, for-profit venture. And that's what it's become under this administration. My ask is that you fully fund some of these human services projects that the mayor is scared to cut, specifically like baby bonds and other things that have already been mentioned. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and your testimony this morning. We really appreciate it. Our next witness is Maria Aguilar. Good morning to you. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony if you are present. Maria Aguilar. How about David Schwartzman? I do see. You can unmute yourself. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony.
Yes, good morning. I'm David Schwartzman. I've been a DC resident since 1976. I'm a retired Howard University professor. I'm testifying on behalf of the DC State Green Party. My organization is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition. We believe that true community safety comes from investing in the community. Unfortunately, our mayor is proposing an austerity budget for fiscal year 25, claiming, quote, shared sacrifice, but once again preparing to balance the budget on the back of DC's Black and brown working class, thereby continuing the long-standing neoliberal trickle-down policies of the last 3 decades. If the council does not reject this austerity budget, the shockingly high racial economic disparities, including child poverty, homelessness, income and wealth inequality, will only increase. Please take note of the fact that now the top 5% of DC families, including millionaires, of course, pay a lower fraction of their income in DC taxes than the bottom 95%. We already heard about the millionaire paying less than middle-class family. This continued subsidy to the most wealthy residents, sources of campaign contributions, is documented by the mayor's proposed increase in the most regressive DC tax, the sales tax, with a plan to increase the 6% tax in 3 years to 7%. Now families earning less than $26,000 a year pay 5.5% of the income in sales excise tax, while those earning over 1 million pay 0.8% of the income in these taxes. Adding insult to injustice, the mayor proposes to cut the DC Earned Income Tax Credit, which adds badly needed income for low-wage workers, along with an outrageous salary cut for early childhood teachers. But there's a clear alternative to this proposed austerity budget. DC has more than adequate tax base of wealthy residents in the big corporate developer sector to not only avoid budget cuts for a working-class low-income community, but to start reducing these disparities, such as starting with the elimination of child poverty, a burden on Black and brown children, their families, and the whole community, with an adequate DC child tax credit. The Fair Budget Coalition and Just Recovery DC has offered real solutions for DC to move forward with justice and economic security for its majority working class residents. These solutions include hiking the income tax of DC's very wealthy residents, especially millionaires, as we already heard, a tax on capital gains, high-value homes, and a business activity tax. DC millionaires now have a taxable income of roughly $10 billion a year, hence a 2% surtax
David Schwartzman.
generate $200 million in revenue. The council should seriously consider shifting subsidies now going to big corporate developer sector.
David
Oh,
Schwartzman,
sorry.
your time has
What am
expired.
overtime? Let's realize the reality of DC being the nation's first human rights city. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Our next witness is Charlotte Simpson. Good morning to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Councilmember McDuffie and committee. I am Charlotte Simpson, a DC resident for 55 years, most of which time I was in Ward 5. I am a proud member of Fair Budget Coalition. I feel strongly about an equitable budget because right now, the budget of the city is are balanced on the backs of brown and Black middle-class workers. I know that our DC budget can and must make investments in these communities. My ask for the council to raise much needed revenue by increasing taxes on wealthy residents to make a shared sacrifice at this time is absolutely unnecessary for the mayor, Bowser, to make deep cuts to balance the budget. Recalibration of the DC tax code can shift a greater tax burden onto those who have the greatest financial means. DC should implement a millionaire's tax, an increase in the capital gains tax, and a tax rate increase on the highest value homes. The wealthy can pay their fair share. Cuts at this time will cause tax cuts at this time will cause critical community destabilization. Just from my own experience, I have seen several of my neighbors have to move out of DC because they had a change of circumstance, such as the death of a partner or a parent. They could no longer afford to keep their home or to move to another home in DC. This is very destabilizing and for a community to lose longtime neighbors and residents, and it changes the community. Once they left, developers bought the properties and put in high-priced condominiums, which we cannot afford, and that causes more problems for the remaining residents. There is no sound reason why the council cannot create a budget that is of true shared sacrifice. Those with high-value properties, assets, and vast finances must bear a greater share of the deficit burden. It may anger those persons, but fair is fair, and that would be fair. You can tax their capital gains higher. You can increase their property taxes at a higher rate also. Keep taxes for new developers and projects in DC. Don't give them tax breaks for everything they do. Stop giving away public land also. That would allow us time to develop more ideas and projects or partnerships that will generate revenue for DC. Given Monumental Sports $515 million is irresponsible financial management, just as is a consideration for the redevelopment of RFK Stadium at this time, perhaps later. My ask is that the council will give intricately sincere consideration to the recommendations of the Fair Budget
Charlotte
Coalition.
Simpson,
I hope
your time
you
has
will,
expired.
for time's sake, I have submitted my testimony in writing. Thank you for allowing me to address you today.
And thank you for taking the time to provide your testimony this morning. Our next witness, my understanding, you're Shelley Walker.
Good morning.
Are you testifying on the OCFO, the Office of the Chief Financial Officer?
No, I'm testifying on behalf of DSLVD. I was just placed within the wrong group, and Justin reached out and said he would just leave me here.
Okay, all right. We want to, just for planning purposes, we want to make sure we are having witnesses testify within the agency in which they intend to testify, but because it sounds like the committee made a mistake, we will let you proceed. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You'll have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. I am Shelley Walker, and I am the Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street Manager with District Bridges. Designated in 2017, the Lower Georgia Avenue Main Street supports approximately 166 small businesses and community members. LGAMS is a melting pot of legacy African-American, immigrant-owned, and new businesses. This stretch of Georgia Avenue is also home to anchor institutions such as the Howard University and the Bruce Monroe Community Park. LGAMS is one of the 6 DC Main Street grants managed by District Bridges. LGAMS was District Bridges' second awarded Main Street grant, and since 2017, each year the organization has grown. But in FY 24, as a direct result of the funding enhancements secured by the DC Council, we have been able to increase our capacity and impact already this year. I joined the District Bridges team in November of 2023. Despite being new to the team, I've already been able to provide 285 hours of direct technical assistance to LGA businesses. As a new Main Street manager, the knowledge of other Main Street managers and DB staff is invaluable. I was able to focus on building relationships with my businesses because of the support of the Director of Programming, our Ward 1 Events and Engagement Manager, our Technical Assistance Coordinator, and our Director of Marketing and Storytelling, who were all hired because of the FY 24 funding enhancement. This funding enhancement enabled LGAMS to do more than ever. Since November, when I started, we have been able to deploy $40,000 in small business grants to 12 LGA businesses, hosted 3 events and promotions this year, and are excited for our upcoming events, including Africa on the Avenue and our first year participating in Art All Night. With the support of our new Technical Assistance Coordinator, we have supported by helping small businesses with submitting robust retail grants and providing letters of support for the Great Street Grant. In Q1 and Q2, we have added 147 new followers across our social media handles because of the support of our Director of Storytelling and Marketing. I urge the DC Council to maintain the FY 24 funding enhancement in the FY 25 Main Street budget so that LGAMS and the rest of the DC Main Street programs do not lose the momentum and impact this enhancement has already made in our city in the year to come. In conclusion, LGAMS very much appreciates the support provided by DSLBD's Main Street Grant and the ongoing support of the DC Council for small businesses in the district. Lower Georgia Avenue is a long corridor, and with this additional support, we hope to be able to preserve the existing small businesses by providing them with grants, more events, and direct support to help them continue to thrive in our community. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning, Shelley Walker. Our final virtual witness for this panel is Katie Schnur. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. Begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Caitlin or Katie Schnur, and I'm the Deputy Policy Director at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. My testimony calls on the committee to restore funding for the Child Wealth Building Act of 2021 or the Baby Bonds program. This program aims to reduce DC's substantial racial wealth gap. The mayor's proposed budget slashes baby bonds funding and restructures the program in ways that will harm low-income Black and Brown children by reducing the program's reach and impact. The committee should reject the mayor's proposed changes to the baby bonds program in the FY 25 budget and restore funding to the baby bonds program across the financial plan. In the DC area, white households have 81 times the wealth of Black households. The mayor's comeback plan calls for building wealth among DC's Black residents. Yet her proposed budget guts the baby bonds program, which would do just that. In her financial plan, the mayor vastly scales back program funding by 3/4, reducing funding by $63.3 million by FY 28. As of March, the Baby Bonds Trust Fund has about $17.6 million in it. The mayor proposes to use these existing funds to cover the cost of scaled back deposits into the fund up to and through part of FY 28. Under current law, the fund should continue to grow and receive about $12 million in FY 25. But under the mayor's proposed budget, the fund would receive $0. In fact, the fund would not receive any additional dollars until FY 28, at which point it would receive only about $3.1 million. Under these changes, by FY 28, the fund would have only about $20.8 million of the $84 million it would have under current law. Low-income Black and Brown children will bear the cost of the mayor's cuts. To account for these cuts, the proposal restructures the baby bonds program, with the proposed changes applying retroactively to FY 2022. First, the BSA narrows eligibility criteria for children, limiting the pool of children to those in families with income up to 100% of the federal poverty level. This would mean only about 1,700 new babies would be enrolled in the program each year, compared to 4,150 under current law, according to the CFO. The mayor's proposal also substantially reduces the value of disbursements available to beneficiaries by reducing DC's account deposits to just $500 each year with no indexing to inflation. Currently, deposit amounts vary by income tier and go up to $1,000 and are indexed to inflation. Under the proposal, a child born in 2024 who receives the maximum annual contribution throughout the eligibility window would have just about $13,600 available at age 18, compared to about $31,600 under current law, according to an analysis by the Urban Institute. These figures are in 2042 dollars. To move the needle on the racial wealth gap, a baby bonds disbursement must expand a young person's life opportunities, such as by covering the cost of a down payment on a home. In the district, where the median sales price for a single-family home reached $1.1 million in 2020, a disbursement of less than $14,000 comes nowhere close to closing the racial wealth gap. The mayor's proposal is harmful and short-sighted. As many others have said, we can't cut our way to prosperity or balance the budget on the backs of Black and Brown children. The council should restore funding to the baby bonds program across the financial plan and revert to its original design. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Katie Schnurr, and thank you for everybody who testified on this panel virtually. I want to give, I heard similar recommendations from a number of witnesses. And I know we have multiple witnesses from Spaces in Action, as well as from DC Fiscal Policy Institute. I want to ask first Liz DeBarros a question, but just so you can think about where I'm going next with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, there are a number of recommendations that you made, and I know you didn't quite get to everything that you wanted to recommend. I do have written testimony though. And so I want to ask you next about what you're recommending in terms of revenue raisers. And I'd love for you to talk about it. But bearing in mind that some of the things you're recommending have more of a short-term turnaround, and some of the things may need a little bit more work in terms of like business activity tax that I've heard some people talk about. And I know that Erica Williams, you were a member of the Tax Revision Commission. And so I'd love to hear the DC Fiscal Policy Institute witnesses, however you choose, to talk more specifically about some of the recommendations there, and which recommendations can be implemented by the council in the current budget versus some of the things that might need a little bit more work or time for the council to turn them around. But first, I want to ask Liz DeBarros. I don't think we have your testimony in writing just yet, but there were some specific things that you mentioned that I didn't quite get everything around the mayor's proposed budget that you would like to see stay in place. But then you also mentioned at least one thing I thought that was outside of the mayor's proposed budget that would positively, in your view, impact the business community. So if you could concisely just talk about what you're recommending that this committee could consider.
Thank you. Yes, we do support the mayor's proposed $13 million program, the freeze on property taxes for conversions of office buildings into new uses. We also support the BEST Act. We support the $100 million for attracting and retaining businesses, for bringing retail to vacant spaces and fully implementing that act, especially this impact on streetscape with the Golden Triangle and DuPont Circle. What we are recommending to look at that's outside of the budget is the OTR process for assessments. Given what's going on with the buildings, commercial property downtown and the vacancies and the major seismic sort of shift with the office buildings, we think that there is a need to include more resources for OTR to go over these assessments. Once it gets to the place where it's appealed, they're not, even the annual report shows that only 8% of the Class 1 residential, including single family and multifamily cases, were reduced, and only 4% of the Class 2 office cases were reduced for the tax year in 2023. We suspect the percentage of appeals reduced in tax year 2024 will be even lower. So the number of appeals filed in tax year 23 went down 20% from tax year 22. So it's not as though they didn't have time. So we're currently focused on RIPTAC because of,
Okay.
the RIPTAC cases. So we're concerned that there's not a understanding of what's going on in the office market right now.
Okay, and I was gonna actually hone in on whether your concerns were more with OTR and the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, or with the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission and the second level appeals.
Yeah, we think that there's a need for both. There's a need to increase resources for Office of Tax and Revenue to review the assessments, and then so that RIPTAC also can get a good sense of what's going on in the market now. And if I can just add to, we just do not think that raising property taxes is the answer. It just will exacerbate the commercial property tax decline. That's something I think that we need to be very, very clear on.
Thanks for your testimony. Let me turn next to the witnesses testifying on behalf of the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. If you could, some insights on the question that I posed previously.
Yeah, thanks for the questions, Councilmember McDuffie. And I think it's important to have this conversation, and especially in this committee that has so much to say on tax policy in the district. We have lots of tools at our disposal to meet the moment and to not backtrack in the way that the mayor's budget proposal does. There are, as you said, several of the proposals that have been put on the table that could be implemented very easily and quickly. So that includes a residential property tax increase. And again, we're talking about a marginal rate increase on the top 5% of homes. So not everybody, a very small share with very high value properties in the district.
And that 5% is what range of value are we talking about?
That's a taxable assessed value above $1.5 million. And I just want to emphasize that that is not the same as like what your potential sales price on Zillow would say, right? That is your assessed taxable value. And it's just 5% of homes. You could raise that threshold a bit if there's more appetite for it. I think it's just 2% of homes that have taxable assessed value above 2 million. So we're really talking about the highest value homes in the district. And, that captures a lot of the very, very high value homes, the ones worth 10 million, 15 million, and so forth. I believe Jeff Bezos has a home worth 40 million here in the district, and it's taxed at the same low rate as all of the other properties here. That could be easily implemented. The income tax changes that have been put forward could be easily implemented. Capital gains tax rate could be shifted easily. I will say that there's a companion proposal that we have to eliminate the provision called the stepped up basis that allows folks to transfer wealth upon death without anyone ever paying taxes on the gains that happened before the transfer. I think that would take a little bit more time for OTR to figure out how to track people's assets and wealth to be able to make sure folks are actually paying tax on those gains. So those are the shorter term items, and obviously child tax credit and Schedule H, if we were to expand those things, would be easily done as well. The longer term, but I think what could be done within this financial plan would be the business activity tax and a system for looking at land value and property tax, like split rate structure for those two things. With the business activity tax, I think you asked an earlier panel, like, are there ways to start implementing? We really think that one way we could start to get at what we would actually bring in revenue-wise from a business activity tax is by putting kind of a ghost form out there to have folks fill it out with the information that they can easily retrieve from their federal tax forms, to start to determine like what would we raise from the businesses that aren't currently paying into our system? How would it affect businesses that are currently paying into the system? And kind of get everybody prepared for the eventuality of this new tax. It will broaden our tax base. It is a long-term plan for making our tax system more resilient. And when we think about things like the commercial property decline that Liz DeBarros was talking about, we should be thinking about ways that we are making up for that in our revenue system, right? We need to recognize the shift that's happening in our economy and do something about it so that we have stable, resilient revenues for the long term. So those are the sort of short term and long term. And I don't know if Tazra wants to jump in and weigh in on the revenues or the reserve side of things, but that's another fix for right now.
I'll ask Tazra Mitchell about that if she wants to jump in. Before I do that, in terms of the business activity tax and the stepped up basis that you mentioned in your testimony, do you have a sense of, and I think your testimony, your written testimony may speak to some estimates in terms of revenues that might be generated, but are you talking about proposals to lay the groundwork for those that would generate revenue within the 4-year financial plan that the council is considering in the mayor's budget?
Yes, absolutely. What we know about the stepped up basis based on ORA's analysis is that costs us about 30 million in foregone revenues each year. It could be more than that. I think, that's an estimate based on what they know. With the business activity tax, that's a low rate tax that can be dialed up or down. And so I think we could figure out what our revenue target is and try and design the tax rate that will get us that. And I think some of that will depend on whether council wanted to take on some of the Tax Revision Commission's other proposals to sort of eliminate other kinds of business taxes that might be onerous or that would no longer be necessary given the existence of a business activity tax. But, that could raise under the Tax Revision Commission's proposal, a few $100 million, $275 million is what we put out that could pay for.
How long do you anticipate it might take though to lay the groundwork, and what fiscal year would it start to hit our books in terms of generate revenue?
Well, I think, when we've initially talked with the tax or with OTR, they've said, maybe FY27, it could come online as soon as that. We just had a conversation on Friday with the New Hampshire tax department about implementation of they call it the business enterprise tax. And they actually did it much more immediately than what OTR has told us it would take here. So I think there's some conversation to be had about what's really necessary, but I think we'd need, we might want to put a ghost form out there for like a year to pull some data and information and get as much data as we could, and then put together an implementation strategy. But I don't see why we couldn't do it within the 4-year financial plan. And so just to emphasize, in New Hampshire, they did it when they decided on the tax, they implemented it right away. And they had a couple of provisions that they put in place to ensure that they didn't cause any undue harm to some of the small businesses that were just learning how to pay that tax.
What year did New Hampshire implement its tax?
In the 80s.
It's been around. So I'd be curious if there's any information that you all have seen in terms of what the impact has been on the business community, whether concerns that are being raised by business advocates and others about implementing that sort of tax, whether or not any of those concerns were raised in New Hampshire and came to fruition in terms of any negative impact on businesses or a particular industry within the business community.
Yeah, we have a couple more. We had another conversation that I wasn't there for, but that I'll take a look at. And then there's one more conversation with folks in New Hampshire from the business community to kind of get their take. So
Okay.
I will report back.
Okay. Tazra Mitchell, if there's anything you want to share with the committee about the reserves, we'd love to hear.
Sure. I would just really encourage the committee to push hard against the CFO on his demands to replenish the timeline faster than what the law requires. We have 4 reserves as a district, 2 are federally mandated, 2 are locally mandated, and the one in question is the fiscal stabilization reserve. DC Council set the rules for that reserve. You all are also the appropriators, not the CFO, so you should decide whether or not you want to follow you should follow what's in the law, and you could pay it more quickly if you want, but the CFO should not be making demands of you to do so because that's not his place. Right now, we have 51 days of operating expenses in the reserves. 60 days is the goal, but our current law says, given that we have these other 3 reserves that are almost at 100% capacity, we can refill this true rainy day fund with future budget surpluses. Of course, one did not materialize this year, but perhaps in future years we'll have one, and that's when we should replenish this reserve. It's costing us $253 million through 2027. And that, again, is part of the reason why we're seeing the pay equity fund eliminated in the mayor's budget. We have the highest bond rating possible. We have a higher cash reserve than the median across the country, which is 46 days. So I encourage you all to continue to negotiate with the CFO who is overstepping his power with his demands. And potentially you could consider getting the Attorney General involved and getting his official opinion on this. And because I do think the questions that you've raised on this panel is it is a very tight budget. We will either have to shift money around or raise revenue. And I agree with Joanna Blotner, it has to be a both and approach. But fixing the reserves issue will free up $253 million, more than any one of the revenue ideas that you've heard before this panel today.
All right. And then the issue of the district short-term borrowing to address any potential challenges over the course of the fiscal year was something that has come up. I don't know if you all have a position on that. I know the mayor in her testimony before the council last week was pretty clear in her position on there not being any law preventing the District of Columbia from short-term borrowing. Do you all have a position on that?
Yeah, and I will say when we were working on reserves a couple of years ago, we talked to the CFO and they said that at no point did they use more than 75% of the cash flow reserve. So that's our biggest reserve. It's over $800 million. So the idea that we'd actually have to borrow perhaps is up in the air for me. But I agree with the mayor. I think that short-term borrowing has such a low expense. And the gain is, of course, that we get to invest immediately in programs that support people who are low income and struggling. So I think the trade-off is worth it if we get to that point, which again is up in the air for me, given the way that we've spent down our reserves.
Okay. All right. I want to thank the witnesses who testified on this panel. If anybody would like to supplement what they've already provided the committee in writing based on the questions that we've asked, we'd love to get that information. But we do thank you for the time you've taken to provide your testimony. We have 2 more witnesses who actually are in person that we want to hear from right now. And that is Kunta Bedney, who's here. If you can come on up and take a seat, and Moshe Pasternak, who's also here in person. Final 2 witnesses before we transition to the next agency. And for planning purposes, the next agency is the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. We'll hear from those witnesses next. And good morning to both of you. Thanks for joining us. I think the first person who actually signed up was Moshe Pasternak, so we'll start with you.
Thank you, council member, and thank you, staff, for working with some flexibility there. My name is Mo Pasternak. I'm a Ward 2 resident, supporter of the All In for DC campaign, and a volunteer with Jews United for Justice. I'm here to ask you to raise my taxes and also assert your authority over the appointed CFO and fund the Pay Equity Fund. Jews recently celebrated the holiday of Purim. The book of Esther concludes with a description of Mordecai raising taxes. King David provides another example of a celebrated leader who raised taxes to fund community priorities. Additionally, in the times of temple sacrifices, required offerings were different for people depending on their wealth. Unfortunately, the mayor's budget proposal actually further exacerbates inequality in our city with an increase in the sales tax and cut to the earned income tax credit. DC already has some of the most extreme inequality in the country between rich and poor, and also between Black and white. An Urban Institute study found that white households in DC have a net worth 81 times greater than Black households. Our tax system is one of a plethora of drivers of this inequality, and I believe that the council has an obligation to advance a system that will address this injustice. Right now, DC taxes residential property at a single rate, meaning that I, as an owner of a lovely DuPont Circle condo, pay property taxes at the same rate as someone who owns a small studio far away from public transit or other amenities. DC has seven brackets for personal income tax. We recognize the benefit of a progressive taxation system for income, and even commercial property has multiple brackets. We all agree that there are major funding pressures and DC needs more revenue. So let's find a way to raise it and avoid harmful cuts to essential social services. The mayor wants to talk about shared sacrifice, but refuses to raise taxes on capital gains that overwhelmingly flow to the top 1% of residents. I have a brokerage account. I live in an expensive home, and that's why I'm here again to ask you to raise my taxes. I'd be happy to pay more, and it would not materially affect my quality of life. In contrast, the investments we could make would be life-changing. And also, lastly, I know I'm over time. I just want to, again, ask you to restore funding to the Pay Equity Fund, rather than the reserves. And there are plenty of people who have already testified with more knowledge on the nuance there. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. You were actually over. You had 30 more seconds left if you wanted to use it, but just a warning, beep first. We'll turn next to Kunta Bedney. Good morning, and glad you could make it here in person. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Kunta Bedney. I'm a native Washingtonian from Ward 8 and a council member for the Eastern Atlantic States Region Council of Carpenters. I want to thank Chair McDuffie and the committee for the opportunity to testify today here at the Budget and Economic Development Oversight hearing. I have been a member for the Carpenters Union for almost 20 years. It was a no-brainer decision for me to join the Carpenters Union that truly changed my life. I made mistakes. I dropped out of high school. I ran the streets. I was incarcerated. But I knew when I came home, I needed to make change. Through the Eastern Atlantic States Region Council of Carpenters Union Apprenticeship Program, I was able to put my life in a position to provide for myself and my family. I have the support system to ensure I stay away from the streets, such as wages, healthcare, and a pension plan. As a council representative, I feel as though I had the responsibility to help others like me who have come from the same situation to find a career that will help them provide for their families. Hard-working Washingtonians are being told that they cannot work on construction projects, or because it'll cost too much, or they're not skilled enough to work on these projects. I like to say they are excuses, and we need to find solutions. How can we say we are for bettering the lives of our neighbors, curbing violence in our community, and raising wages for workers, while also taking tools away to help them and put them to work, such as cutting jobs at DOES, the apprenticeship office, for an example. A job and career is about dignity, and I'm here today to tell you that my career helped save my life. And I call on you to ensure more opportunities through this budget. I know that city council does not hire people, but we depend on you to put strong policies in place to protect workers and help the underserved community get out of poverty and to get some type of sustainability in life to live and with good wages. We need no more job fairs, no more career fairs. We need fair jobs and fair careers. This will help cut crime and violence. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this morning. Let me ask, Kunta Bedney, are there some specific things you want this committee to look at in terms of policies or specific programs within the budget of our cluster to address some of the challenges that you just mentioned in terms of fair career and fair jobs? Because I agree with you. I think we need more of those opportunities, but also I think there needs to be more specific outreach to the communities that could most benefit so that they understand what those opportunities actually look like.
Yes, so you know, as I went to DC public schools and
What school?
I went to Dunbar Senior High School, dropped out in 11th grade. Didn't see college was for me, so I feel like I didn't have a need to finish, and I was becoming a product of my environment. And I believe if I would have known about how much money I could be making now, you're looking at someone with a GED, no college, that makes 6 figures a year through the construction industry. If I would have known about these opportunities, I probably would have made better decisions if I would have known earlier about what the trades offer.
Well, I agree with you, but to your point, I think there is a gap. I think access to information is a barrier that prevents a lot of young people from pursuing careers in the trades. I also think, some of the decisions that have been made in the past that disinvested in trade schools in the District of Columbia have limited the opportunities. But even where the opportunities exist at fantastic schools like Phelps, which is an A school, architecture, construction, engineering, you go there and visit with them like I have many times in the past, you find far fewer students than you'd like to see at that school.
Yes, because I think we do a poor job of letting kids know, like kids, when they hear of like construction, it's like construction in one box, right? So they don't know what a carpenter day look like, what electrician they look like, what a plumber's day look like. So we have to do a better job of explaining to them, like, these are the opportunities for you, such as I go to Phelps, I go to Blue State. We have a program over there. For an example, one kid, he seen his friend go through some trauma, so he was disarray, was disengaged in the class. So the instructor asked me to come in and talk to the kid. So I went in there, I talked to the kid, we went through the lesson, we built a little birdhouse. And when we built the birdhouse, I asked him at the end, you see what you created, you see what you done? His eyes blew up as big as dollar pieces because I'm like, you could put this online and sell it. So now he realized that the lesson wasn't this for him to learn. He actually realized he built something that he could actually make money off of. So we don't give them the opportunities and draw the pictures for them so what they could see, then we're not doing the job that we need to do.
Right. So what I'd love for you to do, if you don't have specific recommendations today, is provide this committee with specific recommendations about how to better engage that community of young men and women who don't see the connection between the trades and real economic opportunity. Because I've talked to you before, and I know you're doing what you can, but I think the city perhaps should be doing significantly more. I'm just not sure exactly what that looks like. I do think, and I've talked to people like, different organizations like Black Women for Justice that have specific recommendations about reestablishing traditional trade schools, not just the what do we call them now? The CTs, the construction trade, the CTEs, I can't even remember what the acronym stands for. Career Technical Education Academies. because they don't go far enough. They don't provide enough opportunity. They don't connect with the communities in the way that trade schools used to. I say it all the time, and maybe, but I think it's worth repeating for this conversation. My dad did not, he went to all the schools in the neighborhood. Brookland Elementary, the original Brookland Elementary, Langley Junior High, but he decided he wanted to be an electrician, so he didn't go to McKinley Tech like his brothers. He went to Bell Vocational School, which at the time that he attended was all male, but he had a job as soon as he finished. He served the country a couple of years in the service, and he worked in District of Columbia government as an electrician on the payroll for the government for his career. He saw that opportunity as a young, person, 13, 14 years old. And to your point, which I agree with, I don't think young people at that age are similarly seeing the opportunity in the trades. Sure, please.
Yes, to your point, he knew that it was a job at the end. So he seen the reward. So my prime example for me, when I came home, I knew that I was a convicted felon. So I knew my opportunities were limited. So I said, if I could get in this apprenticeship program, I knew how much money I was going to make as a first year, second year, third year, fourth year to our journeyman out. And that gave me, if I knew that when I started my apprenticeship back then, it was like $13, 13 and some change. And second year was like 16. The next year was like 18. And then I got to 23. So I knew if I could make $23 an hour in my situation, that I could kind of like be okay when I made my decision to join the Carpenters Union. And that was my vision. And once I got there, now I'm looking at my annuity statement. I'm looking at my pension statement. I'm a healthcare provider for my family. Now my whole thought of training has changed on, I don't go hang out at night no more. I don't go run the streets no more. I have something to lose. And the decision that I make is for my family. So if we don't give them that clear vision, we're doing a disservice. So I would like to work closely with the council. I would like to work. I sit on the WIC board for apprenticeship programs. I work with the community. I work with Care Streets. I work with Ward 5 violence prevention. I'm trying to do the best that I could do, but I need more opportunities in order to turn the numbers, in order to get the results that we're looking for.
I think you need more of a captive audience too. I think you need more young folks, who are specifically organized to hear from you, because it has seemingly been an uphill battle to try to get the word out about those opportunities that exist in those trades. So I do appreciate your testimony. Look forward to engaging you even more with the work that we're doing at the committee. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Appreciate it. We're going to shift to the witnesses who have signed up to testify on the Committee on Economic Development, Planning and Economic Development. And we're going to start with former Councilwoman and Chair of the Committee on Economic Development, who's taken time to join us for testimony, and that is Dr. Charlene Jarvis. Good morning to you, Dr. Jarvis. Glad you could join us this morning. We'd love to hear your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to be here with you this morning, and I'm pleased to testify on the mayor's 2025 budget proposal that allocates monies to attract and retain businesses in the District of Columbia. It's a wise investment. Businesses are a critical part of the economy of the District of Columbia. They are job creators and taxpayers. Restaurants, for example, create jobs for managers and wait staff and chefs and dish handlers and cleanup crews and auditors and attorneys and other businesses. Technology companies are job creators in the highly specialized and ever more sophisticated technologies like AI, but they also employ receptionists and caterers and cleaning crews and financial officers and accountants and drivers and conference planners. The owners of the properties of each of those companies pay taxes to the District of Columbia in sales taxes or property taxes or fees. Those taxes or fees literally feed the tax base of the city that allows the mayor and council to make decisions about the spending for every program in every ward of the city. In the mayor's business attraction and retention efforts, a business may choose to use any one of several incentives provided by the DC government to start or enhance a business. For example, if the business uses the district's favorable interest rate financing of industrial revenue bonds to start or enhance its business, the district requires that the first source of employment goes to district residents throughout the 8 wards. That district-based contractors should share a certain percentage of the contracts, and often that training programs in the specialized fields be made available to district citizens. Downtowns in cities throughout the country are major job generators and create tax benefits that are used for government programs throughout the city's neighborhoods. I am concerned that there is a false narrative circulating in this budget season here that the mayor's focus on reviving the business sector in the downtown is taking resources away from other parts of the city. In truth, the revival of the business sector downtown will create jobs for people who live in all of the 8 wards and will feed the entire tax base that pays for police and for schools and for social services and for salary increases for childcare workers. My advice is please don't bite the hand that feeds the tax base by this false narrative that downtown eliminates opportunities for our citizens in other parts of the town. I think it's also important that citizens distinguish between the year-to-year operating budget and the capital budget, in which a project like the arena is financed and paid for over time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the support that businesses bring to the District of Columbia in job creation and tax benefit.
And thank you, Councilmember, for your testimony this morning and taking the time to provide it. I think it's great that you have taken the time to provide that testimony because you bring a lot of experience with the District of Columbia, its government, and the budget process, given that you served in this position before over many of these committees, of which I have jurisdiction over as chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. And I want to give you an opportunity just to expound a bit, because I think there is some tension in terms, at least tension in terms of how public feels about the mayor's proposed budget, in that there are hundreds of millions of dollars in the capital budget for arena renovations at Capital One. At the same time, there are proposed cuts to certain vital programs, some of which I mentioned in my opening testimony, and you heard a number of witnesses talk about in terms of pay equity fund, the Child Wealth Building Act, also known as baby bonds, and other programs. And then there are proposals to raise revenues like the sales tax, which some view as regressive because of its impact on residents across the District of Columbia, regardless of their ability to pay. So how would you provide some context for those who see it as regressive in terms of some of the proposals that are being made in the mayor's budget and their desire to see the council put in place policies that raise revenues in other ways? You know, you've heard people say we should, look at taxing property. We should, look at other ways to raise revenue in this budget that have not been proposed by the mayor. So it's a long question, but I'm sure you got every bit of it. And what I'm really looking for is just maybe some historical context and how we've done things in the past and why you believe that certain investments downtown are important to benefit the entire city.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you remember at the beginning of my comments, I said I was testifying on the mayor's intention to have dollars in the budget, 2025 budget, to attract and retain businesses. And then my point was that businesses pay taxes into the District of Columbia and they create jobs. So a part of the budget that says we are going to attract and retain more businesses means essentially that we are attracting and retaining more opportunities for job creation, and that we are attracting businesses and retaining businesses that are paying taxes into the tax base, which is a reason to spend some time attracting and keeping businesses that are already in the district. So the narrative that has been created is that attracting and retaining business, but particularly attracting and also retaining, because they were talking about the arena, that downtown development is development that takes away from other things in the budget. And my essential point was that the taxes that are paid by businesses when they come into the District of Columbia and taxes that are paid when they are retained within the District of Columbia are taxes which go to feed our entire tax base and to create jobs that are jobs that go to people, residents in each of our 8 wards. So I wanted to get away from the narrative that says that downtown development is taking away, when in fact, downtown development creates the opportunity for jobs and taxes. The District of Columbia government does not create jobs except for the District of Columbia. But what it does do is support the development of businesses that create those jobs, and even high-tech jobs or businesses bring jobs into the district for people who are trained not in high-tech, but they may be trained in catering or driving. So I don't think that the narrative that says that stimulating business development is responsible for the cuts that are coming into the budget. One of the things that has happened in our budget is that commercial property taxes, those are business taxes, that have served as a big portion of the District of Columbia budget, have failed to support the budget in the way they have in the past because people are still working at home. The fact that commercial property taxes were so big a part of our tax base is one indication of why it is important to continue to attract businesses that bring more jobs and serve the tax base. So I don't think we can look at the development of business, which brings jobs and taxes, as a reason that some of the other cuts are being made in the budget. In fact, business development supports increases in dollars from businesses that go into the tax base and create more jobs, which in themselves create more taxes. So I wanted to get away from that narrative. That helping business creation create jobs brings taxes and brings jobs.
I appreciate that. I think that's an important point. I also, there was I don't know if you heard his testimony, but Kunta Bedney was testifying about the importance of the trades. He works at the Carpenters Union and talked about being a returning citizen, having served a period of incarceration, but the fact that he's making 6 figures and he wants to be able to see more young people in the District of Columbia see the trades as a pathway to economic opportunity and security. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but when I hear people like yourself talk about the importance of business retention and attraction, I think about the fact that today in 2024, it seems like there are far fewer young people who look at being a carpenter, being an electrician, plumber, somebody who works in HVAC, see that as an opportunity. And we also see far fewer trade schools today than there were some decades ago. I don't know if you have any thoughts on the jobs that are being created. I know high tech is something that you mentioned, and obviously there are opportunities because of the way our economy keeps changing and keeps, I think we're seeing the types of technological advancements that allow for the sorts of opportunities that you're referencing. But I also think there's still opportunities in some of the traditional trades, given that, and I don't know, it's the last time you tried to hire a plumber or a carpenter, but I know when my wife and I were looking, you see a lot of companies in Maryland and other places, and not as many, it seems like, in DC proper that offer those types of services. Any initial thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, first of all, let me say that tech companies and every other kind of company in the District of Columbia requires plumbers and carpenters and people that are in the trades. And to your point, is it important that we have more training in those areas? Of course, you know that there is an apprenticeship council. But Mr. Chairman, I will tell you that in my thinking back over that, one of the problems with many of our residents in the trades is that they have to have some further training in math. That even for carpentry, which you think doesn't require it, carpenters have to be very skillful at measurement. So if you ask me what one solution is, it is to make sure that our young people are coming out of their elementary school classes knowing math, and they're coming out of their junior high school classes knowing math, because apprentices require math to get through their apprenticeship training. The apprenticeship council can then make sure that those students are being connected to the apprenticeship councils in plumbing or electricity or et cetera.
Yes.
But it is very, very important to get our young people trained in math so they can get through the apprenticeship program.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate you taking the time to testify. I guess my last question would be, what about the importance? You mentioned the $515 million investment in the arena. You mentioned the distinction between operating and capital budgets in the District of Columbia, which I think is an important distinction. But I wanted to just maybe if you had just a few second, really quick response to the importance of connecting young people in jobs and opportunity to all the economic activity that will flow from a $515 million investment in monumental sports and constructing that arena. How important is it to you as a former council member, as a resident of the District of Columbia paying taxes, that the jobs that are created go to DC residents, and that the business opportunities, the contracting opportunities that flow from that $515 million go to DC-based businesses, particularly minority women-owned businesses?
Mr. Chairman, part of my testimony was exactly in that. I didn't give it, but of course, in the District of Columbia, we have requirements that if a business has been enabled by resources of the city or by incentives for the city, that there is a first source employment agreement. That means they must sign a first source agreement, employment agreement that says District of Columbia citizens will be the first source of employment. They must also agree that a certain percentage of contracts go to district-based businesses. And those are contractual obligations that are signed. And that is the leverage, Mr. Chairman, that in your committee and in the mayor's office, we have made sure exists, so that we leverage our support for a project like the arena. And we say to the arena folks, first source for job is the district. Contracts for district businesses are clear, and that's the kind of leverage that we can use when we have agreed to support a business development interest. It will create jobs. It does that. But we want the jobs first to go to city residents. It will create contacts. It will do that. but we want a certain part of those contracts to come to the city and to minority and women-owned businesses. It's already the law.
Yep. I appreciate that, Councilmember. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We go and call our witnesses. We're going to start with witnesses who are here in person. I saw William Jordan. How about Abi Shakur? Michael Mullins Whitaker? And Isaac Brooks Fishman. Y'all can come up. And while y'all are coming up to testify in person, I'll just say on that last point about hiring DC residents and DC contractors. As the former chair of this committee and council member stated, it's so important to make sure that we are leveraging our district dollars to implement that sort of positive economic activity in the District of Columbia. But I think it's also important to note that the first source requirement is a floor, as is the contracting requirements in the District of Columbia. That 35% requirement is a floor, it's not the ceiling. And I think we should be doing a lot more to demand of contractors and those who receive a government benefit to increase those numbers, and so they aren't simply meeting the minimum requirements. With that, I'm going to turn to William Jordan. Thank you for being here this afternoon, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is William Jordan. I'm a member of the Park Morton Resident Council's Equity Team. We request, no demand, that the mayor and council provide Park Morton residents with the same respect, treatment, equitable opportunities to prosper while creating a better city as you do monumental sports in Ted Leonsis and his family. We request that budget language be crafted to allow Park Morton Resident Council and its development partners to submit a competitive proposal for the development based on the Park Morton Equity Plan for Park Morton Phase 2 on site, as well the Bruce Monroe site, including the $61 million in capital funding that has been made available. In December of 2023, the sole source land disposition agreement awarded to the incumbent development Parkview Community Partners in 2016 expired and should be recompeted. Also, the new director of the DC Housing Authority, Keith Pettigrew, agreed to reevaluate on-site Phase 2 and with an eye toward greater resident participation, ownership, career, and resident business opportunities. The new role for Parkview Community Partners in this case is to be determined. Further, HUD has waived the federal replacement unit requirement and authorized the use of RAD for Park Morton redevelopment, providing an opening for greater project flexibility. The Parkview Community Partners and DNPED failed to provide residents with an alternative build first plans and sites in the neighborhood as promised, and resulting over 80% of residents being displaced. Given these factors, we'd like to ask that the Park Morton residents be getting TOPA rights at Bruce Monroe, as well as on site, require a new law that, okay, no, I skipped that. As well as language to prevent intimidation. We've been working with development partners for years at Park Morton to come up with alternatives to include employment, to include businesses, to include new alternatives for Bill First, and they are often intimidated away from working with us because of our council member as well as DNPED, and I'd be glad to provide in private the evidence to that. If I could, I also wanted to testify about DSLBD. Can I do that quickly?
I mean, you have 3 minutes to testify, so.
Okay, I'm going to show some pictures and.
Well, I'm happy to have you show the pictures at some point, but what we're on right now, Ms. Jordan, are.
I know, but when I signed up, they asked me, so I have to come back and do that.
You could have testified with whichever agencies you prefer to within 3-minute time frame as every witness gets. So,
Okay,
yeah.
I see how the system works, but okay, well, I'll say that, for DSLBD related, that, district bridges, 14th Street, Main Street need to be defunded. And that funded sent to Career Paths DC, which is our clean team entity. And what I was showing up, my pictures will show the deteriorated state of 14th Street and the business environment they were responsible for helping to make. And we need to go in a different direction, but we need that money to go to a group who's actually out there doing some work, trying to make a difference in an area that is, forgive my language, crap hole. And it shouldn't be, because it used to look like
Yeah.
this.
And anything you have in writing, we obviously will accept, and we'll make sure it goes toward the appropriate agency in which you'd like to testify. We do appreciate your time. We're going to turn next to Avi Shakur. Good morning to you. Beginning testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. I will say I'm a bit under the weather, dealing with some health issues right now, so I'll try to keep it brief. But I am a community organizer with the group Jews United for Justice, along with a couple of my colleagues here. I'm here to reiterate what my colleagues have shared about the need to raise revenue through progressive tax proposals. I think I will push back on what we heard the council member speak on just before this, and that, like, I think the narrative of business and economic development not coming at the cost of resources to our communities is not true. I think we are seeing that as things like the Pay Equity Fund are being cut, that the mayor's priorities for economic development are being prioritized in many cases at the expense of our communities, specifically of Black and Brown working class women. I want to urge you to look at proposals like a tax on high value homes, as my colleagues have shared, as well as the business activities tax, and forgive me, I'm forgetting the last proposal, but the tax on high value homes is definitely one of our top priorities. Again, we do not want to see, we understand the importance of business in our communities. They do provide jobs, they do provide taxes, but that cannot come at the expense of resources in our communities as well. Things like the Pay Equity Fund are meant to close gaps in systemic inequities that we've seen for generations, and we need to fund those things because there is no other way. Yes, businesses do provide jobs to our communities, but more is needed from the government to close those systemic gaps. And so we must fund those things. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony here this afternoon. Our next witness is Michael Mullins Whitaker. Good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, dear esteemed members of the council. Happy Pride. My name is Michael Mullins Whitaker. As a proud resident of Ward 6, an active community leader, and the donor engagement manager at the Capital Pride Alliance, my identity as a queer man of color is not just personal, it's a testament to the progressive strides of our society that our society has made. Today, I carry not only my story, but the collective narratives of our vibrant LGBTQ+ communities, including those voices often left in the shadows. I am here passionately advocating for the allocation of $5.25 million towards World Pride in the District of Columbia's FY 2025 budget. This funding isn't merely financial support, it's a lifeline, a symbol of our city's unwavering commitment to inclusivity, diversity, and the well-being of every community member, especially those historically muted. This investment will catapult DC to the forefront as a national beacon of diversity and inclusion, with an estimate 2 to 3 million people from around the globe expecting to join us. We have a unique opportunity to demonstrate the power of community, a force that will shape the future of all Pride, and set a precedent for how we support every individual regardless of identity. Imagine the first time attending at Pride, navigating their journey, their self-acceptance and discovery. For many, this event will be a pivotal moment of belonging, a space where they can finally embrace their true selves, perhaps even for the first time. The sense of community, acceptance, and love they experience has the power to transform lives. This is why your support is critical. It's not just about funding an event or programming. It's about investing in life-changing experiences that inspire individuals to live openly and authentically. As someone who stands at the crossroads of multiple intersecting identities, I understand the critical need for representation and visibility. World Pride will celebrate the rich tapestry of community, fostering an environment of acceptance and understanding. It will also shine and add a spotlight on Black, brown, and trans individuals, offering a platform for voices that often are marginalized. The barriers to employment and economic opportunity are significantly higher for Black, brown, and trans communities. This proposed funding and the activities surrounding World Pride will not only create jobs and internships, but also open doors for also open up doors with strong emphasis on inclusion and equity. Hosting World Pride is an opportunity to increase our city's economy, enhance our global representation as a leader in human rights, and most importantly, unite our community in support of diversity and inclusion. It will foster a sense of belonging and solidarity, encouraging everyone to work together towards a more inclusive future. I'm urging the council to approve the $5.2 million funding of World Pride. I also stress the importance of maintaining a commitment to equality by waiving the city services fees for such events. Thank you.
And thank you for your well-timed and important testimony. We appreciate it. Isaac Brooks Fishman is next to.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Isaac Brooks Fishman. I live in Shaw in Ward 1. I'm a volunteer with Jews United for Justice, community of DC Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. I'm also a supporter of the All In for DC campaign. As this committee considers funding for economic development in DC, I'm here to urge increasing revenue through taxation of high-value homes like those in which I and other affluent DC residents live. As a homeowner in a deeply unequal neighborhood in DC, I know the revenue this would raise is a critical resource to invest in my community, to support my neighbors, and ultimately help everyone in the city. I live in a row house in Shaw, valued at over $1 million. My neighbor on one side is another affluent white family, which moved in a year after me. My neighbor on the other side is a Black family of far less means that has lived in its home for decades, long before gentrification of the neighborhood. This family has damage to their house, including a tree growing out of the side of the house, causing damage which the family cannot afford to repair, as the tree presses against my house and drops leaves that clog my gutters. So in my area of Shaw, we see wealth equality every day, and the inequality hurts everyone. When a substantial part of the neighborhood cannot pursue home maintenance projects, the result is difficulty for the rest of the neighborhood as well. When some struggle to put food on the table, the result is more noise, more littering, more petty crime. Inequality hurts first and foremost struggling families, and especially Black and brown families and those of lower socioeconomic status. But in truth, inequality hurts everyone. In Judaism, there is a teaching in the Talmud in Bava Batra that neighbors share in the costs of their shared and neighboring spaces. I can easily afford to pay higher property taxes, though even my home is well below the 1.5 million assessed value that All In for DC proposes as a threshold for a property tax increase. It is meaningless to have a house worth even millions of dollars when your neighbors are struggling. I would gladly pay higher property taxes because I want DC to be able to fund its critical rental assistance, affordable housing programs, and other programs which help support and maintain my community and my city. DC undertaxes wealth. By making millionaires like me pay our fair share of taxes and investing revenue and making our community stronger, the council can make DC a better city for everyone to live in. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony this afternoon. Michael Mullins Whitaker, in our letter to the mayor, we requested, I think the original request was for $10 million, but what was approved, at least that was our request to the mayor, what she sent down in her proposed budget is the $5.25 million that you're talking about that you would like to see protected and not cut. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I wanted to
Thank you.
make sure that was clear. William Jordan, you testified both to DMPID and you had a little, you mentioned about DSLBD, but because there was some confusion about signing up to testify, I want to give you an opportunity to make any brief remarks that you haven't already made with respect to one of those agencies.
Well, I think the primary point with DenPed and Park Morton and Bruce Monroe is that the resident council would like to bid with their development team on the project moving forward so that we can ensure the kind of jobs and other things that we've talked about earlier, that the New Communities Project is that pool that will allow us to actually connect the dots. And currently, that's not happening. If it was happening, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here constantly to talk about it because it's just not happening under the current structure. And so we've been working with developers to partner with the resident council. They've been discouraged. We've been protecting them because we don't want them attacked because they're helping us.
That's pretty strong language when you say that.
Oh,
It concerns
yes,
me. So I would,
yes.
what types of things are happening?
So
that-
many developers, they don't want to lose opportunities for future contracts. So if DenPed has already selected a developer, and even though that developer is underperforming, and we want to bring in a new one, the people who we're with, they get pressure to not even speak to us. You know, so
You said
we've had doubt.
you said the people who you're with.
So the Park Morton Resident Council has found developers, for instance, to work with us on home ownership as part of New Communities.
Right.
Okay.
It's
So
important. It's a very important part of New.
It's primary, one of the main things we're interested in.
Yeah.
The current development team is unwilling to work with the resident council to make that happen. So we went and found another developer and began talks with the housing authority to make that happen.
So, okay, I know you mentioned having conversations with the committee.
So therefore,
So-
when that becomes public, there are things done to interfere with the negotiation and work with those developers, because any developer in this city does not want to be cut out of other opportunities with the government because they're seem to be interfering with a new project.
I would love for you to share, as you alluded to earlier, privately, if that's what makes you most comfortable.
Yeah.
Some of the things that you all
Yeah.
are experiencing, so we can try to address that.
Yeah, so that's what we would like to do, is to be able to meet and have some of this conversation, because it's not helpful just to throw around accusations, but we can back up anything I say. And then, of course, on DSLBD, Main Streets are an important tool to help create an environment where small businesses and large business and where people want to gather, where people want to do retail and meal around and do those things. If you don't have that environment, then we're seeing what happens with retail. We see what happens with crime. And so what's happened is that our Main Street, particularly on 14th Street, has neglected even the basics. They don't exist. And the only functioning thing that I've seen is our clean team. But that clean team was envisioned so that people start sweeping streets, but then they would learn the skills to maintain our public space, which include masonry work, brick work, would include maintaining all kinds of things, painting and et cetera. And it's never gone beyond sweeping, right? Because those people responsible for making those kind of things happen. And as well, we wanted people to be able to move from that to getting jobs at those businesses in the neighborhood. So it's a pathway, and
More of a career pathway than.
right.
what you
And
said.
it's not happening. That Main Street has been there since what, probably 2017 or 18. And if you've been on 14th Street,
I have.
it is ridiculous.
Frequently.
It's ridiculous.
Still last
And,
week, actually.
and they're not present. So I would like that money moved somewhere where it can be put to use. And I think our clean team would be a place for it to go until something concrete can happen in that environment.
Thank you each for your testimony this afternoon. Appreciate it. Ryan Bose. Nicholas Deladon, Caitlin Peter, Beatrice Simpson, and Rodney Foxworth will round out the four for this panel. And good afternoon to each of you. Thanks for joining us in person. We will begin with Ryan Bose. You can hit the button at the basic. Yep.
Hello,
There you go.
my name is Ryan Boss. I am the Executive Director for the Capital Pride Alliance. And I want to echo everything my colleague Michael Mullins Whitaker shared in regards to the opportunities that we have here in the district in hosting World Pride 2025. So I am here to advocate protection of that 5.25 million. In addition, wanting to ensure that city agency fees continue to be waived in support of our annual celebration and World Pride as well. We anticipate needing to raise approximately $20 million overall to ensure a safe and successful event, one that will likely yield at least $500 million in economic impact to the district. Past World Pride, such as Toronto and Madrid, both experienced over $500 million of economic impact and tax revenue for their cities, and excited to hopefully be able to bring that to the district as well. With that, though, we want to also ensure that return on investment is reinvested in our LGBTQ plus community. And for example, we are in partnership with the DC Center for the LGBTQ plus community and building out a new community center to welcome our world, to have something that we can take pride in as a jurisdiction with the highest percentage per capita of LGBTQ residents. We need to have a legacy in a community center that can meet the needs of our community. So we ask, as an example, reinvesting money into that project as well, which would be $1.5 million capital investment, in addition to an annual subsidy of $300,000 a year to ensure that we can maintain and prosper in that community center, giving much needed services to our community.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Nicholas Deladon. If you can hit the base of your mic, you'll see a red light come on. There you go.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nick Deladon. I am the president of DuPont East Civic Action Association, dedicated to community engagement and civic action. We protest additional $61 million of tax money for the Bruce Monroe development at a time when you are raising taxes and cutting vital human services. Under the fiscal year 25 section of the Capital Improvements Plan, the mayor is proposing and the council is considering an additional $61 million for a project the neighbors do not want. It is hard to find anyone objecting to affordable housing today, but the neighbors around Bruce Monroe say not at any cost, not at the risk of the community itself. The Bruce Monroe development at the intersection of Columbia Road and Georgia Avenue in the heart of the city sacrifices 2/3 of the neighborhood park in favor of a 10-story high-rise apartment building. At an ANC 1E meeting last month, 32 residents showed up, 30 of them protesting the development. If you know anything about ANCs, you know that 32 people do not show up at a meeting on a weekday evening often. The protest has gone on for several years to the zoning commission, the court, and now before the council to declare the public land that is to be not needed. At the surplus hearing, a DEMPED representative testified under oath that more than half of the park would be preserved as parkland, but the truth is just the opposite. The development will take 2/3 of the park. When it is gone forever. The neighbors protested that DEMPED, the office responsible for planning, never undertook impact studies of the shadow cast of the 10-story tower in the neighborhood on 2-story row houses, of the loss of park space, of traffic and parking, of displacement or racial equity. Have any of these studies been done? If so, we have not seen them. Planning is not just selecting a developer. What is the impact of the loss of 2/3 of the park? Parks are vital to a thriving community. Parks are where people get to know each other, play ball, walk their dog, engage and care for one another. It is where community is formed. It is public space, not your apartment. We are reminded of the song of Joni Mitchell. Don't it always seem as though you don't know what you've got till it's gone? Pave paradise, put up a parking lot. So we ask that the $61 million be used for more needed projects.
And thank you for your testimony, Nicholas Deladon. Our next in-person witness is Deirdre Simpson. Good afternoon to you. I appreciate your patience. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
You could,
Here we go. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie. Council member, on behalf of Councilmember Parker and other council members and staff, good afternoon. My name is Deirdre Simpson, and I am Chair of the Economic Development Committee of the Ward 5 Leadership Council. I'm also a Ward 5 small business owner, the president of the Ward 5 Construction Consortium, Ward 5 resident, and a proud U.S. Army veteran. I am joined by Rodney Foxworth, who serves as an advisor to the committee as well. He's here to testify on behalf of the council as well. We're here to ask the council passes the legislation to establish the Ward 5 Business Development Center and to approve Councilman Parker's request for the center's $350,000 year one startup budget. We're also here to ask that you pass and fully fund Councilman Parker's child tax credit bill. Located in Ward 5, the Ward 5 Small Business Center will be a centralized headquarters and will have a laser-like focus and a connective tissue mission to increase the utilization rate for contracts with the DC government. That's awarded to the DC small African-American, minority, and women-owned businesses. The center will ensure economic development agency small business opportunities. Programming and resources will directly connect with community-based businesses. This will allow community small businesses to become more knowledgeable, more directly linked to the many small business government programs, allowing small African-American, minority, and women-owned businesses to win more contracts from locally funded land development, federal government even, and private industry projects. The center will provide traditional business development services, partner with the community, act as a portal to the government and business support resources, and serve as a convening space for meeting and advocacy. As a result, small business in Ward 5 and across DC will gain more DC government contracts and benefit from the DC Small Business Support Programming. More DC residents will be hired as noted in the Forbes Small Business Statistics of 23, small business owners employ 50% of the US workforce. As noted on the DSLBD's website, October 23, while New York had the highest number of Black-owned businesses, the study showed that 28% of Washington, DC businesses are Black-owned, giving it the highest percentage of Black-owned businesses in the country. However, we know that given the disparity study, Black-owned businesses and other minority group and with women-owned businesses as well, only captured 37% of DC's dollars. Here's a few key takeaways from the DC disparity study findings. One would be substantial disparities. I'm going to refer to the gentleman Rodney Foxworth.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. We'll turn now to Rodney Foxworth, who sounds like was going to pick up on some of that testimony. Good afternoon. It's good to see you. You can get your testimony. If you can turn your mic on. There you go.
Good to see you again, Chairman. My name is Rodney Foxworth. I'm an advisor to the Ward 5 Economic Development Committee. And before I begin, let me publicly thank you for being one of the chief advocates for the disparity study. The data is pretty clear. And I think this is one of the purposes that you want the disparity study to be done that shows what's happening with small business, minority business, women-owned businesses, access to DC contracts. So I'm going to pick up where Ms. Simpson left off. So here's a few key takeaways from the disparity study that was done in 2023. The findings show substantial disparities between utilization and availability amongst all racial, ethnic, and gender groups. There are opportunities to enhance race and gender neutral programs and processes to encourage more people of color and women-owned business participation. 63% of the $8 billion in this study period wasn't awarded. That's $5.1 billion that did not go out to DC's African-American, minority, and women-owned businesses. That's an average of $1 billion a year that was not being circulated through small business support and to hire residents. Ladies and gentlemen, just imagine taking a very conservative view of these unspent funds. If at least 10% of the average unawarded funds went to DC people of color and women-owned businesses, those companies would have been awarded up to $100 million per year. Those funds would have made a huge difference for local businesses, business districts in Ward 5, other people of color communities, and in the city itself by enhancing the local economy where these businesses are located. Those funds could have been used to hire residents from those communities who would have spent money in their local business districts and made a significant impact on local socioeconomics. That includes lowering the unemployment rate, reducing crime, reducing government subsidies, et cetera, and improve youth employment development, business districts, and add to the city's tax base. Previous CNN studies show that when local dollars are spent in local communities, it circulates innumerable times in the white community, 9 times in the Asian community, 6 times in the Latino community, and only 1 time in the African-American community. Imagine if more local small businesses, government funding, and resources were poured into the African-American community, how much of it would circulate in our community and possibly affect socioeconomic data in our neighborhood. Given the above and in closing, a Ward 5 Small Business Development Center is the best example of programs and processes as noted in the disparity studies findings to ensure that more people of color and women-owned business participate in receiving an equitable share of the DC's contracting dollars.
And
I just want to add one more thought back to it.
if you could briefly summarize.
Sure. We are asking that the council help achieve this goal as noted in the disparity study by passing the Ward 5 Small Business Development Center Legislation Act of 2023 and to fund the initial $350,000 of the center. The funds will also support the mayor's goals of awarding $1.2 billion to CBEs, including people of color and women-owned businesses. It also allows the executive branch to lay the foundation in direct consultation and partnership with the Ward 5 Economic Development Council and developing the center. We would hope that if this passes, that you would put specific language in the BSA that basically says that we will do this in partnership with the executive office.
And thank you for your testimony, all the witnesses this afternoon. I'd asked, I'm not sure if you all were here when I asked the question of some of the other witnesses, specifically when there are requests for funds for a particular purpose, if there's a recommendation of where those funds should come from within this budget. In other words, if the request is for $350,000 for one thing or another, there's not a pot in the budget, so it has to come from some. And I know, Ms. Foxworth, I know you're very familiar with that budget process, given your background and experience. But are there specific suggestions that you all have about where that money might come from?
I would say that I think there are opportunities. We were not prepared to provide that information, but if you give us a couple of days, we will send you something in writing on behalf of the Ward 5 Leadership Council and its Economic Development Committee. But I would defer to the chair of the county committee.
Yeah, sure. And then the other challenge I think that exists with the request that you're making though is something specific to one ward. I naturally have an affinity for that one ward that you're talking about, but as an at-large council member, thinking about the challenges facing our small business community citywide, I know that there are similar challenges in wards 7 and 8. How would funding a Ward 5 business council support small businesses similarly situated as those in Ward 5 who might otherwise need the support?
Sure, that's a great question. So if you notice from our testimony, we talked about the center being located in, obviously with public dollars, we are obliged to serve small business interests across all 8 wards. So physically located in Ward 5, but certainly would provide services across all 8 wards.
Got it. And how would those services that you all provide be different from some of the organizations that are currently providing services like the Greater Washington Black Chamber of Commerce, like the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, DC Chamber of Commerce, some of the main streets, you got the business improvement districts in certain corridors. Give me a sense of what specifically you all would do that is not duplicate efforts of other organizations.
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, we would concede that there are many programs across the city. As a matter of fact, I'm a military veteran. I've lived all over the country. And so DC has fabulous programs, there's no doubt. But what we know is that there is an obvious disconnect. Somehow these fabulous programs exist on a certain level, and then you have persons who are at the lower spaces who can't seem to connect. The business center will act as a direct laser focused entity to pull the programs from wherever they are. And we know that there are many economic development plus programs. To pull those programs from that space down to the small businesses that actually need it to support the city, that support the communities. So that's the thing that's most important to me, is that we've got to figure out how to make this fabulous space react to and benefit those that actually benefit the community. So if you take, for example, DOES, it's a fabulous program, and clearly the programs that are within DOES are meant to support the workforce and the small business owners, there's no doubt. But many of those programs I work directly with, and I am making recommendations as to how it actually can get to and support the small business owner, and then as a result support the workforce. But that disconnect still exists, and it just continues. So that's where this work center can actually say to the program and then to the business and the workforce, how we really connect and make it happen.
And $350,000 would do what specifically?
It's
How
a
would that
startup.
expand?
It's a startup, sir.
To do what though?
We'll find a space, of course, because we're talking about a headquarters, a space where people can actually come and convene, and where these services, where these larger agencies can actually connect with the actual business owner. So it would take care of course, leasing. It would take care of the immediate employment or staffing of that space. And I think that's what it would do, and because that's what's needed.
Got it. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I know we heard from our earlier witness, Ryan Bose, about the importance of Capital Pride and the World Pride activities that are occurring, and that funding 5.25 did come down already in the mayor's proposed budget. So it's a matter of protecting that. I'll note both your testimony and the prior witness's testimony about additional fees that might otherwise be something that you all have to pay. Was that request made of the executive, in terms of like waiving any fees associated with it, or is that included in, how's that contemplated in the report?
It's part of the full ask. Currently within DEMPED, they have the Special Event Relief Fund. Though I know it hasn't been infused, or everyone's not guaranteed as much support beginning this year. So just making sure that, especially for this event, that continues to ensure that we have a safe event.
Perfect. Thank you each for your testimony this afternoon. So we have one final in-person witness, DeJuan Mason. We're going to call you up. And as we're doing that, we're transitioning into our virtual panel as well, which we can go ahead and queue up Derek Ford, Angela Franco, Adam Green, Allison Powers, and Leona Agaritas and Jaron Price. And while those virtual witnesses are being migrated over, we're going to hear from our in-person witness, DeJuan Mason. And good afternoon to you to begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and the staff. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify. My name is DeJuan Mason, and I'm a proud second-generation Washingtonian born in Ward 7 and currently residing in Ward 8. For the past 15 years, my heart and soul have been devoted to community engagement. I'm previously served as the manager of curbside groceries for the Capital Area Food Bank, and presently I am the community engagement coordinator for the Coalition for Racial and Democratic Economy, based at Georgetown Law Center under the leadership of Professor Anthony Cook. Additionally, I sit on the board of Gatebridge, a nonprofit organization dedicated to community wealth building. Today, I'm coming before you to champion an initiative close to my heart led by Creed and Gatebridge, aimed at establishing 2 cooperative grocery stores in Ward 7 and 8. These endeavors will not only contribute significantly to meeting the required 14 stores needed to achieve equity in food access across all wards, but also signify a commitment to enhancing access to quality, nutritious, culturally relevant, and affordable food for historically marginalized communities in low-income, underserved areas. These stores will be owned, controlled by workers and consumers living in the communities where the stores are located. The significance of this endeavor cannot be overstated. Access to fresh and affordable groceries is the bedrock of prosperous communities. Studies have illuminated that if 30% of U.S. businesses were worker-owned, the median wealth of Black households would soar from $24,000 to $106,000. Rosie's, as a worker and community-owned enterprise, promises a multitude of benefits, providing fresh food to the food apartheid in Ward 7 and 8, creating 40-plus jobs per store, offering economic mobility and 401k wealth building opportunities, establishing a community-owned asset fostering neighborhood pride, economic activity, and serving as a hub for health, nutrition, and well-being programming, all while ensuring long-term sustainability through strategic partnerships. I am asking this committee to heed the call for expanding Black entrepreneurship by investing in co-ops and other community wealth building initiatives. As Dr. Jessica Gordon Nemhart eloquently posits in her seminal work, Collective Courage, African Americans have historically utilized cooperative economic development as a strategy for economic stability and independence. Our own beloved mayor, Marion Barry, once proclaimed, "It is time for the citizens of these areas themselves to become owners and providers of the basic services needed for daily life." His vision led to the establishment of the Commission for Cooperative Economic Development, which aimed to promote economic development as an alternative for low and moderate income populations. And while the commission may have been abolished, the need for investment in cooperative businesses remains as pertinent as ever. So I urge you, Mr. Chairman, to lend your support, help Creed and Gatebridge bring food security to Ward 7 and Ward 8, help residents access employment opportunities that allow them to become owners, stimulate the economy in these wards by supporting cooperative endeavors. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Just to make sure I understand, is the specific request that I heard in your testimony, is it for a specific amount for a specific program?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we would like is a specific amount to stand up the first grocery store in either Ward 7 or Ward 8.
Okay. And how much is that request?
$4 million.
$4 million. Okay. And do you know whether or not you all had the opportunity? And what organization on behalf of, are you testifying on behalf of?
So CREED, the Coalition for Racial Equity and Democratic Economy.
Got it. All right. And do you know whether or not CREED made a request of the executive prior to the mayor submitting her budget to the council?
I don't, sir, but I can find out and send that information
Okay.
over.
All right. And I don't know if you have any thoughts about where the committee, if there's any additional funding, where we would look to find $4 million?
Unfortunately, I don't. I did not anticipate you asking that question, so I would have to come back and give you a response.
And the reason and I appreciate your response, and I know we heard that from other witnesses. And I haven't asked the question. I don't know that I've asked it previously, but given the constraints on this particular budget, I'm asking that question because, you know, there aren't surplus funds that we're talking about here. We're talking about funds that are all accounted for in some specific program within, you know, agencies and programs in our cluster. And it just means that, you know, they're going to have to be cuts made in order to identify anything that might be reallocated. So I do appreciate the request. It is significant.
Yes.
But it also is very important. And so I really appreciate you taking the time to come down here and make that request of this committee. And if you have any additional thoughts after you leave and want to supplement written testimony you can provide to the committee, we'd appreciate that as well.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. Okay, we're going to turn to our virtual panel now for the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, turning first to Derek Ford with the Washington Economic Partnership. Don't see virtually. I do see Angela Franco. I want to make sure Caitlin Peter. Oh, all right. We're going to turn to Derek Ford. And let me just give folks a sense of how I'm going to move on, because there were some folks who were signed up to testify in person who changed to virtual. But we're going to call Derek Ford, Angela Franco, Joan Cato, if she's available still, Caitlin Peter, and I think we also have Jaren Price, Leona Argaritas, Allison Powers, and Adam Green on this panel. So Derek Ford, good afternoon to you. Good to see you. You can turn on your video, unmute yourself, and begin your testimony.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Derek Ford, President and CEO of the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership. I'm honored to be here with you all today. Thank you, Councilman McDuffie and the Committee on Business and Economic Development for this invitation. The Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership has been around and working with the district government for more than 20 years. We serve as a connector between the public and private sectors, advancing sustainable and inclusive economic development here in the district. We work closely with the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, Nina Albert, and her entire team to achieve our economic goals and support the Mayor Bowser's comeback plan. Over the last few years, Washington, D.C. has demonstrated remarkable resilience, and the future remains promising. Our current initiatives are concentrated on 3 strategic areas. First, intensifying our business attraction, retention, and expansion efforts across the district. We recently concluded an extensive outreach campaign where we directly engaged with over 650 companies to better understand their needs and reinforce our unwavering commitment to create an environment conducive to their continued success and growth here in DC. Second, promoting Washington, DC as a world-class business destination through robust marketing and storytelling. In close collaboration with partners, we are amplifying the district's image, strengths, and advances to attract investment from companies worldwide. Third, building upon the partnership's proven expertise in neighborhood and retail development. Through this, we aim to further energize the communities across all 8 wards through economic development initiatives. By focusing on these 3 pillars, business engagement, marketing the district brand, and neighborhood and retail development, we are well positioned to drive sustainable economic vitality and opportunity for residents and businesses alike. One of the key drivers of our economic success has been the city's strategic investment in business attraction, specifically the potential $5 million investment in the Vitality Fund, which has been instrumental in drawing new business and talents to the district. At the partnership, the Vitality Fund has been a key tool in our toolbox, one that we use every day in our corporate attraction and expansion efforts. It has been an invaluable resource to help position the district as a premier destination for companies seeking to thrive in a city committed to creating business-friendly environment. Recently, Mayor Bowser's deal to keep the Wizards and the Capitals in downtown DC underscores the dedication to innovation and economic expansion. This $515 million investment not only keeps DC sports in DC where they belong, but it also includes an incredible win for the business attraction overall and is a sign of the district's strength. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you all today. In closing, I want to reiterate that the Washington, D.C. Economic Partnership commitment to driving sustainable, inclusive economic growth across all 8 wards. We will continue working hand in hand with the Mayor Bowser's, DMPA, the council, and our partners in the business community to attract and retain top talent and companies. By capitalizing on the district's strengths, our skilled workforce, unparalleled connectivity, and culture of innovation, we can ensure a prosperous future for all Washingtonians. The years ahead are filled with opportunity, and we look forward to collaborating with you all and unlock DC's full economic potential. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a little delay in the feedback here at the council, but thank you for your testimony, Derek Ford. We're going to turn next to Angela Franco. And good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm Angela Franco, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. I am pleased to be here today to represent our members and the individuals they employ. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the committee's oversight of the proposed 2025 budget submission for the District of Columbia Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. We're pleased to support the DMPED's 2025 budget, and we ask that you and the members of the committee maintain this funding as you move through the council's budget process. Sustained investments to restore not only the economic vibrancy of downtown, but all 8 wards across our city may be more important now than at any other time in our recent history. We can stress enough, as we always do, the importance of the business community. We are friends and partners of the community. Small businesses are the backbone of the economy, providing jobs, paying taxes, and creating vibrancy in our communities. Sustained economic growth is the single most important financial engine to generate the funding for our wide and deep array of health and human services programs. In this sense, we speak not just as representatives of the business community. We come before you as members of the community at large. We share the goal of increasingly generous public investment in our most important resource, the people of the District of Columbia. There are some investments in particular that I want to bring to the committee's attention. The first is funding for the Breakthrough Business Regulatory Reform Measure, and the second is DMPED. We want to support the Best Amendment Act of 2021. It's a priority for the Chamber and the broader business community. We also support the $5 million investment to attract and retain businesses in high-growth sectors. This is key. $2.5 million to support pop-ups and short-term retail business in vacant commercial spaces. $2.5 million for commercial property acquisitions. We strongly encourage smart and strategic investments to revitalize our downtown and thus support the proposed $515 million for Chinatown and $50 million to convert office spaces to residential and other uses. We believe in the intrinsic district-wide merits of a downtown out investment strategy. Advancing and ultimately achieving our downtown comeback goals will pay substantially financial dividends that will bring meaningful economic benefits to all 8 wards in the city. I also support the fact that we need to be intentional about hiring and giving opportunities to our small businesses here in the District of Columbia. And that has to be something that we all work together on. We look forward to continuing to work with you and the other members of your committee as the budget oversight continues. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have, and thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for taking the time to provide testimony to the committee this afternoon. Our next witness is Joan Cato, and good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can your testimony.
Thank you. Well, I know, Councilman, you have asked several different folks who have testified today, where would money come from? And I got the perfect solution for you. So at the Bruce Monroe area of Washington, D.C. and Columbia Heights, they're currently proposing, or DEMPED is currently proposing, to destroy a perfectly good park, Bruce Monroe Park, to create a large condo development project that I'm sure you're familiar with, the Parkview project. And people in the community here don't want it. Over 90% of the community who have been able to come to testify before you, to have come to talk to their ANC leaders, have consistently shown up since 2014 to voice our opposition to this horrendous development that's supposed to be a 10-story condo development that only has 11 units that are supposed to be for affordable housing. Now, the mayor has cut about $500 million from the budget. So why go ahead and put us in the community in this false dichotomy of a choice between affordable housing and a green space, a park that is currently vital and that people in community currently love and enjoy on a daily basis? Now, I know that there will be additional costs of this Parkview project. And the additional costs come from an underwriting that has been done. I think the last time the underwriting was done for this project was in 2014. In 2014, the cost of money, the cost of a loan was approximately 0%. Now the cost of this kind of funding is about 6% or higher. So there's been an increased cost that will also be associated with this development that the community doesn't want. So my question to you is, when was the last time an underwriting process was done? Also, in 2017, there was a pre-development loan for this project of $984,000. In 2018, this loan amount was increased to $5 million. What has been the return on investment? We're asking you not to go ahead and create a new monstrosity in the area and destroy a park. If the developer gets an additional 25 to 45 million, which they have put into this budget for 2025 and to 2029, why will we assume that they'll be any better with the money than they've already been? Where has this money gone? What has been the return on investment? And if they get this disposition, how can we ensure that it will be managed well? NIH has clearly demonstrated a connection between decreasing crime rates and the availability of park and green spaces. So why would you go ahead and destroy a green space when currently the District of Columbia is its highest crime rate in the last 20 years? I know Ward 5 wants a business council development center, a small business center, give them the money. I know we've heard people talk about LGBTQ pride events. Give them the money. I know we just heard somebody talk from Creed about a grocery store in Ward 7 and Ward 8. Give them the money. And don't destroy our Bruce Monroe Park.
Thank you for your testimony, Joan Cato. Our next witness is Caitlin Peter. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us once again to provide testimony to the committee. Look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Catalin Peter. I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association. I am here to speak focused on our multifamily residential portfolio, and my colleague Eric Jones will be speaking about the commercial office side later on today. First, we want to thank the mayor and her team, as well as DEMPED and Director Albert, for putting forward a plan that puts downtown economic recovery first. While we haven't seen too much residential development in the downtown, we all know that everything is interconnected, and a healthy downtown makes for a healthy residential environment as well. I want to give an example of some of the grave delinquencies that we're still facing on the residential front, and how any investment into our city, into our downtown, into our economic recovery will hopefully aid that. For example, we have a company who has been in the district for 50 years, focused on preserving naturally occurring affordable housing. The affordable housing segment of their portfolio is over 2,000 units across 10 rental communities located in wards 7 and 8, with an average rent of $1,200 per month, which is about $900 below the median rent in the district. Since the pandemic, delinquency rates across the 10 communities have increased more than fourfold, from an average of 2.3% in 2019 to 9.3% last year. I give this as an example. This is something that is not rare amongst our member companies. That example of the 2.3% in 2019 to 9.3% delinquency rate is a $3 million loss just in 2023. And this accounts for, I'm sorry, this partly is due to the courts being extremely liberal in granting their continuances, extending some of these cases out for more than 3 years while the debts continue to accrue month to month. We see residents who are in the tens of thousands of dollars in arrears, with an average arrearage of $8,100. There's little chance that many of these residents are going to be able to catch up. And this one company that I just described has $6.3 million in the 4 years since at the outset of COVID in what they're looking at uncollectible debts. And the reason I bring this example is because these are private housing providers. They're also all companies. They're also businesses who have to live and thrive here, and in turn provide and support the affordable housing goals of the city. So if we continue to see such losses, it's going to be not unheard of that many of these companies leave. So we thank DEMPED, we thank the mayor, and we hope Councilmember McDuffie and your team are able to continue making the investments that we need to keep our city thriving. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Catalin Peter. Our next witness is Adam Green. Good afternoon to you. You can turn on your video, unmute yourself, and begin your testimony.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for doing this hearing today, including so many members of the public. Apologies, I'm traveling right now. So first, I just want to associate myself with the remarks that Joan Cato made 2 speakers ago. I'm hearing person after person plead with the council and I guess the mayor for more money. And you asked a very logical question: where's the money going to come from? And I've seen between $25 million and $61 million as public numbers that would be going to developing the Bruce Monroe Park into a 10-story tower hovering above 2 to 3-story row houses, bodegas, and small businesses that 90% of the community does not want. And when we're talking about $500 million being taken away and $25 to $61 million being there for an unpopular project, that might also contribute to environmental injustice and more crime in the area. Seems like a pretty logical place to get money from. You know, a couple, you might have seen, Councilmember McDuffie, a Washington City paper article about this project right after your last hearing, specifically on it, where I was actually quoted giving you a lot of credit for holding a very good faith hearing on this subject. And you really listened to the community and really asked smart questions to DIMPED, Sarosh from DIMPED, and it was frankly shocking that after a decade of proposing this thing that they are now asking for between $25 and $61 million for, DIMPED did not know the dimensions of this park. DIMPED was telling you incorrectly, falsely, that this park is less than 2 acres and over an acre will be, or over half of it will be remaining as a park. They've since had to correct the record, and thank you to you and your office for making sure they corrected it. They also told you, you grilled them a few times on the question of, hey, in a 2015 public letter, you said all current uses, the garden, the basketball courts, the tennis court, the dog area, the open space, the playgrounds for kids. You said that all current uses could be back on the park. Can you honor that promise? He said yes. The answer is no. They still have not corrected the record. So I'm just asking a basic question. Why are we proposing in an era of budget cuts when so many worthy causes are potentially being cut and people being hurt, giving $25 to $61 million to a DIMPED that has clearly no idea what the ramifications are for this project? So, we submitted as the Bruce Monroe Park neighbors, testimony in writing with 10 unanswered questions still for DIMPED. They have now entered one of them on the record. There are still 9. And we would ask you and your staff to take those seriously. And those include things like, have you include, when was the last you looked at alternatives in the area? They haven't answered that. Do they have any plan during construction that would assure the community that the park would not be, the remainder of the park, the small remainder of the park would not be shut down for 1, 2, or 3 years during construction? They've never answered, so on and so forth. So it's all in writing. Really just wanted to ask you to use this opportunity to gut check this problem, identify the fact that DIMPED has no idea what they're talking about on the fundamentals of this park, and really help so many people across the community by giving this $25 to $61 million back to the community. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony once again, Adam Green, and for pointing out, some of the inconsistencies and challenges with this project. I know there's been, I think, a significant support on either side of this project, and I think it's important that we continue to ask those questions and make sure that we're getting the right answers, given the amount of time that has gone by since this was initially proposed. And so I do appreciate your testimony, Joan Cato's testimony, and others who have testified about this particular project. It is one that is getting critical focus from this committee, as it should. So thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Allison Powers. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, and thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Again, my name is Allison Powers. I'm the Director of Economic Opportunities at Capital Impact Partners. It's an honor to be testifying today as a DC resident and native. Capital Impact is a nonprofit organization and CDFI that provides integrated financing and training services to support people and projects in historically marginalized communities. We have deployed over $2.9 billion across the country. We're a national organization, but have a long history of providing financing and implementing programs in the DC area. In May of 2021, Capital Impact was selected to manage the Nourish DC Collaborative, a collaborative of technical assistance and lending partners, including the Washington Area Community Investment Fund, or WACIF, Latino Economic Development Center, or LEDC, City First Enterprises, Dreaming Out Loud, and Eats Place. The goal of Nourish DC is to foster an inclusive food system that provides access to healthy, affordable food with a focus on locally owned businesses in wards 5, 7, and 8. The impact of this program is both food access and also economic development and job creation. In 2021, DEMPA provided $1 million award for 1 year of programming as part of the LEAF program. Nourish DC received an additional $3.4 million award in 2022, which has been highly catalytic. This $4.5 million investment from the district has allowed us to attract private funding, and deploy over $17 million to local district food businesses, the vast majority in wards 5, 7, and 8, including over $16.2 million in financing, $935,000 in grants to support food businesses in supermarket tax incentive areas, technical assistance to over 680 food businesses in DC, creation or retention of 400 jobs. These loans, technical assistance, and grants have been made to businesses that are 88% BIPOC owned and 64% women owned. Deployed $227,000 in gap financing through flexible capital to food businesses, financing transactions in wards 5, 7, and 8. Outreach to over 3,000 community members through community events. Again, this is a public-private partnership. We've raised over $2.1 million in additional funding from private programs. One example of our programming and technical assistance is we recently launched the Nourish DC packaged food business cohort for packaged food businesses in the district that are ready to grow and scale. Starting next week, 12 food businesses that were selected will participate in a 10-week learning cohort followed by one-on-one technical assistance and a pitch competition. Nourish was also the catalyst for the Keeping It Cool grant program, which was funded through the Morningstar Foundation to support cold storage infrastructure for DMV food businesses and nonprofits. This grant also focuses on food access and food waste. This program intersects with Nourish DC and uses several of the same structures and partners, and has deployed over $1 million in grants over the past year for cold storage. Between the 2 rounds of Nourish DC grants and the 2 rounds of Keeping It Cool grants, we received over 700 applications, which shows a huge need for grant funding for food businesses. Many of the grant programs that were offered to food businesses during the pandemic have been cut. These grants are just the first step. As mentioned previously, we also offer technical assistance and loans that create a continuum of capital at every business stage. Nourish DC also increases entrepreneurs' business acumen and capital readiness for district grant programs such as the Neighborhood Prosperity Fund, Commercial Property Acquisition Fund, Great Streets, and the Food Access Fund.
Allison
The Nourish
Powers,
yes.
your time has expired. I may have a question for you though.
Okay.
About Nourish.
Sure.
I have my round of questions. For now though, I'm going to transition to our next witness.
Okay, thank you.
Leona Agaritas with the Golden Triangle Bid. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Council Member. Thank you very much. My name is Leona Agaritas, and I am the president of the Golden Triangle Bid. The Golden Triangle is the western part of downtown, from the White House and BLM Plaza, north to DuPont Circle, and west to Washington Circle. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your leadership on downtown recovery. The Golden Triangle includes 34 million square feet of office and fewer than 40 residents. Most of our buildings are obsolete by post-COVID standards. 1 out of every 4 buildings square feet is unleased, and buildings are selling for 1/3 of their assessed values. We need to create demand from other sectors: residents, universities, culture, and tourism. Because of this urgent need, the Golden Triangle and Downtown DC bids worked with DEMPED to develop the Downtown Action Plan. And this plan outlines strategies and initiatives to support a comeback. For example, connecting Farragut, McPherson, and Lafayette parks will help draw visitors from the White House into our neighborhood and our small businesses. We applaud the mayor's budget, which includes the BEST Act to streamline regulations and a proposed tax freeze to accelerate repositioning of obsolete office buildings. Both will catalyze important redevelopment. The mayor's budget also includes $5 million for the Vitality Fund, as Derek Ford testified, 2.6 for pop-up and short-term retail, 2.6 to activate Gallery Place, Connecticut Avenue, and I Street, and $5 million to create a downtown arts hub. For years, the Golden Triangle has bought public art to parks, sidewalks, and vacant spaces. This includes the Art of Burning Man, galleries, the Rorschach Theater, Artomatic, and soon the Fringe Festival. We have capacity to continue activations and look forward to learning more about the hub. We congratulate the mayor, the council, and everyone who worked on the monumental deal. But our work is just starting. Downtown is a collection of nodes, each with different challenges and opportunities, and we still need to fill millions of square feet of empty office space. It's going to take years of commitment and investment to turn the tide. Historically, downtown has generated more than 2.3 billion annually. Since 2019, the annual number has dropped by almost $250 million. It's a significant reason why we are feeling budget pressure this year, and it will likely increase as the assessments go down. Without intervention, it will drop and drop, limiting funds for essential services. And Councilmember Jarvis really outlined this very eloquently earlier in this hearing. We all want a robust urban center that will benefit residents, visitors, and businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon, your work on the downtown action plan. I will turn next to someone who worked with you on that downtown action plan. That's Chairman Price with the Downtown DC bid. I don't know if I see him on the virtual platform now. Okay. All right. Well, he would have been the last witness for this panel. So I'm going to open up for just a couple of questions, beginning with Allison Powers. You talked about Nourish DC, and you, I think I cut you off as you were testifying about a number of other programs that were that are in place, some of which this committee actually created through the budget process, including the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. And I want to give the opportunity to summarize any aspects of your testimony that you didn't get a chance to mention. But also, if you could, where is the funding for some of these programs? Are you making a specific request for additional funds? Are you asking the committee to protect the funds that have been proposed in the mayor's budget? If you could let us know specifically what, if any, requests you have in terms of funding.
Yeah, thanks so much. So currently there's no funding for Nourish DC in the proposed budget, which would have a huge impact on our collective ability to provide a continuity of programming and support. We are requesting $1.5 million in the budget to continue this programming and help being able to attract private funding. I also just want to point to that we have submitted written testimony along with several of our collaborative partners, and also some of the food businesses that have benefited from Nourish DC have submitted written testimony. They wanted to be here today, but they're all work during the day, so they couldn't attend in person or virtually.
Okay, thank you for that. Let me ask Leona Agaritas, is the testimony that you provide, and thank you for your testimony, is it to keep the mayor's proposed budget as this committee has received it without any enhancements to programs or redirecting any specific funds to programs that were not funded at all or at a level at which the bid would like them to be?
Just to clarify, you're talking about within the downtown action plan. Is that correct?
I'm talking about the proposed budget in terms of the economic cluster.
Yeah. Well, clearly, council member, we laid out more recommendations than what are in the budget for FY25. And we laid out an agenda for several years. So they were not all funded. Quite obviously, there are very important things that need to happen. I think business attraction is absolutely key, and we need to do that. I do think that we need to lean in a little bit more in the innovation and technology sectors. And I was listening to the young man earlier talking about apprenticeships and the trades. And really, technology is a trade. Innovation is a trade. And if anything, you need to know it now when you are programming, electrical components and rail cars and anything else that you do. So I think clearly the innovation district, for example, and a hub that includes a workforce development component is absolutely important. And it allows us to lean in both to the trades, but also to the new technologies and the new jobs that are coming out so that we are training people for the future.
Thank you for that. Let me turn to, I think it was, actually, no. Okay. I was trying to run down. I made a bunch of notes on my agenda in terms of the witness testimony, but I think I covered this sufficiently. Yeah, I don't think I have any additional questions. I want to thank again Adam Green and Joan Cato for their testimony as well as Derek Ford and Angela Franco for your testimony on this panel. We're going to shift to our next panel of virtual witnesses. And I want to thank those who have not yet testified for their patience. But the next panel is going to consist of, if they're available, Dolores Bouchon, Melody Webb, Maria Jackson, Yasmeen Holmes, Linda Brown, Meg McGuire, Michael Havlin, Jamila White, Doug Furstenberg, if Alex Bach is available, we'll make it an even 10 people for this panel, which would leave 10 remaining for DIMPED. So we'll end this panel with Alex Baca if Alex Baca is available. And we will begin with Dolores Bouchon, who I do see is available. It's great to see you. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony.
Okay, and I am representing an organization, so I think I have 5 minutes. Good morning.
No, let me be clear. Every witness who signed up to testify before this committee has 3 minutes. So we'll start your 3 minutes over, but just for planning, everybody should be aware of that.
Good. Okay. I am part of the Langdon Park Forest Stewards, and I've been doing that since 2020. But I'm here today basically to talk about Queens Chapel Forest Patch because it's not protected. It's not part of a DPR park as Langdon Park is. We know the many benefits forest patches provide for the community, particularly our community of Ward 5, as it has the most industrial zoned land in the district, which I know you're aware of. It also has been identified as an area of the city that has a heat island effect. According to KC Trees, it also is the ward that has the least amount of tree canopy, and it has lost tree canopy in the years from 2015 and 2020. Ward 5 has only 29% tree canopy, less than the 40% goal set by Mayor Bowser. Queens Chapel Forest Patch is only a few blocks from Langdon Park, but as I said, it's unprotected. It belongs to, at this point, it's under the jurisdiction of DGS. And it means that basically DIMPED could decide at any point that it can be put up on the block for development. And that's why I'm testifying today. Our urban forests are irreplaceable. Once trees this size are cut down and the ground taken for other uses, such as buildings, there's no going back. Trees in a forest require soil and much time to grow to provide ecosystem benefits. Queens Chapel Forest Patch consists of 3 pots bordering 20th Street Northeast and Queens Chapel Road Northeast. They are 806, 840, and 822. And there's also a paper street, which is under DDOT jurisdiction. They are intact forests, and our community wants them to remain that way. One of our constituents has already asked for them to be placed under a conservation easement, which is what we would all like, because it would mean in perpetuity that it would be protected. I also have to say that as a member of Queens Chapel Forest Patch, we have met with the PTO of Langdon Elementary School, ANC 5CO2, Model Cities Wellness Center, which borders this area, Woodbridge Civic Association, and they have all indicated their support for putting in a trail, a nature trail, so that we can all go in and enjoy this unique feature of our community. Again, we ask that it be permanently protected by placing it under a conservation easement, so that we and as a community can enjoy this, and also because it really protects us with some of the problems of being in an industrial area, and that includes better air and cooler air, and as it even mitigates the noise and prevents stormwater runoff. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for your testimony, Dolores Bouchon. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Melody Webb. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. It's great to see you. You begin your testimony.
And you as well. Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie and members of the committee. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Melody Webb, the Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, which convenes the Guaranteed Income Coalition of DC. I'm also a third generation Native Washingtonian. Our organization uses movement, lawyering, and organizing strategies to support DC's impacted primarily Black mothers in shrinking the child welfare or family regulation system and pursuing economic security. We've now launched a second guaranteed income cash transfer program that's privately funded for a small group of mothers navigating poverty and separated from their children or at risk of it. This is a research program intending to shed light on the impact of poverty reduction on involvement with CFSA. Our coalition seeks to create a permanent guaranteed income for the 13% of our DC neighbors living in poverty with no strings attached cash. Our position on the budget under this agency's purview is stated fully in written testimony, which I will be submitting. When reviewing the choices before us for this budget, which is a tough one, I applaud your leadership on all the issues we cover and urge you and the committee members to reject the scarcity mindset that would dictate choosing between the critical safety net programs that help to alleviate poverty, particularly for Black and brown people and women. And I urge you all to think long-term in making choices. The District Child Tax Credit and the Child Wealth Building Act in the long term will address poverty and wealth inequity. And we should also support funds for worker-owned cooperatives such as childcare and catering. Like my mom colleagues, I'm really here to urge you to consider supporting the DC-TC Amendment Act that fits under the OCFO, we know, but we support it as a guaranteed income measure. And we ask for your and the committee's support through scheduling a markup of the bill or advocating its inclusion in the Budget Support Act, while the DC Tax Division Commission has asked for a modification of the bill at $1,000 per child payment for children 17 and under, as well as removing a cap. We'd urge you instead to fund the original bill as written, and we're heartened that the Strong Families, Strong Futures program has actually been recommended in the mayor's budget. We urge support for it, and we thank you again for your leadership in establishing that program. And there are other ways that program should be more inclusive of individuals across the city, and we think that it should be also a larger pilot program for new and expectant mothers. Also, we support expanding GI pilots that are funded by the budget and for 750 households and a whole harmless fund as well with details before it. I urge you to support to pay for this any number of the revenue raisers detailed by the All In for DC campaign, raising property sales tax and income tax on the wealthiest residents and neighbors. And we all, thank you again for all of your support for these measures. Thank you again for your leadership.
And thank you so much for your testimony before the committee this afternoon. Really appreciate it. Our next witness is Maria Jackson.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Maria Jackson. I'm testifying with Mothers Outreach Network. I've lived in Washington, D.C. my whole life. I'm here to support the district child tax credit and the guarantee income program. As a mother who has children and who is in a wheelchair, it is hard to have a stable income. The child tax credit will help mothers a lot, especially those who cannot work or who are looking for jobs. In the meantime, when I was a child, money was the issue for my family. My mother had to work hard to support us. My youngest child passed away at the age of 12. My mother could not afford it to bury her, as you know. She had to reach out to other organizations for help. If this tax credit, if this child tax credit that you're considering now, then we'll have it organized. Then in 2000, I'm great. It will be gratefully. It would help gratefully. I feel that the I'm sorry, my words is. I
You,
feel
you
that
you don't have to apologize. Take your time. You don't have to apologize.
I feel that the child tax credit will help families take care of their kids and allow them to save up, and will help them keep their kids off the streets, because they will allow them to pay for programs. And can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Mr. McDuffie?
You can use your testimony and your time however you would like to use it.
I would like to know, why would y'all stop the child tax credit at the age of 18? Because by law, considering they are not grown, they're until 21. Thank you for listening to my testimony. If you have any questions, I'm right here. Please don't be afraid to ask.
Thank you so much for your testimony once again before the committee. We really do appreciate it. The next witness who signed up to testify this afternoon is Jasmine Holmes. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Jasmine A. Holmes, and I live here in Ward 8. I am a single mother of 4 children, all under the age of 5. I was born in DC and grew up in foster care system. I would like to tell you about why I think the council should support the district child tax credit and other guaranteed income programs. The council should continue funding guaranteed income programs like the Strong Family, Strong Future programs. DC has a lot of other programs for struggling families, but there are always conditions on them. For example, the ERAP program will be open for just a few days at a time, then closed for the rest of the quarter. The district child tax credit bill is important because as a tax credit, it would be a type of guaranteed income that parents should claim even after the tax deadline. Now, I would like to tell you about myself and why these programs are important. When my kids were younger, I used to work at a grocery store, but with jobs like that, you don't get a set schedule. Some days you work early, some days you stay late, and the daycare facilities complain that I wasn't picking my kids up on time, and I do not own a car, so I have to stop. The job took a toll on my body and my mind, and I could not do it anymore. I left that job and now care for my kids full time. I can tell you firsthand that taking care of kids is work. I don't have that family support where I can just have a mom or dad help me out with the kids. Every single part of taking care of my kids is my responsibility. Last spring, I was able to join the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income pilot program operated by Mothers Outreach Network. I am now receiving $500 per month for 3 years. The Mother Up program is a 3-year guaranteed income program for Black moms in local DC communities who have had some involvement with the child welfare family regulation system. We believe you should support parents with cash and other resources and not punish them by removing their children. Poverty is often confused with neglect, so this will help us address the problem that show up in the system that removes children from their parents. Because of this program, I was able to save money and move into a house a few months ago. My kids and I have been staying in an apartment in a building in a neighborhood that wasn't safe for them. I ended up receiving a housing voucher. The extra money from the Guaranteed Income Program has made it easy for me and my family to meet some basic needs in addition to better housing. But I want this program to be permanent and available to all moms and caregivers. That's why I support the district child tax credit. I know that caregiving is work and everyone's doing it should be given help with extra income. Again, thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Yasmin Holmes, we really do appreciate you taking the time to provide it and supporting such an important program that we had the opportunity to work with Melody Webb and others who advocated for us to create this program when we did a few years ago within the committee. Glad to see that the mayor is still supporting it. I want to turn next to Linda Brown, whose name I don't see on the virtual panel. Wanted to make a call though. Meg McGuire. Okay, I don't see either of those witnesses. We will turn then to Michael Havlin. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Hello, thank you. Hello, Chairman McDuffie and members of this committee. Transportation, economic development, and housing are interwoven and inseparable, and part of why I'm testifying today is to encourage this government to think collaboratively and to not get stuck in silos. Transportation is part of economic development is part of housing, and housing is part of transportation. Large transportation projects can anchor economic development and provide the overall infrastructure to support more housing. This development was part of the promised benefits of the DC streetcar system proposed by Mayor Marion Barry in 1997. While the pandemic slowed down the delivery of what the streetcar promised, it's clear that we are now finally seeing that development materialize, supported by the streetcar. Construction permit data shows that the census tracts on the eastern portion of H Street and along Benning Road are now leading the district in new housing construction. And the business license data shows an explosion in new business license applications in those census tracts as well. Despite some sensationalist sound bites, the H Street corridor has been a bright spot for the district's economy the last few years. The streetcar has anchored that local economy. The long-promised Benning Road streetcar extension was always supposed to serve multiple purposes. It was supposed to serve transportation needs, economic development needs, and housing needs. With that extension, the development we are seeing on Benning Road west of the river could extend to the underserved communities east of the river. Such development would help end the food desert, would provide jobs, would help alleviate housing shortages, and would boost district tax revenues to fund social services. All of this may sound familiar to the testimony we heard earlier in support of the investments proposed for downtown. Economic development must be part of the solution to alleviate poverty and provide opportunity to those who always haven't had it. And I hear that argument being made by this council and by this mayor as it relates to downtown, but not as it relates to the underserved communities east of the river. Why is it that we refuse to tolerate economic stagnation downtown, but consistently accept it east of the river? I hear that downtown has been struggling for a few years, while east of the river has been struggling for several decades. When I look at the $500 million budgeted for Chinatown, while the streetcar extension for Ward 7 is getting further delayed, what I see is the city's choosing to delay economic opportunity east of the river so that we can prop up property values downtown. We don't oppose increased investment downtown, but the city needs to make good on the promises it made to Ward 7. So to bring it full circle, back to collaboration in silos, I ask that this committee and this government work with the Transportation and Environment Committee to find the funds to ensure the streetcar extension to Benning Road Metro Station is able to start construction immediately. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Michael Havlin, we're going to turn next to Commissioner Jamila White, Commissioner ANC 8805. Good afternoon to you, Commissioner. You can begin your testimony. You're still muted if you want to unmute yourself.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you so much, council member. Peace and blessings from the heart of the district, the Great Ward 8. I am Jamila White, Commissioner for 8A05, representing the Anacostia community and chair of ANC 8A. East of the river is Freedmen's Land, home to Black liberation and justice leaders from Frederick and Anna Douglass to Marion Barry Jr. to Marvin Gaye to Nannie Helen Burroughs. In the mid-1900s, East of the river communities flourished, creating a Black Wall Street, Black wealth, and growing working and middle-class Black communities. Our vibrance reflects the richness of the Black community, which has infused the district's culture, including birthing the district's official music, go-go. However, through inequitable urban renewal programs, our communities started to change. Too often, our excellence is overshadowed by systemic disinvestment, resulting in concentrated poverty, high unemployment, a food apartheid, and a lack of access to quality health care. We live in a tale of two cities with drastically different outcomes for Black and white Washingtonians, with the majority of wealth concentrated in white communities west of the Anacostia River, and a concentration of poverty and inequality in primarily Black communities east of the Anacostia River. In one of the top 10 wealthiest cities in the world, founded on the principles of justice and equality, many Black residents are denied access to the wealth that surrounds us. We have one of the most significant racial wealth gaps in the nation, even greater than Mississippi, the poorest state in the nation, where white wealth is 51 times Black wealth, while in one of the wealthiest cities in the world, white wealth is 81% times Black wealth. And when you cross the bridge, the reality is far greater, where life expectancy drops by 20 years compared to white communities west of the river, where unemployment is 18 to 20% and adult illiteracy is estimated at 49 to 50%. Without transformative investments into our economic prosperity, without transformative investments into the economic prosperity of our communities, this reality will worsen. These outcomes are not a result of moral failures, but policy failures that intentionally disinvested in the prosperity of DC's east of the river Black people and communities. While many white families are passing down generational wealth and privilege, too many Black families are having to pass down generational debt, poverty, and trauma. Our Ward 8 economy, including the Anacostia Business District, houses an overwhelming percentage of liquor stores and other social assistance and service organizations. For instance, in the last 6 months, in our ANC alone, we have received 8 liquor license renewals or new applications. We are excluded from the district economy. Systemic disinvestment has created barriers to starting, sustaining, and expanding businesses here. Due to these challenges and other, Ward 8 has less than 20% of the number of establishments as Ward 6, with limited diversification of business types compared to other wards. From 2015 to 2019, compared to all other wards, Ward 8 received the lowest volume of Community Reinvestment Act small business loans, with only 2% of the total loan volume going to Ward 8 businesses. During the same period, Ward 8 businesses received only 2% of total CDFI small business loans and just 9% of Great Streets small business grants. On the public sector side, from 2019 to 2021, Ward 8 received only 8% of DC's robust retail grants. At the same time, we're facing let me hurry up. I come to you today to advocate for overdue investment in our business district. My request is for $25 million to develop and expand the Anacostia Arts, Culture, and Innovation Business District. Anacostia is downtown in the commercial gateway of Ward 8.
Commissioner, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a little time in my question portion of the hearing because I gave you a little additional time, but I want to be mindful of the other witnesses who've signed up. And so if you could hold on to the question portion and I'll let you conclude, but I'm going to turn now to our next public witness for this panel. It looks like it's Douglas Furstenberg. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us at the committee. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. And I'm really testifying about how we're going to revitalize our downtown, but I think what the commissioner is talking about, how are we going to create the resources? And I think our focus is how are we going to preserve the tax base, and more critically, how are we going to grow that tax base through recovery of downtown so the district will have more resources to spend in other areas. As we're all greatly relieved by the monumental announcement recently all it really did was protect us from a bottom. We knew we had to think smart and respond to a market that has really surprised all of us post-pandemic. And so how are we going to do that? I think the mayor's budget was a very good start in terms of not raising taxes on those and further hurting our tax base, but also making very smart strategic investments in the Vitality Fund. I think the pop-up is a tremendous opportunity for us to address near-term needs and create some vitalization that's essential. And the investments that they're talking about in terms of expansion of the HID program, and whether it's office to anything conversions or the downtown activation program, we have tens of millions of square feet of office space that has declined dramatically in its basis, and we need to put that back to productive use. And these uses are a great exporter of taxes around the city. So we think that is really essential. And I'm going to submit all my specific ideas, Mr. Chairman, in my letter, but I want to make sure everybody knows that I think the district is a great city, but it can be greater. And we need to address our challenges. We need to realize on our tremendous strengths. We have many of them. And together, I think we can build revenues in the district so that this type of budget, which is the first one that I've seen in council member that we've worked on over the years, this is the first time the choices are really hard. And we want to work together to make the right ones this year so we don't have to have this conversation again. And we are looking, as you mentioned, there's no surpluses. We want to be able to build those surpluses back so you can invest across the city and make this a great city. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll submit more details in my written testimony.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Look forward to your written testimony as well. Our next witness is Alex Baca, and I think Meg McGuire is also still here. We made a call earlier for you, but we're going to come to you to round out this panel. But for now, we're going to turn to Alex Baca. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us once again. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Baca, and I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. Thanks for letting me testify today. I want to reiterate some of my asks that I made in my oversight testimony about having a better understanding of downtown's economic weight in comparison to the economic value that other neighborhoods in the district bring. I would really like to work closely with the committee to better understand whether downtown really is the district's golden goose. Even if it is, I don't know that it's necessary to fully fund the Downtown Action Plan. What is proposed in MOVE DC and the Downtown Public Realm Plan are sufficient for planning and funding purposes at this time. I would also like to note that the Downtown Action Plan is a private plan. We have public plans that we should still execute that I do think could aid in downtown's revitalization. We suggest bringing the increasing subsidy to Capital One Arena back down to the $500 million initially proposed, or ideally lower, and cutting subsidies for downtown office to residential conversions as much as necessary to restore funding to other critical programs. Specifically, GG Wash would prefer that cut to bring the Housing Production Trust Fund back to $100 million. We think that we need both cuts and revenue raisers in this budget and likely in budgets going forward. We're a member of the Just Recovery Coalition, and we're supportive of the coalition's FY25 budget asks, which include increasing the capital gains tax, taxing high value homes valued at 1.5 million or more, beginning to enact a business activity tax, implementing a local child tax credit, and automating and expanding the Schedule H property tax deduction. We were also glad to see a unified challenge from Mayor Bowser and Cheryl Mendelson to the Chief Financial Officer's insistence on filling a locally required reserve fund, and would like the council to sweep it. GG Wash is grateful that the district is leading on providing additional funding beyond its ongoing commitment to the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority. Funding an additional $200 million from general revenue, supplanted largely by a sales tax, is understandable in the short term. But sales taxes are the most volatile of revenue raisers, and GG Wash is worried that by insisting on a regional sales tax as long-term funding solution for WMATA, the district will exacerbate the transit death spiral that we so often see during economic downturns when sales tax is at its lowest. WMATA is deferring capital maintenance to close its budget gap, capital maintenance costs less during recessions. If we can't have a truly countercyclical long-term funding source for WMATA, we at least shouldn't rely on an unpredictable regressive one. GG Wash has repeatedly suggested revenue raisers to fund public transportation, including a road pricing program, a land value tax, and raising the gas tax, parking rates, and the cost of residential parking permits, all of which would positively reinforce the relationship between revenue generation and ridership. In addition to its other negative attributes, a sales tax will not increase from modest ridership. Other revenue raisers would. I have a little bit more to say, but it's in my written testimony, and I'll leave it there. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your oral testimony. We did receive earlier this morning your written testimony. We haven't had a chance to review it yet, but we look forward to doing that, as well as doing that for others who've submitted their written testimony after we started today's hearing. I want to turn to Meg McGuire. If Meg McGuire was able to join us. Meg McGuire. Okay, we don't see you on the virtual panel, so if you're able to join, we will hear from you when you're able to do that. Let me ask though, Alex Bacher, you did submit your written testimony. We haven't had a chance to go through it, as I mentioned earlier. Are there specific other things that you want to mention on the record today?
Sure. My last thing was just that I would hope that DEMPED would release a new round of housing production targets, especially if we're talking about downtown economic development in comparison to other neighborhoods. Those targets have been essential over the past few years, but it's almost 2025 and we still don't have enough housing, whether income restricted and subsidized or market rate. So I hope that DEMPED is working on those and I hope they release them. I also just wanted to say thank you as a Parkview resident for your unwavering commitment to the advancement of Bruce Monroe. It's really important. That's the kind of thing that we should be funding. And it matters a lot to me personally and professionally. So thank you.
And thank you again for your testimony. I want to thank all the witnesses who testified on this panel, particularly Maria Jackson and Yasmin Holmes, for making the time to provide testimony to the committee about the important programs in which you testified. Medley Webb, your continued sacrifice and really the time that you spend working with the committee on very important programs. We appreciate that. We look forward to circling back with some of the individuals who testified today on what you proposed once we have a chance to put it all in context with the testimony that we provided, that's been provided from witnesses for this panel. We have another panel of virtual witnesses that we want to turn to now. And that includes we're going to start this panel. I think I left off with Johanna Turner and Chris Otten, Virginia Johnson, Hillary Goldfarb, Caitlin Crawford, Kimberly Jackson, Eric Jones, Shantae High, Jennifer Fisher, and Andrea Rosen.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get myself situated. May I go ahead?
Give me 1 second. I want to make sure we transition a couple more folks.
Okay.
All right. We're going to begin this panel with Johanna Turner. And once again, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jonna Turner. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for your continued support, service to our wonderful city, Washington. I'm here today to discuss the importance of thinking of our schools as new buildings, developments, and capital opportunities grow ferociously all over the city. One of the ways to ensure our public schools have a voice in the development coming into their neighborhoods is making a mandate that each community benefits agreement includes the nearby public school, primarily a school with limited people, policy, and funding support. CARE is a movement that believes empowered neighborhoods will revolutionize public education. We are focusing our efforts in Anacostia and Brooklyn. CARE not only pays attention to what's happening inside of our school walls, but we are also paying attention to what's happening in our neighborhoods, families, educators, and of course, our youth. We are struggling to see where the Fair Shot budget is directing dollars to support our young people so they have a fighting chance to live a healthy and prosperous life. It takes a village for every child to receive educational support so they can live up to their highest potential. Our marginalized schools are struggling with the following: high teacher turnover rate, limited educational opportunities, high truancy rate, the impact of gentrification and attendance, unequal learning opportunities from neighborhood to neighborhood, from school to school, and limited support to increase a healthy and warm, loving school culture. You know all the ways that the mayor is cutting: Department of Behavioral Health, education positions, childcare, rental assistance, and access to justice. These are my final thoughts. We must be creative in the ways our schools can receive funding into our schools. We are in an academic famine, and if we want the future of DC to be filled with strong lawyers, scientists, architects, managers, mechanics, homeowners, and business owners, we must invest in our schools as a way to increase economic empowerment. All too often, I have seen new developments come into the city with faulty, unethical, and abysmal agreements that do not benefit the community, but rather the developer, and unnecessary projects that do not impact the neighborhood. Council member, I am asking that you enforce an accountability with these agreements, ensure schools are on the top priority, and that there is a percentage rate for school support with each agreement. I've witnessed developers weaken their agreements, break them, and or give very small amount in comparison to different neighborhoods where they are pushed to give more. If this budget cuts crisis, we are living in a budget cuts crisis. We must enact change with this changing city to increase economic stability. And here are some of the ways that we can do so. Benefits must agree to pay for lawyer fees if a family is enduring push-out, agreements to fund several field trips and professional development opportunities, create student pipeline opportunities in construction, architecture, and business, and increase and invest in social justice and awareness curriculum so our young people understand what's happening around them. These opportunities are endless, and we do not want to waste the money to engage our youth, considering the multiple strategies that are being used to change the city. Our schools are a top priority. Our young people need to be invested in, and the one way we can do that is through the community benefits agreements.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon, Jonna Turner. Our next witness is Chris Otten, whose name I don't see on the virtual panel. Virginia Johnson. No, don't see that name either. About Hillary Goldfarb, I do see, and good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. I am Hillary Goldfarb with the Rockefeller Group, and I run Rockefeller's DC office. I am sitting here today in the heart of downtown at our new space right at 19th and L Street. We are an owner and operator recognized for large-scale urban development. Since the development of Rockefeller Center, we have remained committed to the selective development of high-quality properties. Our portfolio of projects here in the city, including recently completed buildings as well as projects currently in pre-development or under construction, include both office and multifamily apartments. Importantly, with our partners, we have leased a little bit more than 800,000 square feet of commercial office space here in the DC region, the majority of this through the tumult of the COVID-19 pandemic. Why this is important, what this evidence is our long-standing relationships with investment and capital partners, and an ability to finance major closings, even during challenging downturns and economic environments. I am here today because DC's competitiveness is at risk. From a capital markets perspective, regulations that prevent investment downtown must change. This will be the key to overcoming economic pressures in both the current and foreseeable future. I am testifying to support the mayor's fiscal year 25 budget, specifically investments in our downtown to attract, retain, and grow our business community, including the Gallery Place Revitalization Fund to support arena renovations, streetscape improvements, public space activations, and expanded green space. I am here to support the BEST Act to streamline business licensing. And critically, a property tax assessment freeze to incent reinvestment in new uses downtown. The assessment freeze, which is proposed as the new downtown activation program, can be a game changer. Accelerating the construction or renovation of existing and outdated office properties from any repositioning, any use is a critical tool for office, hotel, and other uses separate, but alongside the Housing in Downtown program, which aids multifamily conversions. I look forward to supporting a tax freeze program that works because overall, the best way to attract investment is to eliminate unpredictability and to provide certainty. This is so important because retaining and attracting both residents and jobs ensures a tax base that can support programs that serve our most vulnerable residents. I thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony, and I'll follow up with the letter and a written submission. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Jaron Price, the Downtown DC bid. Good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, and staff. My name is Jaron Price, and I serve as President and CEO of the Downtown DC Business Improvement District. The Downtown DC bid is the city's largest and first bid, representing 140 blocks of the city's central office core. And for the past 27 years, we've worked hard to keep downtown DC as clean, safe, and economically viable as possible. Downtown continues to feel the lasting impacts of the pandemic. And the overall downtown economy is currently estimated to be performing at just 70% of pre-pandemic levels. With respect to the commercial office market, we're facing a record vacancy at 22% and headed towards 25%, and only 50% of our office workers are actually going to the office at this time. The last 10 buildings that have been sold have been significantly below the Office of Tax and Revenue's assessed value. With respect to retail, we have a retail vacancy rate that's a record high of 23%, and our tax revenues have declined by $243 million per year, with a projected additional loss of $193 million per year over the next few years if we don't take targeted action to reverse course. In February of 24, in partnership with our neighbors at the Golden Triangle bid, we released the highlights of the Downtown Action Plan. This plan is based on extensive research, economic analysis, and engagement with district residents and downtown stakeholders, and lays out a 5-year strategy of investment, policies, and projects that help to create a reimagined downtown that is diverse, equitable, livable, and resilient. This plan projects that with $401 million of investments and policy changes, the district could increase annual tax revenues by $527 million per year over the next 5 years. I'm here to testify in support of the mayor's proposed FY25 budget and specifically the investments in downtown. This includes the $515 million Gallery Place Revitalization Fund that helps to support the arena renovations, streetscape improvements, public space activations, and expanded green space. And additionally, the $7 million proposed to fund the BEST Act, which will help to streamline business licensing, as well as the $5 million to support the Vitality Fund, which will help us to attract and retain businesses in high growth sectors, as well as funds like the Festival Fund, as well as a retail grant that will help to activate our downtown streets and plazas, as well as support pop-up and short-term retail to eliminate vacant storefronts. And most importantly, we want to support continued investments to catalyze commercial office conversion, including the proposed property tax freeze that's designed to help support the development of more downtown residential units, hotels, art space, and more. Now more than ever, bold investments needed to rejuvenate our downtown core and to help protect it as the economic engine of our city. We need a strong downtown because its tax revenues help to ensure that we can fund other important programs and services for years to come. And that's why even now in a difficult budget year, it's important that we take close consideration to any of the investments in downtown that can help to support a brighter future for the entire city. I want to thank you again, Chairman McDuffie and members of the council for your continued support and your prioritization of these challenges that we're facing in downtown.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Meg McGuire. Good afternoon to you. I'm glad you were able to join. I know there's some technical difficulties earlier. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great.
Yep.
Okay. I am Meg McGuire, a member of First Congregational United Church of Christ in the downtown and a proud resident of this magnificent city. I'm testifying on my own behalf. The monumental deal underscores three important principles. One, cultivated relationships can transform outcomes. Two, everyone must have skin in the game. And three, self-interest is not at odds with good decision-making. Downtown revitalization is about much more than real estate and sports arenas, and it will fail unless we engage hundreds of thousands of people who love this city and want to help. Yet I hear no plan to galvanize meaningful engagement in our core assets. Downtown churches, educational institutions, sports arenas, theaters, museums, and even medical providers all share the common imperative to ensure that people show up in person, that they are safe, and that they return regularly in person. So what if the city formed a new, low-cost, high-profit team with an unlimited number of players called the Downtown Diehards? Diehard fans would sign a pledge to engage in a minimum of 6 additional downtown activities during the year, which might include in-person shopping, museums, theater, sports, dining, and more. Events DC and the business improvement districts would organize the Downtown Diehards, building relationships across institutions, promoting opportunities online and on paper, highlighting events, offering discount coupons, and inviting the public to visit the headquarters of great national organizations located here. This information would be placed in the lobbies of residential buildings, churches, and doctors' offices. High schools and universities could conduct walking tours of downtown to expose students to the development process and contribute ideas for creating a place of lasting value for their future. Membership would be open to all residents of our region who feel privileged to live here. The Downtown Diehards can prove that 90% of our downtown success will be showing up. Our greatest asset is not the arena or gallery place, nor any single place or institution or group of high-level decision makers. Our greatest asset is people who are passionate and proud to call DC home, and we will respond to an invitation to help. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon, Meg McGuire. We appreciate it. Our next witness who we have listed, but who I don't see on the panel, is Caitlin Crawford. I want to make a call for Caitlin Crawford. Kimberly Jackson, I think, may not be able to testify. How about, okay, I do see Eric Jones. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. You can begin your testimony.
Let's again. Can you hear me now, Councilmember?
I can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and the members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Eric Jones, and I'm the VP of Government Affairs, DC Commercial with the Apartment and Office Building Association. AOBA, as is known, represents around 108,000 apartment units and more than 76.6 million square feet of commercial space here in the district. I'm here today as an advocate, a fourth generation Washingtonian, and Ward 4 resident to provide comments on the FY 2025 budget, in particular items under the purview of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, or DEPE. Today we will focus in 2 areas. First, we will talk about some of the positives in the budget, and then we will go on to some of our concerns and recommendations moving ahead. Just really quickly, some of the things we are pleased with, and we do thank the mayor for, are the $515 million of capital for a Chinatown Revitalization Fund, the $5 million to attract and retain businesses in high growth sectors, the $7 million to fully implement the BEST Act, and the $32 million in tourism grants and marketing. Additionally, we are also pleased to see substantial investments in education and public safety. We truly believe that these investments, while not perfect, will go a long way through the important goals of attracting and retaining business. Councilmember, while we continue to discuss ways to keep folks comfortable, on the other hand, while we continue to discuss ways to keep folks comfortable while sitting in a social safety net, we at AOA believe that we are better served, as the old saying goes, by teaching folks or individuals to fish as opposed to giving them fish. The best way to achieve this is by investing in our residents, providing ways for local businesses and employees to strive and grow. Some of the recommendations we have, and I'll go through these quickly in a matter of time. Reject the legislative push to lower the threshold of project labor agreements from 75 million to 50 million. This will cut out more than 80% of the local construction workers and businesses that are non-union affiliated by choice, as well as more than half the registered apprenticeship programs that are not labor affiliated. Introduce legislation mandating that UDC, CCDC create articulation agreements with apprenticeship programs approved by DOES and the Apprenticeship Council here in the district. Overturn the parking cash out law, which discourages employees from returning to downtown by increasing their costs at a time in which Metro is not reliable or safe, and also does not allow for employers to cover the cost of rideshare and/or parking. Finally, establish a property engineering management and maintenance, or CTE program with DCPS, DCCPS, and UDC-CCDC. One thing I will say quickly before I continue is, as you know, I've been doing this work for almost 20 years now. I spent a great deal of my time working in the community, recruiting DC residents to work in the trades. And what I've seen over the last decade plus is that we invest a lot of time in programs and legislation, but what we do is exclude the folks who are doing the work locally from being engaged. Over the last decade, I've taken over 100 companies into DC public schools to talk to our students. Only 2 of them were union-based. The things we're doing now are increasing the cost of doing business in the district at a time where our competitors in neighboring jurisdictions are doing everything in their power to take our companies away. With just 2 companies that have left over the last decade, the Donahoe companies and CoStar, we've seen well over $100 million in taxable income leave our city. One of these companies we're in our city
Eric
for
Jones,
5 years.
I'm gonna stop you just because your time has expired, but I definitely don't want to let you go without exploring that statement that you just made. I definitely think it's worth exploring around excluding local people from being engaged around the trades. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I had a conversation with an earlier witness on a different panel.
Yes, I was. I was.
Oh, good. So, okay, I'll pick up there when it's my turn to ask some questions, but I want to be mindful of the witnesses who have been patient and waiting to testify. So I'm gonna turn to Shantae High, who's president of the council at Park Morton, for her testimony. Thanks for joining us and being patient. You begin your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, Councilman McDuffie. I'm Ms. Shantae High, president of the council at Park Morton. I'm a Ward 1 resident, activist, and advocate of housing, disability, veteran business, and human rights. I just want to point out a few things that need to be addressed expeditiously. I've bullet pointed these to make it quick. I would like to make the DC City Council aware that the Park Morton Equity Team has a proposal. We'd like to have a meeting with you, Councilman McDuffie, to discuss the details of our proposal and how it can be unimpededly implemented. The Park Morton Equity Team has development partners we're working with. As the president of the council at Park Morton, my equity team, as well as my residents who are well-versed with the redevelopment, are requesting that the DC City Council instruct Councilwoman Brianne Nadeau, as well as DC Department of Planning and Economic Development, DMPED, to refrain from interfering, threatening, bullying, intimidating, and or coercing our partners not to work with us in order to achieve their set agenda, which is also interrupting my ability to fully organize as the leadership of my community. For far too long, I've had to deal with these nuisances, and it always comes back to me that the Ward 1 council member was at the forefront of essentially paralyzing the strides my team and I make in achieving TOPA and DOPA home ownership and entrepreneurial advancements of Park Morton residents. My Park Morton Equity Team and I are requesting that a special amendment be effectuated to include the TOPA-DOPA or Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act and District Opportunity to Purchase Act, as the Park Morton community were not given this opportunity at the first rights to purchase when the property went up for sale. Now that both the decision has been made to confiscate Bruce Monroe at the behest of Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, myself, my residents, and my Park Morton equity team implore that the TOPA-DOPA rights be implemented at both Park Morton and Bruce Monroe. A base minimum of 30% equity at both parcels should be issued to all of the Park Morton residents, past and present. And this concludes my testimony. I am Miss Shante High, President of the Council at Park Morton. I'm appreciative of your time today. Thank you kindly.
And thank you for your time in testifying before the committee this afternoon. We appreciate it. We're going to turn next to Jennifer Fisher. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Fisher. I'm here to testify against the budgeting of $61 million to destroy the Bruce Monroe Park by building a 10-story apartment building on it. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. I want to express my support behind the words of Joan Cato and Adam Green, so I don't repeat remarks that have already been made. As I testified in the hearing about the disposition of the park, I live on the 700 block of Kenyon Street, just down this alley from the park, and have been here since 2007, when Bruce Monroe was a school. Since it became a park, I've used the park to teach my niece and nephew to bike, to shoot baskets and throw footballs, baseballs, and frisbees, and play on the playground. I walk past the park almost every day with my dog and watch folks playing basketball, kids from the nearby preschool playing, and the city park service using it for monthly community festivities with bouncy castles and other fun activities. It's a well-used park, every single part of it, and could be even more well-used. I'm troubled that at such a time that the city is seeking to cut $500 million, that the city is proposing to not only take away what precious little green space our neighborhood has by giving it to a developer to profit from it, but the city is now planning to allocate an additional $61 million to facilitate that developer's profit-making scheme. As someone who works for this city with some of its most vulnerable residents, I witness every day the negative impact of staff shortages and hiring freezes. In that light, I have a hard time seeing this particular allocation of funds, which faces so much opposition from the community and the residents of Park Morton, for whom this was allegedly being built, well thought out. Yes, allocate it to low income and affordable housing, or if I had my way, to behavioral health programs in DC. But there are other means to use this money for affordable housing that don't involve destroying precious green space. As I have lived here since before Bruce Monroe became a park, I'm well acquainted with all of the political wrangling that has occurred related to this property over the years. When the school was torn down, our neighborhood protested and was promised that a new school would be built in its place. In the wake of the Great Recession, that proved challenging. Shockingly, I don't recall anyone at that time budgeting $61 million toward assisting a developer to include a school in the building plan at the site, although perhaps I'm mistaken. Assuming I'm not, however, I'm wondering what could have possibly changed in this time to make this subsidy to a private developer so important now, especially since the Zoning Commission has acknowledged that the foundational rationale for this project to be a build-first site for Park Morton residents no longer applies, and that all the evaluations done in relation to this project, including possible alternatives, are well over 10 years old. What really is the current rationale for destroying this beloved neighborhood park and subsidizing an outsized apartment building on that site, rather than seeking more appropriate ways to spend this money? The current suggestion that this budget allocation makes that we can have green space in parks or affordable housing is a troubling and misguided trade-off. And with that, I see my time is up, and I will stop and submit my remaining testimony in writing.
And thank you for your testimony, Jennifer Fisher. I don't believe Andrea Rosen is available. We don't see her on the virtual platform. And so, Jennifer Fisher, looked like you wrapped up prematurely. Is there one final thing you wanted to summarize of your testimony? I got the gist of your opposition to the $61 million allocated for Park Morton. I know there were some other neighbors who testified similarly. Was there anything else you wanted to add?
I guess the only thing that I wanted to add is that I think that this money and this whole planning situation, it really could be a model for how low income and affordable housing could be done in this city with the involvement of communities and while ensuring that everyone has access to green space. But the way that it was carried out is really troubling and is basically an example of what not to do. And I will leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. And then Shantae, hi. We got your testimony. I haven't had a chance to review it yet, but I wanted just to be clear for the committee's record of this hearing. Your position on the $61 million allocated within the DMPED budget. I don't think I heard you say you and the residents oppose it, but that you want, well, you know what, let me not put words in your mouth. If you could just tell us where you stand on that allocation.
We were not even aware that that money had been allocated. We have been shut out. As the resident council president, I have been shut out of all of the meetings around Park Morton, DMPED, and
Well, let's do this. Let's do this because I did hear a request to meet with me and my team. So let's try to put that schedule, put that meeting on the books and get that scheduled. So we'll reach out to you if you can look out for an email from my team so we can set up some time to chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I certainly want you to have all the information about the project, but also I want to hear more about the reported bullying and intimidation about which you testified. So we can do that at a meeting. So we'll reach out to you, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Eric Jones, you talked about the city's past and how it excludes local people from being engaged. And I wanted to pick up where you had left off in your testimony.
So thank you very much. Just really quickly, as I stated, over the last decade, the two most successful construction projects in the district have been the Convention Center Hotel known as the Marriott Marquis and Benjamin Banneker High School. They haven't released full final numbers on the 11th Street Bridge, so everyone has been able to look at that. But if you look at the difference in that, and you look at every other major project in the district that has had a project labor agreement, while the local based unions are the ones who sign these agreements, you have companies, for example, if you look at the soccer stadium, who are coming out of Texas, South Florida, et cetera, who are doing major sections of the work, from iron workers to steel workers, et cetera. And these are the things we're not talking about. When you have local companies who, them and their employees will not be in a project labor agreement because they're excluded. These are the same folks who have apprenticeship programs based in the district. They're working in local communities. They're working with DOES. They're members of the Workforce Investment Council. They're working with our local charter schools. And this is just one way that we're being short-sighted, as well as seeing increased costs. A lot of this is taking away from our community because our local residents aren't getting hired. They aren't giving back to the community, talking to the folks in their community about the jobs and that they've been able to gain, as well as the resources. And we need to find ways to make things more inclusive. It already shows, based on stats, that we're more expensive to run a business and build than anywhere else in the area. And it's not just the cost of real estate or the cost of land below projects. The way in which we do business has become a lot more expensive, and we need to find ways to make ourselves more competitive. Because if not, we're going to continue to see businesses leave the city, which we can't afford to do.
In your experience, how does that happen though? You said that the local companies aren't being engaged, but like some of these contracts are going to out of town companies. You mentioned Texas, for example. How has it happened that a local company is excluded when there's a PLA and yet local money goes to out of state contractors who are less likely to hire local residents?
So really quickly, here's what happened. When you sign these PLAs, you have to get your work based from a union hall. The union hall have what's called a book, and folks who are in the union, no matter the jurisdiction, sign up for the book. When you go to that place, if you sign on that book for the time being, even via the PLA, you don't have first right of refusal being a DC resident. It goes in order of seniority. Now, some unions have tried to switch and change the rules, but still the folks who have more tenure within those unions get those first rights. So you see these large companies coming from out of the area who have folks who are on the union books locally. Our local employees aren't included. Moreover, because the unions use slightly different work rules than non-unions, and that's not from a safety standpoint. For example, you have things such as a carpenter's helper or a painter's helper, which you may not have in a non-union world. And because there are certain work rules that are laid out in the PLA, if you don't have helpers because you're a non-union company, you don't qualify to do work, or you don't have those folks on the table. If you look at a project like Convention and Hotel, you had both union and non-union companies working on that project because it was of best value. And what we need to do is make sure that everyone who's meeting the guidelines, following the rules, and following the law gets a chance to bid. And excluding folks who don't operate the same way as union companies operate excludes a lot of our workers locally. They just don't bid because they're not going to engage in practices that are disincentivizing their employees.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. Just to be clear, that is one side of the opinion of this issue. I know there is perhaps a different.
To be respectful is not opinion. If you look at Benjamin Banneker, the council that you serve on went back and pre-approved well over $10 million because of the increased cost of a PLA. That was factual. It was in the capital plan.
Yeah, I think that showed up in, it was mentioned in the racial equity impact analysis around the increased cost of the PLA. So I am familiar with that. I guess the point I'm making is that the position that you just mentioned represents a position and an opinion. I imagine there is a difference of opinion from those who would advocate for PLAs and organized labor. I'm not trying to get into a debate. I just wanted the record reflect that there probably is a difference of opinion out there. So I do appreciate you providing your opinion because you signed up to testify today, and that is incorporated in today's committee record.
Thank you. And I will give you my written statement this week.
Okay. All right. We look forward to getting your written statement. I want to thank all the witnesses who signed up to testify for the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. We're going to move on to the Department of Small Local Business Development. We have people who have been patiently waiting to testify on behalf of DSLBD, and we want to begin to call some of those witnesses who are in person, and then we'll follow those witnesses with virtual witnesses. Brianne Dornbush is the first witness. Carolina Trago, Francisco Ramos Meyer, Rachel Mowry are the first four. So again, I appreciate your patience. It's been a long day, I know, for some folks who got here a little earlier. Good to see you all in person. We will begin. Brianne Dornbush.
Great. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, committee members. My name is Brianne Dornbush. I'm the Executive Director of District Bridges. In 2016, when District Bridges was awarded its first Main Street grant for Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant, our organization sought to build greater capacity and greater impact into our Main Street programs. In 2017, we became the first organization in the nation to develop a multi-Main Street model. Today, we manage 6 of DC's 28 Main Street programs. The DC Main Streets are a vital component to the district's economic development ecosystem. In 2023, the DC Council secured a 1-year funding enhancement for $47,000 per program. This enhancement represents the first increase in Main Street funding in over 8 years. I'm incredibly proud and excited to share with you how that FY24 funding enhancement has been transformational for District Bridges Main Street programs and the capacity of our organization at large. With the funding enhancement, we have been able to hire 5 additional full-time staff, including 2 events and engagement managers, 1 technical assistance coordinator, a director of programming, and a director of marketing and storytelling. With the addition of these 5 staff members, our Main Street team has been able to focus even more time on directly supporting small businesses. This increase is not just anecdotal. In the graph provided in my written testimony, you can see a year-over-year comparison of direct technical assistance hours compared to just the first 2 quarters of the last 3 fiscal years. Because of the FY24 enhancement, we have been able to realize 121% increase in direct technical assistance provided to our small businesses in our corridors. 3,200 hours so far just this fiscal year. In all of FY23, our team provided 4,220 hours of technical assistance. We are on track to double that number this year because of the FY funding enhancement. The district's investment in the DC Main Street programs creates a direct financial return for the district. When businesses in the district do better, the district does better. The numbers speak for themselves, and the district financially invests in the capacity of DC Main Street programs. DC small businesses benefit, generating more revenue for the city and creating more jobs for district residents. In a difficult budget cycle, when many programs are seeing significant cuts, we cannot afford to make cuts to a program that is returning economic value and growth for the district. I urge the council to fight to maintain the FY24 funding enhancement in the FY25 DSLBD Main Street budget so that we do not lose the momentum and impact this enhancement has already had in our city in the year to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for providing that testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Carolina Huitrago, and I'm the Director of Programming for District Bridges. My role was created this year as a direct result of the FY24 funding enhancement. I support District Bridges' 6 DC Main Street programs, which include Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant, Lower Georgia Avenue, Logan Circle, U Street, Cleveland Park, and Chevy Chase Main Streets. Through these vital programs, we provide support to over 1,000 businesses throughout 10 neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. Prior to my current role, I served as the Main Street manager for Columbia Heights, Mount Pleasant for almost 4 years. When I started at District Bridges, similar to other Main Street organizations, I was responsible for everything for my program, from providing technical assistance to the businesses, hosting events, marketing, finances, and reporting. I had to wear many hats, and the work is never ending. This is the reason nationally, the average Main Street manager only lasts 18 months at the position. In returning to District Bridges this year as a director of programming, I have been able to see the impact the additional funding enhancement received in FY24 has already had on the Main Street programs and District Bridges as an organization. With the additional funding, we have built the capacity of our team. Instead of a Main Street manager wearing 5 different hats, they are now able to focus their time on building relationships and providing support to their small businesses and are reaching even more businesses with the support of new technical assistance coordinator. In collaboration with the new events and engagement managers, our Main Street are putting more events in our corridors than ever before. As the director of programming, I'm able to support our team in reporting and connecting with DC agencies, expanding our partnerships, and building a stronger small business support ecosystem that puts our small businesses at the center. Partnerships and collaboration take time and intentionality. This role has enabled us to build partnerships we could have not built without this internal capacity. This year, our strategic priority as an organization has been to better tell our story. With the support of the new director of storytelling and marketing, we have seen incredible growth in our reach and following. In comparing just Q2 of FY23 to Q2 of FY24, we have seen an average follower growth per month increase by 40%, average interactions per post increase by 275%, and the number of accounts reached with real video content increased by 500%. The increased reach of our programs via social media enables us to connect our followers to our businesses and the events and opportunities that drive economic growth. We recognize the challenge the district faces in this budget cycle, but I urge the council to fight to maintain the FY24 funding enhancement in the FY25 Main Street budget so that we do not lose the momentum and impact this enhancement has already made in our city in the year to come. 86% of the Main Street budget is reinvested directly back into the DC local economy. In a year where our city faces such a difficult budget cycle, our city needs programs that generate a return back to the district. Maintaining investing in Main Streets is a direct investment back into our economy that will deliver significant returns to the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
And thank you for providing testimony to the council in person. Next.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Paco Ramos Meyer. I'm District Bridges' Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant Main Street Manager. I'm a proud native Washingtonian, product of Wilson High School, class of 2009. Great class, so much so you hired one of our own, John Mandel, to work on your staff for a while. Designated in 2016, Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant Main Street Program, also known as CHMPMS, was the first Main Street grant awarded to District Bridges. CHMPMS is the oldest and largest of District Bridges' 6 Main Street programs, serving 250 small businesses, community members in Ward 1. This historic commercial district is the most diverse in the city, with residents and business owners from various continents. This area covers 2 ANCs, includes the historic Tivoli Theater, which turned 100 this year, multiple Michelin-recognized eateries, and the business community is over 50% minority-owned, with a large Spanish-speaking population. As the largest of our 6 main streets, that financial year 24 funding enhancement has been critical to our ability to support our businesses. In FY23, we put on a massively popular Art All Night Mount Pleasant with over 100 participating vendors and businesses. 4 of these reported that they broke their single day sales records. This year, we plan to expand this event even more. So far in FY24, CHMPMS has deployed over $40,000 in small business grants, provided 415 hours of direct technical assistance to businesses in Q1 and Q2, with a focus on language and resource access for non-native English speaking businesses, sorry. We've planned and attended 7 ribbon cuttings for new businesses, connecting them with local city officials and residents, in addition to offering ongoing support to the newest members of our business community. Because of the FY24 funding enhancement, CHMPMS now has the support of an events and engagement manager, a technical assistance coordinator, our director of programming, our director of storytelling and marketing. Through the support of this team, we've been able to conduct more outreach, provide more support to businesses applying for grants, especially businesses with accessibility issues, specifically language and computer literacy limitations. Also offering more competitive grants to local businesses and new and expanded business promotional events like Holiday Lights, Tour del Taco, which drove customer traffic, attention, and hype to our local businesses. In Q1 and Q2 alone, our social media accounts added 625 new followers, with profoundly greater engagement than in previous years. I'll skip to the end since my time's almost up. In conclusion, CHMPMS is grateful for the pivotal support provided by DSLBD's Main Street Grant and the ongoing support of the DC Council for our local small businesses in Columbia Heights and Mount Pleasant. And you can see the rest of my testimony that I submitted. Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you for your testimony. Always good to hear from a fellow Tiger. Next is Rachel Mowry, and good afternoon to you. Begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name's Rachel Mowry, and I'm the District Bridges Chevy Chase Main Street Manager. Designated in 2020, the Chevy Chase Main Street is the newest of District Bridges' 6 Main Street programs. CCMS supports 67 small businesses in the commercial corridor that serve over 29,000 residents within a 1-mile radius. The corridor includes a number of historic properties, including the Avalon Theater and the Chevy Chase Arcade. In October 2023, I became the new Chevy Chase Main Street Manager, having worked in small businesses across the district over the last handful of years. I know how critically important Main Street programs are. I was excited to join the District Bridges team and to be able to directly support businesses. The wealth of knowledge and experience that the District Bridges team has enabled me to immediately support businesses with their most pressing challenges, despite being new to my role. Since October, and with the support of additional staff that we've hired as a direct result of FY24 funding, CCMS has assisted the Fishery Seafood Market with transitioning to new ownership, which has included overcoming some language barriers and a lot of the same technological assistance that Paco mentioned with some of his businesses. We've provided grant support to June B Suites for Bridge Fund 3.0, including documentation assistance and grant closeout support. We assisted Blue 44 with renewing their business license, and we've brought Chevy Chase First Fridays to our corridor, a series of events that promote small businesses, engagement, shopping local, and community engagement, as well as other events like our Treasures in the Attic antique evaluation event, and we've brought trivia nights to support our local bars and restaurants. With the support of our Director of Storytelling and Marketing, our social media handles saw 194 new followers, and our Spring Fling event alone drew social media attention of 5,849 individuals. There are currently several proposed plans for development along Connecticut Avenue corridor that will impact the small businesses within the Chevy Chase Main Street boundary, including the redevelopment of our Civic Course site. The continued investment in Main Streets is critical to supporting businesses to meet the momentum of those coming changes. I urge the DC Council to maintain the FY24 funding enhancement for FY25 Main Street budget so that CCMS and the rest of DC's Main Street programs do not lose the momentum and impact this enhancement has already had on our city in the year to come. Chevy Chase Main Street very much appreciates the support provided by DSLBD's Main Street grant and the ongoing support of the DC Council for Small Businesses in the district. Through our work, we see the ways Main Street programs with the funding that we receive support our small businesses and communities. With the additional support, we hope to be able to preserve the existing small businesses and support new ones that want to thrive in our communities. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you all highlighting the work that I did as chair with the support of my colleagues in this committee to enhance the Main Street's funding last year. For this current fiscal year, we made a request of the executive in my letter to the mayor to maintain that funding. Unfortunately, it was not included in the mayor's proposed budget. I actually highlighted that in our hearing last week with the mayor, recognizing that this was one of the areas there. We're not seeing the increased or expanded support for small businesses while we are seeing expanded support for downtown. And I don't want to create a narrative where we're sort of pitting one against the other. I don't think that's productive, and I don't think that's what we should be doing in the District of Columbia. But I would like to work with you all to figure out ways where we can try to address some of the challenges that you all have identified, because we want to see the continued work that you're doing with the enhancement that we put in the budget. But trying to identify where those funds are going to come from is going to be a challenge. So I don't know if you all have any specific suggestions about where this committee should be looking within our cluster of agencies to identify funds to redirect for this important purpose, but that is going to be our challenge. So I don't know if you all have any immediate feedback on thoughts in that area, but I've been asking of witnesses who have asked about additional funding.
Yeah, thank you so much. I completely agree. We don't want to pit big businesses against small businesses, downtown against neighborhoods. That's not productive. Our whole city's economy is an ecosystem. And so I think really thinking about those programs, Great Streets grants are incredible resources for businesses. However, the Main Street directors and managers who help those businesses access those funds, one of the main concerns for small businesses in particular is their ability to apply for those types of grants without the support of a technical assistance provider like a Main Street director is limited. So then you end up having the businesses that are more able to go after those kind of funds. So those businesses that really could use that kind of enhancement are then limited. And so really kind of thinking from an equity standpoint, those businesses that really need that support, using those programs to really help influx their growth. We worked with the DC Workforce Investment Council last year with some sunsetting ARPA funds with helping businesses use the skills-based hiring framework to hire more district residents. And I think programs like that, where we're encouraging district businesses to hire more district residents and grow their businesses, it's the conjunction of using Main Streets and other programs to really help those businesses grow and see the potential. And that directly generates more revenue for the district to help meet those shortfalls that we're trying to see. So we'd be very happy to work with your office to look at, ways that we can really collaborate. We have Access Point, our online technical assistance platform, and we're really looking to work with DC agencies. Compliance is a big issue for small businesses and ends up being really challenging if they end up missing renewing their business license and then are charged fees for renewing that, other compliance issues. Those are fees that they're paying rather than investing those funds into businesses. And so again, the support of Main Streets in helping businesses stay in compliance is really important. And our Access Point platform is also adding an aspect of compliance. And we would love to work with DC agencies to make sure that small businesses can remain in compliance here in the district.
No, that's a very important point. Are there areas or programs that you all have seen, heard of, that perhaps are not achieving the desired outcome that might be redirected? You don't have to answer now, but I'm really thinking about ways that we can redirect some of the resources that we already have that exist in the financial plan that perhaps aren't as efficacious as we would like, because there's not going to be any new revenues that we see. And well, I mean, there could be, but I don't know what the appetite is for raising additional revenue. We've heard a number of proposals from witnesses today that will give us the opportunity to raise revenues. I know there's some debate about how that gets done at the council, whether it's in committee or at the committee as a whole, but this process is going to be really consolidated in terms of the time frame that we have to try to work through some of these issues to address some of the things that you all have laid out. We appreciate the work that you're doing, but we're really I'm calling on some of the partners who are doing this work in the community with small businesses to help us think through where the revenue comes from that we might direct to some of these priorities. We share in the priorities. We don't necessarily have the same budget that we had in years past to be able to do some of the things we like to be able to do. So if you could think about that, and if you have some ideas and thoughts, if you can get back to the committee, we'd appreciate it. Okay?
Happy to follow up.
All right. Thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Rachel Shank. Charlie Whitaker is making a call for folks who are in person. Tyrone Ricks is here. Wayne Ware. Vance Kingsbury. We have our next four witnesses. I want to thank you for joining us in person. It's good to see you all. Always a pleasure to hear from you. We're going to start this panel with Charlie Whitaker.
Good to see you, council member. I'd like to first thank you, the mayor, and your colleagues for expanding the program and also always advocating, making sure that DC residents get an opportunity to work. This year, DSLBD, through a program they had, we received $2,200 for each team member through a grant that they had, and which was really great and exciting. One of our biggest concerns that we've been having is keeping our keeping our team members as DC residents. What's happening is with the inflation going on, with the cost of rents and things of that nature, our guys are finding it extremely difficult to continue to live in DC. But it's actually a mandate that all crew members live in DC. The program is going well, the expansion is going well, but just being able to find creative ways to help our team members continue to be DC residents will really help us. Also, another thing too, in years past, we always made more than the living wage. However, over the last, I'm gonna say year or so, clean teams have been paid minimum wage. And the job that they do in this city is really an extraordinary job. They work in the rain. They work when it's extremely hot outside. They work when it's extremely cold also. And what we're looking for is an opportunity or a way to raise their salary where they at least make more than the minimum wage. If I compare it to in like 2014, the clean teams was making like $3.70 more than what the minimum wage actually was. So if we could find a way to allow our team members to create a situation where they're able to make more than the minimum wage, that would actually be a great thing. And it would help us with keeping DC residents living in DC and instead of having to move to other jurisdictions.
You still have time. I don't want to wrap you up if you.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I think I got my point across. I'm cool.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. I'm gonna go next right down the line. And good afternoon to you. Good to see you once again here at the committee. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and the committee. My name is Tyrone Ricks. I'm the Director of Career Path DC. And just to extend on what Mr. Whitaker was saying, I was just crunching some numbers sitting over there after listening to all the testimonies and things. And something that came to my mind was the living wage now is equal to the minimum wage, which is $17.05. I've also read in some article coming up, it's supposed to move up to $17.50 for minimum wage. However, my issue is not necessarily issue, concern is this. Once I sit there and crunch the numbers as far as taxes and things, the average taxes for DC locals is what, 4 to 10.75%, something like that, which would go from 1,200 to roughly 32 and some change. The average income for our crew members is roughly $30,000. Once I start doing the subtraction with the numbers, I'm gonna drop that 32 down to probably 26 and some change. Average income, household rent is $1,800. So that's gonna drop me down again, probably with them having roughly like $4,000. That right there is just not enough. I definitely appreciate everything the program does for us, but we're definitely seeking to ask for more income. That way, as Mr. Whitaker has said, the people can live in DC, they work in DC, they help service DC. No commercial corridor is gonna want to operate their business in a filthy area. And this right here is where the clean team programs come in. We keep those areas serviced, we keep them clean, although some of those are in, struggling neighborhoods. We still work. So we're just asking for, once again, that within the budget that the committee can find some type of way to increase the wages with. But we definitely thank you for the program. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. How you doing today? My name is Anton Bill. Good to meet y'all today. I'd like to be thankful for this program because it helped me out a lot. Coming from a truck. You can hear me now? This program has helped me out a lot. I'm from a troubled background. Hard to get a job. Mr. Whitaker and Career Path took a chance giving me a job, helped me turn things around, take care of my family. It's still rough paying for all my living wages with how everything is going up in the city. But it also made me a little better person as far as when it comes to my kids. Gave me something else to think about. Let me settle my mind down a little bit. And just like to find a way to keep it going this way. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for taking the time to testify. I appreciate hearing directly from folks who have benefited from these really important programs. So thank you for testifying. I might have a question in a minute. Next.
My name is Vance Kingsbury.
and good evening. This program saved me. I done 40 years in prison. I came out and got to work, and inflation is something else out there. You know, I'm struggling, but I have a good company I'm working for, and they're helping me get back on my feet.
Are you finished with your testimony?
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate you taking the time to provide the testimony. Let me ask y'all, how long have you been working with Career Path? Okay, okay. And I see your sweatshirt. It looks like a Rhode Island Avenue logo. Are you with that one, or are you with multiple programs? If you could hit the mic for me.
Oh.
You working with Rhode Island?
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. I'll probably come across you a time or two, as much time as I spend up and down Rhode Island Avenue. And that is one of the programs that I was really supportive of when I joined the council. I know Mr. Whitaker knows this, but I've been really supportive of the career pathways and the clean teams in general because of the stories like the ones that you all have shared. As much as I appreciate y'all providing that testimony, it's not the first time I've heard those really powerful stories from people like you all who've had the chance to get jobs and provide for yourselves and your families by working through these clean team programs. So I appreciate you providing your testimony. How long have you been working with Career Path?
Almost 3 years.
Almost 3 years. Okay. Okay. And then the testimony that you all provided, I think is important too, Mr. Whitaker, Mr. Ricks, really drawing that sort of highlighting how the minimum wage has caught up to the living wage. And I remember when the law had changed around the living wage. It was really important. I want to give credit to, I think it was Councilmember Orange.
Yes.
Who really led the charge on that. But a number of years have passed since that law changed, and we see what it's done in terms of the minimum wage catching up to the living wage. And what it means, it sounds like, is that while people are employed and working on our clean teams, they're finding it hard to be able to afford to stay in the District of Columbia. So tell me a little bit more about how frequently you're experiencing that with the people who you're working with.
So we experience this a lot. How people are making it right now, they're living with like relatives, their significant other, things of that nature. And we also have some people who have taken advantage of DC-based programs and was able to get like vouchers and things of that nature to live in DC. But for the most part, I want to say like out of 90% of the individuals who work with us, they do have housing issues. And the biggest thing is, so some of my guys are returning citizens, like I say, and then when they are in relationships with individuals, with other people, and things go wrong, sometimes they may get violation and go back to jail and things of that nature. So what we try to work with them to get in situations where they are able to live alone or maybe live with a relative instead of getting themselves caught up in other situations where they become homeless, somebody put them out their house and they homeless and things of that nature. We even have some guys who are really homeless and do live at the shelter, but we work with them to try to help them reconnect with some of their family members. So it's really a bad issue. We really have a terrible issue with this housing thing. I think that's our biggest issue, housing.
Yeah, and I appreciate you putting that on a record, given everything that the city is confronted with housing affordability and really the crisis that exists in housing across District of Columbia. You can have a job, right, and still struggle, even to the point of being unhoused in the District of Columbia because of the costs associated with housing. So you've heard other people who testified about wanting the council to do more in terms of the budget and supporting housing and the creation of affordable housing. You heard the mayor talk about the challenges that she faced with this budget proposal and not being able to fund the Housing Reduction Trust Fund the levels that she had previously funded it. Yet another example of the real serious challenge that we face here at the council in trying to maybe think about this budget and how to redirect funding from one program to another in order to address some of the things that witnesses have testified about today. And so, again, I appreciate you all taking the time to be here. I know you all are working really hard out there in the streets, literally in the streets across the District of Columbia, and we want to continue to be able to support you all. But we are more challenged today than we have been in the past. You remember the days, Mr. Whitaker, where we were looking at the budget and saying, okay, we're going to create this program here, we're going to create that program here, we're going to create this many new jobs here, and you know, we saw the results of those collaborations, working with you, working with other people like Paul Weinstock, who are doing great work and hiring a lot of people in the city who need those jobs, and working with DSLBD. But today is a new day, frankly. And so if you have ideas, I ask you, like I've asked others, about where we can get some of these funds to do some of this from, or where we can get some of the funds from to meet the needs, like the needs you just articulated, then let us know, because we definitely want those ideas. We're not going to do this in a vacuum. We're going to do it with stakeholders and partners who have been working with the committee over the years, and you certainly have been one of those partners. So I appreciate you taking the time to testify. Thank you all. I know there's some other folks who are here in person. We want to call them up as well. Anthony Tabron, James Dandridge, Shamar Brown, Sean Lewis. All right, I think we have one more witness after this panel who is in person, and then we will proceed with our virtual witnesses. We know we have a couple of people who appear to be testifying virtually, who are now testifying, who appear to be testifying in person, who are now testifying virtually. So we'll do the panel of 4 witnesses who are seated, and then we'll have one more. Chioma Oru will testify in person after this, and then we'll proceed with our virtual witnesses, including a couple of witnesses who are for other agencies we want to get to. But good afternoon to you all. Appreciate you taking the time to be here. I guess we will start with Mr. Tabron.
Good afternoon, Mr. McDuffie and panel. My name is Antoine Tabron. I'm a Washingtonian of 41 years. I also work in the district for a company called Career Path DC. It's a street cleaning team where we try to keep our community. We work in the communities that we was raised up in. So we try to keep our communities and neighborhoods clean. We the ones that's picking up bloody syringes and used condoms and broken crack pipes. We the ones that's picking that up so the kids, your kids and our kids can walk through the community without having to see that. And at this point, you know, we appreciate our job, but to piggyback off Mr. Ricks, the inflation has gone up so high that, like, we make like $17.05 an hour. So after you pay your rent, which is like 85% of the money that you're making, you're left with like 15%. Now you got to take care of your kids. You got to get back and forth to work, you know, so it's just a struggle. It's a struggle within itself. So all we just asking that you guys can provide us with more income so we can be able to provide for our family more. And that's all I really wanted to say.
And thank you for saying that. Appreciate you taking the time to do it.
You're welcome.
Next.
How you doing? My name is Shamar Brown, and I've been a DC resident for 27 years, and I'm appreciative for working with Career Path DC because they opened up a lot of doors for me before, like Mr. Tyrone and Mr. Whitaker said. I mean, before I started working with this program, I ain't know what I wanted to do in my life, but they gave me an opportunity to see clear and to see things for the bigger picture for what it already is. So, I mean, based on what he says too, I mean, yeah, like we clean up, but I feel like that when we clean up, I feel like that. What am I trying to say? I feel like that. Yeah, like what he said, kind of giving back to our community, but I feel like our community don't really appreciate what we do. So, I mean, that's all I had to say.
All right, I'm gonna go to the next person, but I'm gonna circle back with you because I wanna hear why you think the community doesn't really appreciate what you do. So I'm gonna give you a minute. I want to hear the next couple witnesses testify, but think about that. All right, because that's an important statement. You all are out there, as Mr. Brown put it, picking up a lot of things that otherwise you don't want the public to have to see or walk past or kids to potentially confront. You all are out there doing it early and late sometimes. And so I love to hear from you as to why you think people don't really appreciate what you do. But I'm gonna go to the next witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. McDuffie and panel. My name is Sean Lewis. I'm not a great public speaker, but I'm gonna do the best that I can. I'm a lifelong resident for 42 years. I work for Career Path, of course. Before I started here, I had some personal issues going on where, financially, I was really struggling. At one point in time in my life, I was doing well, which at that point in time, I think minimum wage was like $8, but I was making 15. So I was able to have my own place, my own space to provide for my family, which at this point I have had kids through over the years, which became my responsibility. A few reasons why I love Career Path. It's because of who I work for. I love Mr. Charlie Whitaker and his staff members who provided me with the opportunity to help me provide with my family. Two, I was part of the problem in the city. So for me to be able to give back by cleaning up my city, it makes me feel even better hearing people walk down the street and appreciate my work. And as a lot of us, coming from where we come from, we made decisions that put us in some of these positions where we're not financially stable. Unfortunately, that can put us in situations that cause people to, stray off to doing other things. But however, working here, I appreciate what I do because it's able to give me a sense of peace when it comes down to at least taking care of my kids. My only problem is now with working here, which I love working here. It just don't provide me the time to be able to get a part-time job sometimes or to be able to work on the weekends due to, our schedule. But as they spoke, I would love to be able to, let me get back to my kids. My kids are very important to me, and with everything that's going on nowadays, some of us as parents, we struggle with certain things because we have rent, we have food, we have this. So sometimes when we have to do all these things, sometimes we're not able to provide most of the things that the kids need. And as we know, some of these kids out here running reckless because of those reasons. So, I stand before you just to hopefully give you a better idea that, along with the type of work, because as they say, we work in all types of streams of revenue. You have to have specific people that love to do this in order to do it. I love it because I'm giving back as well. So I say that just to, like I said, fight for, more wages for us to be more independent on our own, because it's a lot of Black men that actually work for this company, and not just so much a race, but, that's where most of the issues are coming from our community because of these reasons.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I think you did a great job testifying, by the way. So, I don't know that you're not a great public speaker. I didn't see any notes. I didn't see you reading from anything. So you did a fantastic job. I appreciate it. Yeah. Final witness on this panel.
Good afternoon. My name is James Dandridge. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. for 55 years. And I came across career path when I was down a little bit. And they gave me the courage to lift myself up and put me on a right path to show me how I could survive, as well as take care of my grandkids. I got the best of both worlds, a granddaughter and a grandson, and I'm working for them. And when my mom passed away, that was devastating because she was to show me how to become an individual, a male as far as dealing with life and society, as far as taking care of yourself and take on the responsibilities that you're supposed to have for yourself. And career path showed me a lot. And I love to work with Tyrone and Mr. Whitaker. And when they brought me on board, and I said to myself, I would never let them down because they gave me a chance to prove myself, which I felt as though within me being a Washingtonian, I felt as though some doors was about to close on me. And I was feeling a little depressed. And they showed me how to pick myself back up and become more responsibility of what I have to do. And if more people will feel interested in working with career path, I would gladly give my recommendation to come to work for them because they will help you to the fullest. And I don't want to talk too much because I know y'all got something to do, but that's like I said, it's been a great pleasure to work with Career Path. And I do have work experience as far as hospitals and nursing homes. I felt as though the nursing homes and hospitals I worked in. I love working for that because one day I will become an elderly. I want somebody to take care of me correctly before I go. And it's more standards, it's more meaning for me. And I love cleaning up, housekeeping. I come outside, clean up. I love to see a beautiful environment instead of riding down the street. Got to move trash out the way, broken bottles, stuff on the ground. Yeah, okay, we see it every day, but if you get the right people to get out there and I want to work and clean and help it have a clean community, we can do this.
No, I agree. I mean, you certainly can do it, and I think Career Path, Ms. Whitaker, and all the folks that he has worked with, hired over the years, have demonstrated that we can do it. It's one of the reasons I'm super supportive of the program. So, how long have you worked with Career Path?
This is my second year.
Second
It's like I'm like an NFL. I'm a rookie on the block. So pretty soon I will have me some years in.
Okay, all right. Are you from DC?
Huh?
Are you from DC?
Yeah, I'm born and raised in DC.
Okay.
In Washington, DC.
Awesome.
All day long.
How many years have you been with Career Path? If you could turn your mic off and turn your mic on.
Been with Career Path for what, 3 years downtown? Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, 3 years.
Okay.
Well, this going on my 3rd year.
Okay, got it. And how about you two? How long have you all been with Career Path?
I've been with Career Path about like 5 months.
Okay.
And I'm approaching my 2nd year.
Okay, excellent. I think it was, I believe it was Shamar Brown. I was going to come back to you and ask why you think it is that some people don't appreciate the work that you all do.
The reason why I say that is because I feel like work should be fun. Like you shouldn't have to go to work and hear gunshots. Like recently, the reason why I say that is because last week at Brooklyn Station, it was a real bad shootout and a teenager lost their life, and I work up there.
Yeah.
And I feel like work should be fun. Like work shouldn't have to be where as though I gotta cover because that could have been my life or my daughter's life.
Right.
So that's the reason why I say I feel like people people take what we do for granted. That's it. All I had to say.
How old is your daughter?
She's 2.
2. Yeah. No, I appreciate you saying that. That was an
And-
horrific.
And
Yeah,
I
please.
apologize. And
Oh,
that
yeah,
same
apologize.
day, the same day that the incident had happened, I was supposed to have had my daughter with me. So that could have been her life or my life or both our life together. Reason why I say that.
No, I appreciate you sharing that. I've had multiple conversations with people about that particular incident. Tragically, not the first such type incident. I had a conversation with my wife about that incident because my kids catch the train and they get off at that station. And it does make you wonder, right? Yeah, no, so the work that you all are doing is extraordinarily important. And every time I think about the work that you all are doing, the way that Charlie Whitaker engages the community to identify people who need that opportunity, I think is also important. How did you find out about Career Paths?
I was referred to Career Path through a friend who was already working here.
Okay.
But once I did get in the presence of Charlie Whitaker, he make you just want to strive to do right. He give you that push. You need to talk to him. He that ear for you.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of experience. So, it's a good person to talk to.
Yeah. No, and I think I don't know if it was this panel or some of the other panel, the previous panel, but like I think sometimes, and I appreciate that you all come down and Charlie brings the people who he works with, so people can see and hear and get your voices and your stories on the record. Why? Because not everybody can understand and relate to your experiences or why these living wage jobs are so important, right? Having grown up in the city, some of you all are from the city, if you didn't have these jobs, and I don't even want to really put it out there, but there are a lot of people who don't get these opportunities and they make real bad decisions, right? Young folks, older folks, it is a part of the work that we do that tries to make a connection between the individuals who live in the city, many times are of the city, come through our schools. Some of them don't finish the schools, but don't get that opportunity, make bad decisions, have brushes with the law, sometimes end up doing a period of incarceration. Fortunately, some people get released, which the lion's share of people who do time, they do come home. And if they don't have those connections, the people to support them, that system, family, friends, whatever, when they get out, then they're confronted with the rough streets that are Washington, D.C. And sometimes they find themselves right back where they were. And so it's good that y'all come down here. I know, I don't know how he always gets to bring people down here. I know Charlie is good at bringing people down to testify, and I appreciate that, but your stories are important. So the time you all take, whether you want to do it or not, you did a great job, but your stories are important as well. Is there anything else that you all want to add to the record now that you have an opportunity to testify? Anything you left out that you think would be important for us to consider? Okay.
We just need that support with them wages so we can,
Yeah.
that's all we asking for.
I appreciate the request. It's a really tough budget. I if you know me, and Charlie will tell you, I don't make promises.
Yeah.
As much as I want to say we're gonna find this money, we're gonna do it, I can't make that promise. I do know that what you're doing is worth the investment.
Gotcha.
I do believe in my heart that without you all, we'd have streets that people don't want to walk through. Particularly some places where y'all are cleaning, they don't really see as much of the effort by the city to keep and maintain streets. They don't appreciate the investment that the city makes sometimes. And so seeing people wearing those vests like you all out there cleaning those streets where you all are doing it, I want to thank you for the work that you're doing and definitely going to try to support you. So
We appreciate the acknowledgement, man.
Sure. Yes, sir. If you could turn your mic on.
Most definitely thing to look into because, like I said, we dealing with 4 elements. Like when I say 4 elements, spring, summer, winter, and fall, we out there. And some people, you can't get to work out and stuff and weather like that. And
no doubt about it.
I could take my head off to my coworkers and myself. We do a good job doing it.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm glad you're giving yourself, that shout out and giving your coworkers
Yeah.
that shout out because
I
It
just
is-
want to add on to that. It's
Sure.
along with, the nature, it is a difficult job where, you have to, where you're unsure. And just have, like he have explained, like we're in certain areas of the city where it could get extremely rough. So, like I said, I enjoy doing what I do.
Yeah.
you
And it's a
know,
very
and-
public facing job, right?
Yeah.
You got to interact with people sometimes,
Right.
whether you want to or not.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I like. Sometimes we could be a tour guide, sometimes we could be a counselor, because sometimes I can see little younger people out on the street and we make a difference by even showing them that, working could be, the better thing.
And taking
versus-
pride in the work. And
Right.
just
And
even if some of it goes unspoken, you
And-
got a young person that sees you, that image, right, of somebody who's out there working, cleaning the streets, getting paid, can be very impactful. I'm sure it has been very impactful for a lot of folks who see y'all out there doing your business and getting that work done. So thank you for that.
Show a positive impact and keep that energy.
No doubt about it.
Hard work and hard dedication.
Appreciate
We're
it.
gonna have some followers come behind.
I want to thank you all for listening.
No, you bet. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thanks for the
thanks for
testimony.
listening.
All right, we're gonna shift to our virtual panel. We have one more witness in person. Yes, if we could have Shioma Aru. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for your patience. Forward to hearing from you.
Go ahead.
Yep, if you can press the button up, the mic is on now. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
All right, great. So good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie. My name is Chioma Rue, and I'm a founding member of NeuroMama, which is a cooperative initiative incubating in Fixed Pad, a DC nonprofit that was founded in 21 to provide wellness care packages, peer support services, and inclusive community programming and political education for neurodivergent pregnant people and multi-generationally impacted households with at least one school-age child under the age of 21 years old, and at least one person that identifies as having a neurodivergent condition, including the wide range of mental illnesses and intellectual and developmental disabilities. NeuroMama represents a core team of Black and Brown, first and second generation Americans and Native Washingtonians. We are neurodivergent people who are caring for ourselves, as well as also caregiving for children, adult siblings, and elderly loved ones. At today's hearing, I want to talk about the unchecked discrimination that meets most BIPOC disabled entrepreneurs like us that start at the startup phases for any business structure, and to make a plea for the necessary funds for our cooperative business and others to help improve health and life outcomes of Washingtonians. This includes funding viable alternatives incentivized by government contracts that honor the way cooperatives do business with key education and healthcare agencies, and in-kind support such as access to public libraries and parks and rec and other spaces to support the development of our caregiver peer support cooperative business, hence creating a safer and more secure community overall. We are advocating for cooperatives because of the reality of unhealthy and undemocratic power structures that follow carceral logic that promote extractive labor practices for caregivers and peer support workers, also serve as barriers to giving and receiving quality care that leads to positive and equitable health, well-being, and life outcomes. We see a future beyond sheltered workshops, day programs where no skills are being cultivated that can motivate economic independence, institutions, homelessness, social isolation, and massive loads of trauma while navigating through unhealthy and inequitable siloed disability systems of care that start life until its end. We come to this level of understanding and move with the theory of change that nothing good for us can happen without us. And we who are closer to the pain are the most viable and capable of fostering and implementing the innovative ideas needed to create social change. Because we as NeuroMama founders, founding members carry a heavy and sordid history on our shoulders as we do this work. 48 years ago, on February 28, 1976, the Evans versus Washington case brought claims to the courts of mistreatment against Forest Haven, DC's premier institution for neurodivergent young people. This historic class action highlighted the lack of vision of care and exposed rampant discrimination in the lives of neurodivergent people. I'll just get down to saying that we cannot engage in the work that we do that is historically placed. What happened to Joy Evans continues to happen to many children and young people in District of Columbia living in families as vulnerable as the Evans family. And we cannot engage in the important work that we want to do in building a wealth building culture through our peer support cooperative without the necessary investments in business development, access to funding, access to partners, access to public event spaces. And we need this for our business to thrive and get off the ground and serve who you want to serve. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Let me just make sure that I understand. Is there a specific request that you're making in terms of funding? Is it access to existing funding at some particular program, or is it access to some additional line of funding?
Sure, because we are unique in many ways, right? We're not, we have a nonprofit, but we're not a traditional nonprofit. We are cooperative in our business structure, and we are providing peer support services. So we continue to find paths in order to be a viable monetizing business. We do need support of the community because, again, we are peers. Granted, some of us are highly educated peers, but we are peers all the same, building a business. So for all that the District of Columbia has to offer in terms of the funding that's available for Medicaid providers, but as a startup that's doing this as a cooperative business, we're doing this without any support. And whatever small nonprofit grants we're able to get, that's how we're able to provide the work we're able to do now that we've been providing since 21. So that includes, so what we're asking for is business development support, right? How our cooperative can actually match the outfits of other Medicaid providing agencies that easily go into partnerships with schools and community-based services. We are new to this, and there really isn't an easy path for us to find our way. And on top of that, because we are neurodivergent people, trying to create a space for our constituencies who are suffering from mental illnesses, who do have intellectual disabilities, we do very much know that what it takes to create the business environment for us requires something that does not exist.
So just to be clear, are the services you all provide Medicaid reimbursable? In other words, could somebody who...
We're not currently, we're seeking our path to becoming that. And that's what we mean. There's no blueprint for a peer support business that does not necessarily have or want to have a clinical oversight. We want to remain authentic, and which is why we are choosing cooperation as our business structure. We want it to feel like what a cooperative does. We know that most people that go in to provide services in the home and community are licensed professionals that tend to distance themselves from being peers, distance themselves from being people with lived experience who navigate. And if you do have a peer worker, they're usually the lowest paid person existing in a nonprofit. We want to give our workers and our network and our peer support system the economic independence that requires for us to have good lives as people living with disabilities, particularly mental illness and developmental disabilities, but also knowing that we are professionals in the space and needing to create that lane where healthcare finance can see us as people they can do business with, Department of Behavioral Health, the schools, and anyone else. And we want to show up as real business people. The city, we have participated in great incubators like Together International, who does support disabled people to become entrepreneurs, but these are far and few in between. And we struggle, especially because we are majority Black, finding the spaces that affirm what we want to hold. What we uphold is the most important features. So that requires a lot of we know this is a budget of deficits, and for us to make the kind of ask that we're asking requires research, which we're able and willing to participate. Very open to meeting with you offline to give more details. In this environment may not be the best place to air out the specifics of our asks and what we think we have seen and need to be able to be a thriving business to meet all these workforce gaps that we keep hearing why families can't get the services they deserve, even though many of them are unemployed themselves
Got it.
and can provide those same services for their own
Have
families.
you, have you made any specific requests of DSLBD?
Well, we take advantage of what we can take advantage of. But what I found with the things that DSLBD offers, again, because we are a niche population, it is what we need to thrive is kind of where Together International has started, but there really isn't any other duplicating entity that I've seen come through DSLBD that offers the kind of training, adult learning training that would require people with mental illness and developmental disabilities that may have their certified peer license, maybe doulas and otherwise, but are not prepared to run a cooperative business. So we need business development and we need access to real partnership, real MOUs, real contracts that are in a competitive field, that we understand. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much. And we hope to be in good relationship with you, as we know that you are one champion for cooperative businesses, but we don't know if you see our kind of business and what we are trying to bring into the DC landscape.
Well, your testifying helps to provide information for the committee to consider, so we really appreciate you coming down and carving out time to be able to do that.
Thank you so much.
Our virtual witnesses, we're going to pivot now to those who are joining us virtually. If we could have Rachel Shank, Alex Padro, Dario Martinez, Trupti Patel, Letitia Atkins, I'm sorry, Chris Otten, Cassandra Hetherington, Paul Edwards, Anwar Salim, Michelle Malatsky, Stephanie Campbell, Lindsay Hicks, Michaela Blanchard, Yvette Banfield, and Andrew Shapiro. And good afternoon to everybody who is joining the committee virtually to provide testimony. We're going to begin with Rachel Shank.
Thank you. Chair McDuffie, council members, and community members, my name is Rachel Shank. I am the Executive Director of Georgetown Main Street, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of DSLBD's Main Street budget. Georgetown Main Street's vision is to build a vibrant, inclusive, and collaborative commercial corridor that champions diverse small businesses and continues to grow the local and unique nature of Georgetown. Our corridor stretches along Wisconsin Avenue from K Street to Whitehaven Parkway. Having served in this role for 5 years now, I've seen the value of the work of my organization and my community and of my Main Street colleagues across the city. I first want to start my testimony off by expressing my gratitude. Thanks to tremendous leadership from this committee and the council, the Main Streets were all given an additional $47,000 for this fiscal year, which we've heard earlier. For Georgetown Main Street, those dollars have translated to more organizational capacity in the form of additional contractors, more visibility for small businesses in the form of storytelling and community events, and more investment in the community through direct grants. I asked the committee to consider maintaining the one-time funding from last year so we can continue to provide outsized work in our small business communities. In the GMS corridor, there are about 300 businesses, 60% of which are small. Of those small businesses, about 60% are either immigrant, minority, or women-owned, and a quarter of which are legacy-owned.
On average, Georgetown business owners drive to work, lease their spaces, and largely do not fit the same economic profile as their residential neighbors in the same census tract. Last year, GMS awarded $40,000 in direct grants and technical assistance. And thanks to the additional grant funding this year, we are able to award $50,000, $40,000 in facade and business improvement grants, and $10,000 in emergency grants. By the end of this fiscal year, we will have provided $290,000 to our community since our founding. For many, the main streets are the viaduct that connect business owners with essential city programs and regulations. We assist businesses in accessing grants, complying with regulations, maintaining proper licensing. Last year, I was able to help a BIPOC woman-owned business purchase the building where her business is located thanks to the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. Without me reaching out and providing support along the way, she would not have known to take advantage of this opportunity. Although the resources are available and they're awesome, many people need a trusted funnel through which to receive indispensable information. Main Street programs translate complex details into accessible resources for our businesses. Last year, the council recognized the importance of our work and backed our request for more funding. As we head into economic uncertainty, the stability and trust borne by the Main Streets is an efficient investment. For a relatively small budget allocation, my colleagues and I stretch every dollar. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to partnering with the city and investing in the small business community in 2025.
And thank you for your testimony this afternoon. Our next witness is Alex Padro. How are you, Alex Padro? Good to see you. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Alexander M. Padro, Executive Director of Shaw Main Street since 2004. Shaw Main Street is grateful that the Bowser administration appreciates the crucial role that the DC Main Streets program will continue to play in supporting our city's economic recovery amidst upcoming challenges. Our service area saw 27 new businesses open in calendar 2023, resulting in 253 new hires. We have now replaced all the businesses that closed permanently during the COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath. The mayor's FY25 DC Main Street's budget cuts the $47,000 increase per Main Street that the committee and council added in FY24, the first increase in the DCMS grant in nearly a decade. Hopefully, the committee will be able to restore these funds for FY25. Larger programs like Shaw and H Street that have many more businesses than smaller programs are already disadvantaged in our ability to support our businesses because the flat grant amount does not distinguish between programs that have hundreds of businesses and those that have dozens. The larger programs would suffer the blow of losing the $47K more acutely than the smaller ones. Ideally, the committee should provide an additional $100,000 to the largest Main Street programs in order to begin making the Main Street grants equitable. Please remember that over $3 comes back to city coffers for every dollar invested in Main Streets. This is a national average that has been validated by local economic impact studies here in DC. DSLBD has not been able to confirm whether the funding for the 11th Street portion of the Shaw Clean and Safe Team service area is included in the mayor's proposed budget. In FY23 and 24, the committee and council, led by Councilmember Pinto, provided funding to expand the Shaw Clean Team to 11th Street Northwest. That expansion is now benefiting the businesses and residents along that corridor. But that funding was one-time, non-recurring. Perhaps the mayor has now made the funding permanent, but as I said, DSLBD is unable to answer that question. If those funds are not in the proposed budget, the 11th Street corridor will lose its clean team. Some of the Career Path DC members, like the ones you testified earlier, will likely find themselves out of a job, and 11th Street would return to its formerly neglected state without the committee and council's intercession. We likewise have not been able to confirm that the Clean Team grants will cover the scheduled increases in the minimum wage. If not, this will become an unfunded mandate. I'm available to answer any questions you may have for me now or after that.
And our next witness is Dario Martinez, but I'm not sure I see Dario Martinez has joined us. So we will move on to Trupti Patel, who I do see has joined us. Good to see you. You begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that I can enter my comments into the permanent record. I think you should have a copy of my testimony, so I'm going to spend my time riffing a little bit off of it. Before I go into my testimony, I do want to acknowledge the workers from the Clean Streets team. I want to actually be able to say thank you to them if they are still in the room for all the work that they do. And I am so sorry that people have not recognized that their work is so vital and so important. Don't know when we became a society where service became a dirty word and a dirty occupation. So just thank you to them. And the reason why I'm here testifying before you today is that I want to echo and amplify the call for funding that Councilmember Brooke Pinto is going to be asking for to implement a Foggy Bottom West End Main Street for this year's budget cycle. I don't know what that amount is going to be, but it's going to be housed and managed by the Department of Small and Local Business Development. I participated in the feasibility study, which was funded in the previous budget cycle, because I'm someone that wants to live, work, and play right here in Foggy Bottom. I'm well known for being a tipped hospitality workers' rights advocate, and in that capacity, I will always center workers in ensuring they have a safe and just working environment that is free from harassment and wage theft. This has not been a safe and just recovery for many in the district, and many residents are suffering with that inequity, and it's deepened due to the deliberate disinvestment from critical social service programs such as ERAP, the Emergency Rental Assistance Programs. Workers, residents, and businesses will continue to suffer if the executive and the council do not take immediate steps to remedy the ghost town that downtown DC has become. It's time for all of us to step outside of our comfort zone. Workers, residents, and business operators are free all not just to survive, but to thrive. These are challenging times, and it calls for bold leadership and innovative partners at the table. I have a vested interest as a worker advocate and as a resident of this city, and most importantly, Foggy Bottom. I want to live, work, and play in a vibrant, thriving neighborhood that I've called my home for over 20 years. The revitalization of downtown DC is a critical budget priority, and the establishment of the Foggy Bottom / West End Main Street should be classified as a non-negotiable piece of the strategy. In addition, I am extremely disappointed to see the monumental groundbreaking legislation that will lift so many out of poverty that is known as baby bonds, which is your core piece of legislation, is not going to have funding. I hope your colleagues find funding for it. And, I just want to echo and amplify that this entire budget is really hostile to DC residents. It's cruel and inhumane to the vulnerable and poor residents. And please let me know how I can help you in getting baby bonds back. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony and your time this afternoon, Commissioner Patel. Our next witness is Letitia Atkins. Good afternoon to you. It's good to see you. Look forward to hearing your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Letitia Atkins, and I am the director of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street. The Pennsylvania Avenue East Main Street aims to be a robust commercial corridor that contributes to the economic vitality of the Ward 7 community. The proposed FY25 budget of $4.8 million keeps funding support on par with previous years. We all agree that level funding is better than a cut, and we are very thankful for the one-time enhancement during FY24 that resulted in a $47,000 increase to each Main Street's budget this fiscal year. It is my hope that Council will continue to invest in the important and necessary work to support our small business ecosystem and prioritize neighborhood commercial corridors, which will provide a tremendous return on the district's investment. During FY24, as a designated Main Street and Great Street, PIMS, together with the corridor supporters and champions, continued on a deliberate path to establish this section of Pennsylvania Avenue Southeast between the John P. Sousa Bridge and Southern Avenue Southeast as a vibrant commercial corridor. In FY23, PIM successfully delivered 940 hours of technical assistance to 112 businesses, generated approximately $19,000 in revenue to corridor businesses during Art All Night, leveraged approximately $400,000 to corridor businesses through grant writing assistance, and hired a part-time graduate student from the George Washington University School of Urban Sustainability with the one-time enhancement funding provided to PIMS. This hire has been critical in guiding the work of the Pennsylvania Avenue East Small Area Plan. Level funding at a minimum is required for us to keep this momentum going. Increased funding, however, is needed for PIMS and other main streets serving the areas most in need. On behalf of this essential program, I urge you in the committee to not only continue funding for the 28 Main Street programs across the district, but to increase funding for those areas serving the most in need. The district's continued investments will aid the Ward 7 community in realizing its vision for this gateway corridor in a manner which will ensure economic vibrancy that will meet the needs of the community and the surrounding neighborhoods and residents. In closing, I want to thank you, Mayor Bowser, and the Council of the District of Columbia for your faith in our organization. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon, Letitia Atkins. Our next witness is Cassandra Hetherington. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. Thank you for letting me testify this afternoon. My name is Cassandra Hetherington, and I have been the director of Cleveland Park Main Street for nearly 3 years. CPMS supports 65 small businesses and approximately 30,000 residents living within a mile radius of the Cleveland Park commercial corridor. Cleveland Park is home to a diverse mix of large and small businesses, the majority of which are women and minority owned, ranging from legacy small retailers to new concept restaurants. As one of the 6 DC Main Street grants managed by District Bridges, CPMS enjoys the benefit of additional capacity due to our multi-Main Street model. As a direct result of the funding enhancement secured by the DC Council this fiscal year, we have been able to exponentially increase our capacity and impact. In the first 2 quarters of this fiscal year alone, CPMS has provided 525 hours of direct technical assistance to our small businesses. With the funding enhancement, District Bridges was able to hire a Ward 3 events and engagement manager, a technical assistance corridor, a director of programming, and a director of marketing and storytelling. Because of the funding enhancement this year and the new staff District Bridges has been able to hire to support the work of CPMS, we have been able to deploy $40,000 in small business grants to 8 Cleveland Park businesses. We have hosted 24 events and promotions just this fiscal year alone. And we are excited for our upcoming events, including a ribbon cutting for the endangered animal sculptures on April 27th, a bluegrass concert, Cleveland Park Day, and the 2nd year of participating in Art All Night. In quarters 1 and 2, we've added 302 new followers across our social media handles and significantly increased engagement on our content because of the support of our director of storytelling and marketing. Just this past Saturday alone, we hosted a ribbon cutting for the Cleveland Park Promenade, representing the completion of a DDOT streetscape project that had been under construction for the last 3 years. And I'd just like to say that the promenade looked amazing thanks to our clean team, Career Path DC, and Sean. They came out and power washed, and Sean has just been amazing for Cleveland Park Main Street. With this new streetscape, we're delighted to see new activity and vibrancy in Cleveland Park that will enable businesses to see new growth opportunities. We're excited to harness the momentum the completion of this project has created and support Cleveland Park businesses in making our neighborhood a sought-after destination. The DC Council, we would like to, in order to maintain the fiscal year 24 funding enhancements, we urge the council to maintain the funding enhancements so that Cleveland Park Main Street and the rest of the DC Main Street programs do not lose the momentum and impact this enhancement has already made in our city in the year to come. In conclusion, CPMS very much appreciates the support provided by DSLBD's Main Street grant and the ongoing support of the DC Council for Small Businesses in the district. Cleveland Park is a small village, and our businesses are the beating heart of this community. The strength of Cleveland Park Main Street is vital to the health of Cleveland Park businesses. CPMS believes that by supporting—
Thank you for your testimony, Cassandra Hetherington. We really appreciate you taking the time to testify. Our next witness is Paula Edwards. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chair McDuffie, for allowing me to testify today. My name is Paula Edwards. I'm a native District of Columbia, graduate of DC Public Schools. I'm currently the ANC Commissioner of ANC 4A01. My comments are my own and do not reflect those of my neighborhood commission. I've amended my testimony today to support our clean teams. These workers are worth their weight in gold, and they contribute directly to our city's bottom line. Tourists don't want to visit a dirty city. Visitors don't want to attend events and spend their money in a dirty city. And residents don't want to live and pay their taxes in a dirty city. Please find a way to give them a raise. I'm also amending my original testimony to implore you not to go back to the old vocational school model. It failed for a reason. It was impossible to keep these schools technologically current with the existing marketplace. The instructors often had not worked in industries for decades. As a result, graduates' educations were outdated before they left school, and they had to be retrained by companies they applied to rather than being employment ready. Often the companies found that it was more difficult to retrain them from the incorrect instruction than it would have been to have trained them as novices. Please listen to former council member Jarvis when she talks about apprenticeships. Look at the German and other European models that stress a good secondary education combined with robust apprenticeships. Consider our own Zenith Foundation model by Mrs. Marjorie Goldberg, who's created a mobile woodworking workshop that trains Blue students with equipment donated by Black & Decker and the carpentry trades, while they receive a good education so they're qualified to enter the union upon graduation. Because the wood shop is mobile, it can serve a variety of schools and other locations to benefit school students of all ages. I really came to testify about Main Streets. The Upper Georgia Avenue Main Street is now defunct and was not functioning well when it was operating. Despite that, the businesses would like to see it return. At one time, I provided consulting services with the SBA 7J program to provide technical accounting and compliance assistance to small businesses that had received government contracts in excess of millions of dollars. My difficulty with the Main Street program as it exists is the lack of clear-cut ROI assessment. The results I've heard and seen usually are the results of the not-for-profits that support the businesses, not of the businesses themselves. It's nice to know how many social media followers the not-for-profits have, how many hours of consulting they have supplied, how many employees they have, but we're paying for these programs so the businesses can be more prosperous and can function better. These are the kinds of statistics we should be receiving: sales increases, hiring of DC residents by businesses, increased profits, and expansion. Under 7J, we had to document our clients had improved as a result of our work, that they were able to get additional contracts, and that their bottom line had improved. Ms. Dornbush spoke of the importance of Main Streets in assisting businesses with compliance. I have testified before this committee before that much of the difficulties businesses experience in complying with DC law is because of the confusing morass of DC regulations and the dysfunction of DC government systems. There is no reason that it should be so difficult for our businesses to get permits, apply for grants, and function in other ways other than that
Commissioner
DC
Edwards,
agencies are not functioning.
your time has expired.
Okay.
And I want to be mindful that we have other witnesses, and so I'm actually going to move on to
Thank you.
Otten, who is next on the list to testify.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Chris Otten. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm testifying today. I'd like to, on behalf of DC for Reasonable Development, I'd like to associate myself with the comments about how important the street teams are for the city, and it plays into sort of this whole ecosystem of agencies that you have oversight over, sir. Let me start out with defund DEMPED. No public portfolio. We don't actually know what public properties we have, which ones they're going to put up for sale or give away. We have no timeline or sense. Nobody in the public really has any timeline or sense of how DEMPED is treating our public land. There's no accounting of the public land deals with the details of the results. I'll go into some examples of those. And the privatization of our public land without truly affordable housing is in almost every single one of these deals, 99 out of 100. So the main message is to defund DEMPED. The folks that spoke up today who are on the streets, who are working on and keeping our streets clean, they're making, as they testified today, $17 an hour. That is not a living wage, sir. That is DC's minimum wage. DC's living wage is at least $35 an hour to live here in DC. Why is that? Because DEMPED and OP and DHCD and this ecological structure of disingenuous language abuse has defined affordability and our affordability policy based on the broken AMI, area median income, which I'll explain in here. In 2011, that was 106,000 for a family of four. In 2015, it was 110. In 2021, it was 130. In 2022, it was 143. And this year, it's $152,000. This is a hockey stick inflation of our affordable housing, which means every year we're getting less and less affordable housing in the handful of affordable housing we get in these privatization of public land deals. West End, there are $202 million condos sitting on top of our former public land, on top of our library. The developer just had to rebuild the library and they got 10 stories of air rights to build these condos. What a deal. Heinz School, a handful of affordable units that will disappear in 20 years because they don't say that the covenants tell us in 20 years, these affordable units become luxury. So it's all a luxury housing deal in 10 years time. McMillan Park, 65 out of the 500 units are for seniors making $50,000 to $65,000 a year, and they're calling that affordable. There are 0 truly affordable units for families in the McMillan deal. And as far as the Bruce Monroe and Park Morton interchange deal, there is a net loss of the most affordable units. By tearing down Park Morton, we are losing 20 units of 0 to 30% AMI, and those properties are privatized and handed over with no transparency and no tracking of where Park Morton folks actually got displaced to. It is criminal. DemPed has seen, under this watch, 60,000 Black folks displaced from DC. The racial income gap in the city is so wide that most folks cannot afford the affordable housing because they're building unaffordable housing. Let me
has expired, and
I'll conclude
we want to
if I
move
can
to
conclude.
our next witness.
Defund DemPed, sir. Thank you. Defund DemPed. Thank you.
And we want to be mindful that there are a number of people who are
defund DemPed. Thank you.
To testify. And Chris Otten is an example of what happens virtually. When
You're an example of not keeping account of our agency, sir. Thank you.
Considerate of the witnesses who have
no affordable housing at McMillan Park
publicly, and
0 affordable, 0 units.
All right, just a little time to get him off the panel for not being considerate of the other witnesses who have also signed up to testify, many of whom have waited patiently for hours. Anwar Salim, I do not see on this panel. I'll make a call for Michelle Malatsky, who I also don't see on this panel. Stephanie Campbell does not appear to be present. Lindsay Hicks does appear to be present. And so I will turn to you as our next public witness. If you can unmute yourself and turn on your video. Love to hear your testimony. Lindsay Hicks.
Hello. I do not have the ability to turn on my video. I apologize. Okay. It's not giving me that option for some reason.
We can hear you though. We can hear you.
So would like to say good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Lindsay Hicks, and I am the U Street Main Street Manager for District Bridges. The U Street Main Street supports 183 small businesses in a commercial corridor that serves nearly 11,500 residents within a 1-mile radius. Known as Black Broadway, it includes a number of historic properties, including Ben's Chili Bowl and the Lincoln Theater. It is also one of the 6 DC Main Street grants managed by District Bridges and was designated in 2019. So far in FY24, U Street Main Street has provided 525 hours of direct technical assistance to our small businesses. In FY 2023, we were able to disperse 7 small business grants totaling $26,500, provide direct financial support to 8 small businesses at $1,000 each for our Auto Night event, and provide critical support and resources to 118 neighborhood businesses through 550 hours of direct technical assistance. In addition to the 5 new staff members that the FY24 funding enhancement enabled District Bridges to hire, Enhancement enabled U Street Main Street to increase our programmatic offerings to attract more traffic to our corridor, like our Dog Day sidewalk sale that occurred in August 2023, which had over 13,000 visits to our site map, which shared the location of the 90 participating businesses. Allowed for more direct business support, like partnering with our businesses to increase participation and awareness of their programming, and provide enhancements to their spaces that benefit the local community we serve. It established support for businesses that experience damage due to crime and break-ins, as well as assist with marketing opportunities that businesses need to attract and retain customers. As one of the larger Main Street corridors, the FY24 funding enhancement ensures that we can serve our businesses more equitably. Without the additional enhanced investment by the district, U Street Main Street is at risk of losing businesses that are considering relocation to safer neighborhoods, which would diminish the vibrancy of our U Street corridor. I implore the DC Council to maintain the FY24 funding enhancement in the FY25 Main Street budget so that U Street Main Street and the rest of the DC Main Street's programs can continue to provide the support that the district's small businesses need. We welcome members of the council to attend any of our U Street Main Street events, such as our Monday Mixers, that forge connections between community members and business owners and encourage future participation in support of those businesses. And like our family-friendly outdoor event, Camp Cardoza, which will allow residents to engage in fitness activities through classic outdoor activities. In conclusion, U Street Main Street is thankful for the support provided by Director Rosemary Suggs Evans and the entire DSLBD staff through the DC Main Streets Grant Program. Additionally, we appreciate the ongoing support of the DC Council for the small business in the district. The council support means the world to these amazing small businesses we serve, many of which are still recovering through some tough economic times. The impact of these grant dollars truly make a difference in the communities we
Time has
serve. I
expired.
thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. I see a hand raised, probably because that is not Cassandra Harrington, someone else who is on our list.
Oh, it's Michelle Malatsky. I
Okay.
logged on to Cassandra somehow.
Yes. If you want to unmute yourself, or I'm not even sure, you can begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. I'm Ms. Michelle Malatsky, the District Bridges Logan Circle Senior Main Street Director. Logan Circle Main Street serves 200 small businesses as well as community members. Our businesses range from Besson's Cleansing, which opened in 1890, to Soupy Dumplings, which opened last week. Designated in 2019, LCMS is one of the 6 Main Street grants managed by District Bridges. Besides being the LCMS Senior Director, I am also a Logan Circle resident of 23 years and can attest to the profound transformation the corridor has experienced. The DC Main Street programs are a vital part of helping neighborhood commercial corridors thrive. So far this year, we have helped 30 restaurants and bars open streeteries, which were a lifeline during COVID-19 and now continue to drive growth and revenue. Provided $50,000 in direct business grants, delivered over 400 hours of direct technical assistance, and organized such events as the Holly Jolly Block Party and the Dog Days of Summer, bringing visitors to the neighborhood and contributing to the largest sales days of the year. Besides the enhanced funding, LCMS works with an engagement and events manager, technical assistance coordinator, and a director of storytelling and marketing. This year, we have provided additional funding for businesses to hire consultants to improve their website and social media, recover from break-ins, and pay for facade improvements, as Logan Circle is not included in the Great Streets Grant. We have been able to bring new events to our corridor, such as our Valentine's Day Sip and Spin at Silver Cycles with Cork and Fork and a movie night at Solid State Books, and support public art projects such as sculptures, banners, and True Box beautification. For 2025, I urge the DC Council to maintain the 24 funding level in the Main Street budget so that LCMS and the other DC Main Streets can expand our support of neighborhood businesses. Without the additional investments by the district, Logan Circle may become a victim of its own success, with commercial real estate rates rising so high, only national chains can afford them. Keeping a vibrant mix of national chains and locally owned businesses is vital to keeping the neighborhood attractive and neighborhood serving. In the upcoming months, LCMS will celebrate the opening of Foxtrot's new patio benefiting N Street Village, coordinate a Bike to Work Day at Silver Cycles, put on our Jazz in the Park concerts in Logan Circle, a women's Tour de France watch party, and of course, dog days. We also look forward to our Art All Night theme this year, which will celebrate LGBTQ community and businesses of Logan Circle. In conclusion, Logan Circle very much appreciates the support provided by DSLBD's Main Street Grant and the ongoing support of the DC City Council for small businesses in the district. With this additional support, we hope to be able to preserve the existing small businesses and support new ones to thrive in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Michaela Blanchard. Good afternoon to you. You can begin your testimony. Thanks.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and the committee. My name is Michaela Blanchard. I am the Executive Director of DC Squared, formerly known as Friends of Rhode Island Avenue. As our mission states, we are dedicated to supporting, developing, and growing small businesses in neighborhood commercial corridors, as well as preserving and promoting community history through art, culture, and architecture. DC Squared manages two Main Street programs, Rhode Island Avenue and Upper Bladensburg Road Main Street, as well as the Rhode Island Avenue Clean Team. First and foremost, I want to express our gratitude to the Mayor, Councilmember McDuffie, and DSLBD for their unwavering support of the Main Street and Clean Team programs. Your dedication has been instrumental in propelling our initiatives forward, as we are sincerely grateful for your continued investment in our communities. The additional funding allocated in FY24 for our Main Street programs marks a significant milestone, as its first increase we've seen in several years. This boost in resources has had a profound impact on our ability to serve the over 400 businesses within our over 6-mile footprint. With this funding, we've been able to expand our staff, providing more support to our local entrepreneurs and bolstering our workforce with dedicated DC workers. Moreover, the increased funding has enabled us to collaborate with more DC-based contractors, thereby enhancing our capacity for growth and development alongside the businesses of our corridors. Additionally, we've been able to initiate research and studies aimed at enriching the fabric of our community, including efforts to stimulate daytime foot traffic and ensure the sustainability of our local economy. Furthermore, this funding has empowered us to launch new community programs beyond the scope of the Main Street Initiative. We've now actively engaged in initiatives focused on enhancing food accessibility, fostering workforce development, and promoting sustainability within our neighborhoods. As a result of our events, they have become more vibrant, fostering a stronger sense of community and cohesion and economic vitality. As we move forward, we humbly request that the funding increase allocated in FY24 be maintained in FY25 and beyond. The impact of this additional support has been profound, enabling us to make significant strides in empowering our local businesses and revitalizing our community corridors. Sustaining this level of funding will ensure continuity and long-term sustainability for our programs, allowing us to build upon the momentum we've generated and continue driving positive change with our neighborhoods. Your ongoing commitment to the Main Street programs is paramount to our continued success and prosperity of our communities. So in closing, I want to extend our sincerest thanks to the Mayor, Councilmember McDuffie, and DSLBD for your steadfast support. Your commitment to our Main Street programs and Clean Team has been instrumental in driving positive change within our communities, and we look forward to a continued partnership in the days ahead. Thank you so much for your consideration.
And thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate hearing from you this afternoon. Our next witness is, I'm not sure if she's with us this afternoon, but I have Yvette Banfield from CNHED. Don't see Yvette Banfield present. How about Andrew Shapiro?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. You can begin your testimony. It's good to, I don't actually see you, but I do hear you. Now I can see you. All right. It's good to see you, and you can begin your testimony.
It's good to see you as well. And thank you very much to the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Councilmember McDuffie, for taking the time to have this important hearing, And of course, always thank you to the support given by the mayor and the mayor's office and the Department of Small and Local Business Development for all of the small businesses across the city. I am testifying today in support of the DC Main Streets program and the continued support as others have given in hopes of keeping the increased funding that was really just so vital and important in reaching out to and supporting small businesses across the city, which when we talk about all of the challenges that we are facing and the need to support so many different things, the Main Street system is uniquely positioned to really touch on so many businesses and so many different communities in ways that can help really up the chain, as well as doing all the support we're doing for places like downtown helps down the chain. And so I think in this moment, it's very important that we have that merger of approaching things from both sides. With this increased funding, I was able to expand the small business technical assistance work that I have done with a variety of main streets, including increasing the technical assistance hours for Van Ness Main Street by 60%, increasing newsletter subscription rates by 30 to 40%, which touches over 700 businesses, and providing over 800 hours of direct technical assistance with nearly 600 businesses across the city. And these are largely centered on legacy, first generation, and women and minority owned businesses and a lot of the corridors that are so important to the city, but don't always get direct support from residents and visitors. Two key areas where this funding proved absolutely critical was in the application of new cosmetology, salon, and barbershop regulations, which were imposed over the last 8 months, in which the Main Streets were able to work with so many of these very important small businesses that are in corridors across the city in all neighborhoods, and really are very, very important to the overall business health system in terms of how we're understanding, how businesses support communities. We were able to work through extremely challenging regulations, permit, license, and actual needed construction work in businesses that required a lot of assistance and working with Department of License and Consumer Protection and Department of Health. And out of that, we were able to create a really necessary and comprehensive workbook that is available for cosmetology businesses that really helps meet a lot of these new requirements and gets them through a lot of the difficult processes. Another area where this funding was very important was in recognizing a lot of the staffing and license challenges faced by dental businesses across the city. We know that we have a huge lack of access to quality healthcare in a lot of places, and one of the most important places in dealing with healthcare is in the dental agency. Yes.
Your time has expired. You are the last virtual witness that we have who signed up, which puts us in the question portion of this hearing. And so if there's something you want to summarize your testimony with, since it is on me to ask a couple of questions, if you want to summarize.
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you again for the support. Main Streets have the unique ability to touch every sector of the business community and in all neighborhoods of the city. And I hope that we can find ways. And I think that I've thought of some ways through this hearing to maybe identify some funding. And I also want to strongly support passage of the BEST Act, because that is a very important piece of legislation for our small business community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you do have ideas about where to find additional funding, then we at the committee are all ears, as a number of you all have pointed out so eloquently. I worked really hard with my team at the committee to identify the $1.3 million to make the enhancement to the Main Streets for this fiscal year, and amounted to $47,000 for each Main Street. Trying to find that much money in this budget is going to be no small task. And so we are calling on all of you who we've partnered with to work with the Main Streets organizations over the years to really invite your insights into where we might identify funding to try to keep that enhancement in place since it is not in the mayor's proposed budget. Does anybody have any suggestions about that?
Council member?
Yes.
This is Michelle Malatsky from Logan Circle Main Street. I don't have an immediate suggestion, but one idea that I've been thinking about for quite some time is a retail TIF, similar to the ballpark TIF, but for specifically aimed at small and local businesses. So I think that could be a revenue stream in the future.
Okay. You have a sense of where or geographically what you mean? Give me a little bit more insights into that.
Yeah, I would love to do it. Well, I would love to do it citywide, but how about per each Main Street corridor?
Okay. Have you seen anything like that in any other jurisdictions where we might look to identify how it's worked?
Yeah, it has taken place in other jurisdictions. Unfortunately, I don't know any cities off the top of my head, but I will get that to your staff.
Okay. All right. We appreciate if you could share that with the committee, that'd be great. Any other thoughts or ideas? Andrew Shapiro, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily a direct idea as much as an observation. And I want to say, you know, hopefully the Capitals continue their run, they make it into the playoffs. I attended all the days that the Atlantic Coast Conference tournament was here and some of the days of, I think it was the Colonial Athletic Conference. And, you know, I think one of the things that I noticed is there are a lot more tourists coming back in. I think, you know, hopefully we can see an increase in that revenue dollar. And we can really get a lot of foot traffic back in the city. But I thought over the course of that entire week, there was just a lot of foot activity in and around the arena, and particularly too for the CAA tournament. And so hopefully, you know, robust spring and summer activities at the arena, and then just all the momentum from that will definitely help, you know, kind of increase at least at a more basic level, but hopefully that can make its way to, you know, supporting these programs.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Andrew Shapiro. And my staff has just informed me that Yvette Banfield was able to get onto the Zoom. And so you will be our final virtual witness for this hearing. I'll turn to you. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and Committee on Business and Economic Development. I am Yvette Banfield, the Chief Economic Development Officer at CNHED, also known as the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. I did submit my testimony and I heard many of the testimony that was offered, so I'm gonna limit my remarks. I just wanna first just talk about how our CNHED appreciates the enhancement that made by the committee in the FY 2024 budget to increase the funding for Main Street and the Main Street program and the cost of living increase for the Clean Teens program, and its underlining commitment to support and strengthen the district's small business ecosystem. Given the district's current fiscal constraints, CNHED understands that council will need to make tough decisions in the coming weeks. As the council deliberates, CNHED asks that you factor in the growth and sustainability of the district's small business, of the district's neighborhood commercial corridors. For FY 2024, 25, CNHED is asking the committee to continue its investment in 2 core areas: the small business commercial corridor programs and small business programs and grants that directly impact those small businesses. I just want to lift up 3 programs. I know that folks talked about maintaining the increase, and CNHED's budget ask also aligns with that request, that the district, specifically the council, try to retain the enhancements in the current budget that are reflected in the current budget for the Main Street programs. Our budget ask is for $5.9 million in the FY 2025 budget. And then also the other 2 programs that I wanted to lift up are the Clean Teens. We really appreciate the cost of living increase that was made in the FY24 budget. I did hear many of the testimonies from the Clean Team employees, and then I recognize that they're also looking to increase their wages. We are in support of the mayor's proposed budget for that program, but we do recognize the constraints that we have in terms of retaining district residents who are low, moderate income. And this program is beneficial to being able to help to do that. So we recognize the hardship that they're experiencing. And then the other program that I think has been impactful is the Commercial Acquisition Fund, the Commercial Property Acquisition Fund. And we hope that the district is able to find the funding to be able to support that program and to commit $2 million to support that effort. And that I'm going to leave it there for my testimony.
And thank you so much for your testimony and for specifically naming some very important programs that we want to continue to support in this budget. Like a number of the witnesses on this panel, you all have identified important priorities for the District of Columbia, particularly those impacting our small business community. I appreciate the work of our main streets over the years. I appreciate the testimony of witnesses who talked specifically about how they have used the $47,000 enhancement that the committee was able to support for this fiscal year. But we are calling on you to help us think through how we can support you in supporting our small businesses moving forward, given the constraints that we're facing in this current budget and financial plan. And so this has been a long day of very important testimony on a number of critical agencies to the future economic growth of the District of Columbia. And I want to thank every witness who testified today. As a reminder, for those interested in submitting written testimony for the record who have not had the opportunity to do so yet, you will have until Monday, April 22nd to provide testimony. Submissions should be uploaded via the new hearing management system on the council's website at dccouncil.gov. That's dccouncil.gov. Our next budget oversight hearing before this committee will be on April 10th, 2024. There being no further business before the Committee on Business and Economic Development, this marks today's hearing's end. The time is now 4:24 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.